The story kicks off in a pet shop, where this customer, Wei Wei, is totally losing her mind, calling the place a total scam for charging 3 million for a little monster. Our guy Lu Yu tries to clear things up, but Wei Wei immediately claps back, swearing the slime is worth 3,000 tops, and asking if he even has what it takes to tame beasts. Totally unbothered by the hate, the young MC states with absolute confidence that this animal is no basic pet. He guarantees that the 3 million price tag is totally fair and that she'll definitely be stoked with her purchase. The buyer argues that the little guy is only in the awakening stage, flexing that with the same amount of cash, she could cop something with star-level potential. Hearing her rant, the MC simply nods and agrees that she is absolutely right. But then he drops the mic, warning her that his slime is 1 billion times stronger than any beast at that level. Giving her the rundown, the manager explains that the pet mutated and has the devour ability, meaning it can level up infinitely if fed the right materials. Still thinking this whole story is major cap, Wei Wei crosses her arms and asks why she should even believe a word he says. Keeping his cool, Lu Yu replies that the only way to know for sure is to test the monster's skills herself. Suddenly, a blonde girl walks into the shop, mocking the whole scene, acting like it's wild that the young master of the Lu family would stoop so low as to run scams. Dripping with sarcasm, the newcomer fakes an apology for her comment, bringing up the fact that the guy was actually kicked out of his family a while ago. Recognizing the girl on the spot, the MC calls her out by her name, Bai Yue, and asks what she's doing in his shop. His ex-girlfriend smugly claps back that she just came to window shop, seeing as the guy doesn't even have an ounce of talent for beast taming. This tea completely shocks Wei Wei, who is stunned to realize the manager is running a pet shop without any actual talent in the field. Keeping his composure, the young guy fires back, stating that not having that specific skill doesn't stop him from selling top-tier pets. The ex keeps throwing shade, saying someone like him should just settle for living as a completely average nobody after getting rejected. Watching this whole drama unfold, the customer groans in annoyance, comparing the blonde to one of those cliché, mean girl villains straight out of an anime script. On his end, Lu Yu tells Wei Wei to just ignore the hater, dropping the wisdom that some people are just born salty, and it's not worth stooping to their level. Feeling disrespected, Bei tries to scold the girl by calling her a scammer, but Wei Wei loses her patience and decides to test the slime right then and there. Right after that, the buyer grabs some premium silver, level pet food and hands it straight to the little monster. The slime gobbles it up in a flash and starts glowing right in front of everyone. With instant results, the animal undergoes a super obvious evolution and gets a massive power boost. Totally mind blown, Wei Wei notices the creature's potential just spiked to level 9, and it even picked up a water-type skill. That insane glow up, the ex-girlfriend is left speechless, whispering that such a drastic transformation should be, flat, out impossible. Completely dismissing the blonde's presence, the customer sighs with relief, saying that tuning out the haters was the best decision ever. Without wasting a second, she announces she is buying the little monster, while the manager casually asks if she's paying with cash or card. Super hyped about her new pet, the girl whips out a gold card to lock in the $1 million transaction without a second thought. Right after the sale goes through, the system interface pops up to congratulate the MC, gifting him the max level Dark Inferno talent. The digital assistant explains that this never-before-seen skill lets him speed up the growth of dark-type pets, boosting all of their potentials. Feeling that new power surging, Lu Yu clenches his fists and celebrates that, after all this time, he finally got a tamer's talent. The story then throws it back 12 years, showing what went down back when he was still living at his family's main estate. The MC, still just a kid, is seen on the floor, terrified and asking what his aunt was planning to do in there. The woman with a cold, calculating glare, who happens to be the current leader's wife, tells him her goal is pretty obvious. With zero chill, she throws it in his face that she never would have taken in an orphan kid if it weren't for the crazy powerful dragon-type talent he was born with. The villain makes it clear that the kid's only use was the raw power he carried since birth, which she was about to snatch away. Gripping the boy's head tightly, the aunt hits him with a harsh reality check, asking if he seriously thought his parents were taken out by a normal accident. She keeps up the psychological torment, stating that his stolen power would help her own son score dual talents to bring back the clan's glory. Unable to break free, young Lu Yu cries in deep pain as his special ability is brutally ripped away against his will. Collapsed on the floor, totally drained with zero energy left, he hears the woman whisper what his fate would be from that moment on. Turning her back to leave, the attacker decrees that since he lost his life force, he could spend the rest of his days being a total burden. Snapping back to the present, the MC thinks to himself, remembering how for years he thought he'd spend his whole life as a useless nobody running a tiny shop. But everything changed on his 18th birthday when, out of nowhere, he awakened the highly coveted mythical pet system. Through this high-tech magic, he figured out he could sell baby monsters to earn talents, precious points, and a bunch of other epic perks. Looking at his daily grind, the guy realized that clearing these sales quests would be super easy for someone already working as a shop manager. With a laser-focused glare, Lu Yu promises himself he will pay back double all the humiliation and pain his family put him through. The scene cuts back to the inside of the pet shop, where the ex-girlfriend is still acting like a broken record, saying she won't let Wei Wei get played by this little act. Running out of patience, the manager glares at the blonde, looking super intimidating, and declares he's had way more than enough of her attitude. Spooked by his vibe, Bei takes a step back and threatens to call the cops if he even thinks about laying a finger on her. But the MC completely ignores her threat and with a super firm voice, orders the girl to step out of his shop right now. Refusing to take the L, she proposes a challenge, demanding he bring out another mutant pet to prove he is actually legit. Right then, the virtual assistant hovers in the air and gives the guy a heads up that he's only one sale away this week from scoring a god-tier reward. Keeping his eyes on the prize, he spawns a blue orb and decides to give the annoying girl a shot, just to clear his daily quest. From that intense dark glow, a massive beast emerges, hyped up as a terrifying mutant emperor skeleton. But when the light fades, the animal is literally just a tiny, adorable little skeleton scratching its head, looking super confused. Looking at that harmless little dude, the ex-girlfriend completely loses it, yelling that she won't fall for such a cheap trick. Holding the little monster super calmly, the shop owner doubles down, insisting that it is, in fact, an emperor skeleton. The blonde claps back instantly, pointing out that the creature is just a super low-level necromancy summon and doesn't look intimidating at all. Countering her complaints, Lu Yu keeps his chill and mentions that this little beast's talent literally defies the laws of the universe. He explains that as long as the skeleton keeps taking down enemies, its potential can scale up infinitely until it becomes an absolute menace. The woman refuses to buy any of it, telling the guy to shut his mouth, because she has never heard of a pet that levels up forever. Annoyed by the drama, the customer steps up to defend the shop owner, saying the blonde must have some serious issues to be so paranoid about the store's stock. Trying to cool things down, Lu Yu tells Wei Wei to let it go, arguing that not everybody has the vision to spot true quality. Feeling cornered, Bai accuses both of them of plotting against her and whips out her phone, swearing she is going to call a real expert to the spot. Without missing a beat, the girl dials a contact named Manager Yang, demanding he rush over to the Westgate shop ASAP. The view quickly shifts to the outside of the mythical shop, showing that the drama inside was making serious waves. A few minutes later, the appraiser with glasses walks into the room holding a box and immediately asks about the famous high-tier slime. Meanwhile, Wei Wei is still hugging her new blue purchase like crazy, flexing its brand, new level 9 stats. Spotting her special guest walking in, the blonde waves super enthusiastically, pulling the man's attention over to the main counter. The guy walks up holding the clear box and shows off the little lizard the girl had asked for, wondering if she's ready to close the deal. However, the girl puts that offer on hold and commands the professional to closely inspect the items in the MC's display. With major main character syndrome, the ex-girlfriend shows off her own fire monster through the glass, bragging that hers is what a real, valuable pet looks like. Despite that, the appraiser's eyes are completely glued to the harmless skeleton kept in a jar nearby, picking up a highly unusual aura from it. Super curious about the creature's vibe, Yang activates his visual data reading technique to check the little guy's power level. The deep scan reveals its hidden stats, and the expert's jaw drops when he sees the tiny skeleton's limitless evolution talent. Absolutely mind blown by the find, the appraiser asks if the little skeleton is for sale, promising he'd pay literally any price for it. Bai interrupts the chat, calling it insane that a transcendent level tamer actually wants to drop 3 million on such a useless creature. Annoyed by the girl's ignorance, Yang tells the ex to stop trusting just her eyes and look at the actual stats, stating that the animal could evolve into a necromancer emperor. Hit with this unthinkable truth, the hater is completely shook, struggling to believe the animal actually went through such an insane mutation. Capitalizing on the moment, the customer laughs in her rival's face, reminding her she already vouched for the handsome manager's legit business, and telling the blonde to zip it. Right then, the expert shifts his focus to the other creature in the room and uses his scanning technique to check out the blue slime. The stats confirm that the little monster also rocks the limitless evolution mutation, making it a ridiculously high-value asset. Immediately, the appraiser turns back to the MC and insists on finalizing the purchase of the skeleton for the set price of 3 million. In his head, the man admits that dropping only that much cash on an animal with infinite potential is practically a steal. Keeping his businessman persona, Lu Yu casually accepts the offer and thanks the expert for being so polite. Furious at how things played out, the ex-girlfriend accuses the guy of playing her on purpose, but he claps back instantly, saying she brought it on herself by acting toxic. Refusing to take the L, Bai arrogantly demands that the MC pull another mutant animal from the back to sell to her. Acting super cold, the shopkeeper warns her he is fresh out of that type of monster and makes it clear he would never sell her a single thing anyway. Feeling totally humbled, the girl throws it in his face that he's just a talentless flop who got exiled by his own family, asking where he gets off acting so smug. Sick and tired of her trash talk, the MC unleashes a crushing aura and announces he has already hit his second skill awakening. Feeling that terrifying pressure, the appraiser takes a step back, guessing the guy's talent has to be at least rank A to hit that hard. While the customer hypes up the manager's power, he chooses to keep things low. Kian claims to have an S-rank talent, knowing that flexing his true extreme level would draw way too much heat. Faced with this insane flex, the ex-girlfriend loses her balance and drops to the floor, absolutely devastated to realize the guy she dumped reached such a god-tier level. Seeing his rival on the floor, Lu Yu casually drops the fact that nothing is impossible in the Beast Tamer universe. Trying to spin this ultra-cringe moment, Bai switches up her tone and suggests that his powers coming back changes their whole dynamic. With zero shame, she offers the guy a second chance to win her back, acting like she is doing him a massive favor. Having zero patience for this clown show, the MC shuts the conversation down instantly, telling her he couldn't care less and ordering her out of the shop right now. Super salty about getting rejected so bluntly, the girl stomps out, cursing the guy out and calling him a heartless jerk. With the drama finally handled, the manager looks at his two remaining customers and politely lets them know the shop is about to close up. Super happy with everything she saw, the customer grabs her phone and asks for the shopkeeper's contact info for future deals. Hopping on that same wave, the appraiser also holds up his device and asks to be added to the MC's network. Reading the room, the guy realizes Weiwei studies at the Tamer University and has major potential to bring a bunch of new clients to his business. In the same way, he figures having an industry hookup like the expert will be a massive clutch for landing sweet business deals down the line. Seeing a bright future for his shop, he internally hypes up the sales he just made, knowing that with these new connections, the system quests will be a walk in the park. Happy with how things turned out, Lu Yu holds out his phone and lets both clients scan his QR code with no rush. A little while later, the shop's metal gate rolls down, wrapping up a seriously crazy workday. As soon as the place is empty, the MC stretches with relief, while the holographic assistant congratulates him for clearing the beginner's quest. Super hyped to see the payoff for his grind, he tells the AI to pull up the reward screen right then and there. A blue holo panel pops up showing a few monster options, but the guy thinks it's weird how few choices are actually unlocked. The assistant explains that the freebie pets have limits, which makes him decide to browse the premium shop to hunt for top-tier options. Scrolling through the UI, the merchant checks out different species, tossing some aside because they look goofy or just don't vibe with his powers. Trying to make his life easier, the assistant points out 3 specific dark monsters that could be super clutch for the guy's new journey. But the guy instantly passes on a giant 3-headed dog, admitting he has some serious trauma from a similar animal attacking him when he was a kid. Switching up the strategy, the AI displays a fresh lineup of darkness, linked beasts, putting the spotlight on a super unique, winged creature right in the middle of the screen. Checking out the little monster's traits, the MC realizes right away that this animal belongs to the dragon bloodline. Without a second thought, he locks in the trade, dropping his saved up 600 points to cop the insane world, destroying demonic dragon. A massive flash lights up the room, and an absolutely massive dragon spawns, looking intimidating as heck, making the guy wonder how something this huge is just considered a baby. The assistant chills the tamer out, explaining that beasts of this breed are just naturally born, way bigger than regular creatures. Checking the stats on his new purchase, he is mind blown to find out the animal's base potential already hits the insane level 10 of the sovereign rank. The screen pulls up an evolution pyramid, making it clear that this crazy high potential sets the absolute ceiling for how strong the monster can get in its lifetime. Thinking about how rare his drop was, the shopkeeper remembers that only 3 people in the whole country have monsters at this supreme level, and his very first pet is already sitting right there. With the animal taking up half the shop, the assistant floats next to the guy and casually asks if he's hyped about his new purchase. Clenching his fists in pure hype, he confirms it was the perfect pick and announces he's going to link up with the creature right now. A magic circle pops up in the air, hooking the tamer up to his new flying beast, locking in their pact with a massive burst of power. Once the connection is stable, the AI lets him know the process was a total success, and he can now funnel energy straight into the dragon. Following the instructions, the MC reaches out and fires up his brand, new dark talent, to juice up the creature with a direct power injection. The massive monster absorbs all that dark magic energy, glowing with a scary light while its stats start skyrocketing. The system instantly gives the guy props for his grind, confirming the beast evolved perfectly and hit the 10th level of the awakening phase. Even with the speedrun evolution, he notices an invisible wall blocking the pet's progress and asks why the dragon can't break into the next tier. The assistant explains that the tamer's own spiritual capacity is still pretty low, meaning he's got to buff his own power before he can level up the creature any further. Annoyed that the beast is taking up too much space, he asks if his new ally can shrink down, and the system lets him know a simple mental command will do the trick. Wrapped in a quick puff of smoke, the terrifying dragon shrinks down into a tiny, harmless-looking version, which totally pleases the seller. The scene cuts to the university dorms, where the rich customer rushes in and calls her roommate over to check out her new purchase. Ruyan greets her in a panic and desperately whispers for her to hide the little slime before the other girl in the room spots it. But the warning comes too late, and Chuying steps out from behind a screen acting super bossy, announcing she already saw the creature. With her arms crossed and a total Karen posture, the senior reminds her roommate that they made a pact to not bring useless, decorative monsters into the room. Trying to defuse the dorm drama, the protective friend tries to back up the newbie, swearing she didn't mean any harm by buying it. Upset by the bogus Kalat, Wei Wei holds her new pet and claps back firmly that she didn't break any rules, since her creature isn't just room deker. Throwing a super sarcastic look, Chu Ying laughs at the whole thing and asks if the younger girl seriously plans to make a contract with a creature that weak. In the background, the other students start gossiping about the drama, saying it's incredibly dumb to waste an A-rank talent on such a mid-animal. Ignoring the haters around her, the slime owner holds her head high and announces that her little monster is a mutant variant that can devour and evolve. Her rival shuts that down instantly, calling cap on the whole thing and swearing that species never makes it past the 3rd evolution level. Holding her new pet tight, the girl hits back, stating the pact is already sealed and the pet is currently sitting at level 9 of the awakening rank. Worried about her friend, Royan steps up and hints that she got scammed, warning her that dumping resources into that creature won't give her any real payoff. Sick and tired of everyone doubting her choices, Lu Yu's customer drops the slime on the table and announces she's going to prove the haters wrong right now. Looking at the senior with a challenging vibe, Wei Wei casually asks if the cash spent on the older girl's epic steel wolf was over 2 million. Chuying confirms it, acting super cocky, flexing that the massive price tag was totally worth it to hit such a high power tier. Prepping her ultimate move, the freshman spawns a bunch of floating magic crystals, flexing that those materials cost over 1 million and will be used for the final test. The second the items drop, the little blue monster jumps with hype and starts slurping up every single glowing shard, like it's nothing. While the senior keeps trashing her for wasting money, the rest of the roommates are left speechless when they realize the slime tanked all that insane energy without glitching out. A massive vortex of crystal clear water starts swirling around the tiny beast. Once it finishes snacking, the creature pushes straight through and hits level 10 of the awakening rank. Absolutely shook by what she just watched, Chuying can barely form words as she senses the animal's insane power. Next to her, the jealous student is totally frozen by the sudden glow up of the monster she thought was weak. Super proud of her roomie, Ruoyan warns them the show isn't over yet and tells them to keep watching. Right then, the slime's energy bursts out again, signaling its potential just evolved into the highly sought after Starry Sky rank. Refusing to accept reality, the senior whispers that a basic beast hitting that high of a level should be literally impossible. Driven totally mad by being proved wrong, the girl loses her cool and challenges the younger students to settle the beef outside with a real battle. Once they hit the campus courtyard, she points her finger and summons her own monster, ordering it to show off its power. A terrifying steel wolf spawns in the open area, radiating a super aggressive red aura. Without waiting, the animal charges ferociously at the harmless little blue pet, ready to tear it to shreds. But a massive water spear blasts the wolf head-on, revealing itself as an epic transcendent, rank spell cast by the slime. Seeing her partner get squashed in one hit, the senior stumbles back completely mind-blown. With the weight of the L crushing her ego, she drops to her knees, unable to process how she got wrecked so easily. Walking up to her rival on the floor, Wei Wei firmly states that this is the true power of the mutant monster they all tried to sleep on. Trying to squash the beef, Ruoyan swallows her pride and excuses the girl's behavior just to keep the peace in the dorm. As the freshmen turn to walk away, they get stopped by the rival, who begs them to drop the location where they bought such an OP monster. The next morning, the commercial street wakes up buzzing as that slightly sus pet shop opens its doors. A young guy struts into the place acting super entitled, asking how long this random pet shop has been chilling in the area. Looking at the front counter, he spots a creature that looks like a dragon and figures it'd be the perfect gift for his little sister. Pointing straight at the mystic little monster, the visitor calls the manager boss and demands to know the price immediately. Keeping up his usual polite vibe, Lu Yu calmly lets him know the beast is his contracted partner and is not up for grabs. Completely ignoring the answer, the cocky customer brags that money is no object and demands the shopkeeper just name a price. Getting his fragile ego hurt by the seller's firm no. The guy's face drops and he mutters that he's going to teach him a lesson in respect. Summoning his dark, feathered crow through a black vortex, he orders the giant bird to attack the shop owner on the spot. Unfazed by the cheap shot, the MC just sighs, totally drained by how dumb people can be, and labels the attacker an idiot. Right at that exact second, the little pale dragon on the counter taps into its protective rage and unleashes a devastating blast of crimson energy. Taking the overwhelming force straight to the face, the invading bird gets brutally slammed into the dark shelves in the back. Suffering from the damage bouncing back through their magic contract, the trespasser feels sick to his stomach and stumbles from the impact. Breathing heavily and terrified out of his mind, the guy can barely process that his top-tier beast got completely bodied by just a look from the tiny animal. Shaking with panic in front of that power, the intruder realizes the destroying aura belonged to a legendary demonic dragon. So, he gulps hard and realizes that picking a fight with such a rare being was a massive fail that would cost him dearly if he stuck around. Throwing all his dignity out the window, the cowardly guy turns around and bolts, running out of the shop as fast as his legs can carry him. Resting his face in his hand looking bored to death, Lu Yu facepalms at the morning attacker's goofy escape and goes back to chilling. A few hours later, the glowing building of the city's main affiliated hospital stands out in the calm afternoon. Walking through the medical reception, the red-haired guy who ran away is grumbling, super salty about having to drop 5 million to heal his internal injuries. Not paying attention because he's stressing over his massive bills, he violently bumps into someone in the hallway and starts trash talking without even looking. However, the young master of the Liu family asks in a super intimidating tone who the kid thinks he's talking to like that.
Yeah.
Recognizing Luo Tianyan instantly, the humiliated customer stutters nervously, asking what his older brother was doing at the hospital. The head of the family replies with pure disgust that he came to personally check on the flop who was embarrassing their clan in the city. Panicking to dodge his incoming doom, the younger brother waves his arms like crazy, trying to talk the older sibling out of wanting revenge. Finding his cowardice hilarious in a bad way, Tianyan sarcastically states there isn't a single entity on Earth their elite squad can't take head on. That's when the redhead admits in pure panic that he crossed paths with a mystery tamer who had a contract with a terrifying demonic dragon. Hearing the exact species of the beast, the leader's cocky attitude evaporates instantly, and he looks totally shocked. Doing the political math in his head, the boss admits that someone flexing that kind of power hasn't popped up in society for years. Switching up his game plan immediately, Tianyan orders his little brother to guide him to the exact spot where he saw the secret master. Full of hesitation, the cowardly redhead warns him that maybe not even all the big bros' stacked power would be enough to handle the shopkeeper. Furious at how incredibly dumb his relative is, the leader smacks him hard on the back of the head and yells that they're only visiting to apologize for the mess he made. Rubbing his sore neck, the assaulted kid gives an awkward smile, super relieved that his family isn't about to pick an unwinnable fight. Speed. Walking through the streets, the master notes that the heaviest hitters in town belong to the Liu clan, and they'd never try to hide a dragon of that caliber. Even so, he guesses that whoever owns a walking disaster like that has to have deep, unbreakable ties with the country's elite. Finally pulling up to the mythical shop, the kid who started the beef points at the door, signaling that the guy they're looking for is right inside. The door swings open showing Lu Yu with his arms crossed, giving the brothers a sarcastic look and asking if the troublemaker brought back up to catch another beating. To the seller's total surprise, leader Tianyan grabs his own brother by the jacket collar and drags him forward with some serious force. Forcing his reckless relative to eat dirt, the older brother bows in an official apology on behalf of his arrogant clan. Clearly trying to cool the tension in the room, he pulls a fancy box out of his jacket to hand over as a peace offering. Offering the pricey gift super submissively, Tianyan apologizes for his little brother's blind stupidity and begs for the shop owner to show some mercy. Peeking inside the glowing box, a platinum, rank spatial taming crystal is revealed floating right in front of everyone's eyes. Super curious about this sudden cash grab, the MC wonders what the real agenda of this duo is to just hand over something so rare on a silver platter. So, he internally hypes up his insane luck, considering he was just dealing with a shortage of magic resources to expand his pet's limits. Gladly taking the generous bribe, the shopkeeper softens his expression and reassures them verbally that he doesn't usually hold a grudge over the childish acts of spoiled brats. Calmly scanning the respectful leader's energy, the MC catches a spiritual shift and guesses the guy just unlocked a new contract slot. Impressed by the commercial manager's sharp eye, Tianian politely confirms he shattered his fire magic barriers and unlocked his third slot a little while ago. Seizing the perfect moment to close a major deal, Lu Yu points to the dark back of the shop and declares he has the perfect sacred monster to fill that exact slot. Taking his sweet time walking over to one of the smaller displays, he shows off a tiny, round little chick and offers it for the mere steal of 3 million credits. The harmless glowing creature is called the Scarlet Flame Chicken and is chilling next to a huge sign showing its insanely high promo price. Lacking the guts to turn down the intimidating tamer standing in front of him, the Luo family leader accepts the scam of a deal looking totally defeated. Leaning in close to the older brother's ear, the salty youngest whispers fast that they shouldn't just roll over and burn family funds like this. Catching the obvious frustration and doubt from the duo, the store owner glares at them and asks point blank if they think he's trying to rob them. Sweating bullets from the accusation, Tianian waves his hands nervously and admits he just doesn't the hidden value of buying a bird that looks so basic. Then, the shopkeeper hits them with a confident smile and announces that this epic deal was only on the table because he felt the family's apology was actually genuine. Pointing back at the docile glowing chicken, he drops the massive secret that the animal can swallow and refine literally any type of flame to level up non-stop. Completely stunned by that OP ability, the customer's eyes go wide as he realizes the massive value of having a talent like that. Secure in how top-tier his divine item is, Lu Yu just crosses his arms waiting and suggests the man run a quick test to prove he isn't capping. To crush all their lingering doubts, the young master summons an icy blue fire in the palm of his hand and lures the chubby chick over for its magic feast. Bringing the blue flame close to the cage, Tianian notes with relief that the little bird really isn't showing any fear of his special fire energy. The harmless little bird watches the magic from up close without looking fazed at all by the intense heat. Moving super fast, the tiny creature just opens its beak wide and vacuums up all that freezing power in one go. A massive blue aura shaped like a phoenix pops up over the cage, showing off the little animal's true hidden potential. Absolutely mind blown by the showcase, the family leader realizes that this being is 100% a future fire emperor. Because of that, he and his little brother drop to the floor thanking the shop owner for the blessing and his unbelievable kindness. Keeping his usual chill vibe, Lu Yu tells them it's just a normal pet and there's no need to be so extra with the thank yous. Back on his feet, the customer gathers his courage and asks if the grand merchant has any ties to the prestigious Lu family. Hearing that clan's name triggers awful memories, and the vibe in the room gets super heavy immediately. The MC replies in a dry, blunt tone that he cut ties with those people a long time ago. Noticing the sudden switch, up in his tone, Chianian figures the master is holding on to some deep hatred for that group of people. Right after that, standing outside the shop, the brothers say their goodbyes with max respect and head out feeling way more relieved. With the shop finally empty, the seller grips his brand, new taming crystal feeling super hyped to test out what the item can do. He fires up his magic creation dimension, and the space around him shifts into a massive glowing digital hall. The AI announces that the zone has been expanded to 100,000 square meters and finally hit the highly desired transcendent level. Turning his focus to his number one partner, the tamer tells the massive dragon that it's finally time for a real evolution. The majestic scaled monster lets out a massive roar while soaking up the insane energy being pumped out by the expanded area. Through this epic power-up, the creature hits the transcendent tier and unlocks a new talent that lets it dominate other beings of the same species. The system data confirms the drop of some truly broken stats and a total upgrade to the beast's power. Happy with the training results, Lu Yu looks up and promises his buddy that soon they'll be feasting on premium-grade meat. The next morning, the Mythical shop's humble storefront wakes up peaceful under the city's early sunlight. Answering the phone at the counter, the manager chats with the expert who bought the mutant skeleton the day before. In another room, the customer Weiwei is chilling in her dorm, petting her blue slime that just went through a crazy fast evolution. Over the phone, the expert says the girl got so attached that she refuses to let go of the little creature for any reason. Then, the man drops the secret that he completely paused his own business just to grind hardcore training with his new beast. In a super noisy industrial setting, the little skeleton is running around like a maniac chasing chickens with a meat cleaver in its hand. The client watches the chaos looking super proud, realizing that in just a few days the creature already hit the third transcendent level grinding at that spot. Standing next to the expert, the slaughterhouse workers are shook talking about the mystery helper's insane speed. The crew talks in pure disbelief about how the bony little dude ruthlessly wiped out over 100,000 birds back over 2 days. One of the workers walks up to the guy with glasses and asks if it isn't a massive waste to make such an OP animal do manual labor. The expert just adjusts his frames looking superior and naturally answers that he is just gearing up to take on way bigger prey. He flexes a golden permit that gives him unlimited VIP access to slaughterhouses that handle high-tier violent animals. The guy plans to take his mascot to box massive tigers and bears SAP using this government pass. This way, the skeleton will keep farming infinite power until it breaks the standard limits and becomes a total legend on the battlefield. Reading the text about these wild plans, the MC loses it and starts laughing, thinking the whole setup is just bizarre. He admits that using an industrial slaughterhouse to exploit the endless evolution talent was a straight-up 200 IQ move. Looking at the long-term gains, the guy guesses that if he keeps this up, the little monster will hit the solar tier in no time at all. Right then, a new message notification pops up on his screen, pulling his focus back to the hustle. Leader Tianyan shoots a text saying he sent his little sister and a buddy over to check out the shop and see what's for sale. Hyped for a chance to secure the bag, the shopkeeper replies instantly, promising that the guests will get the VIP treatment. He shoves his phone in his pocket super pumped, celebrating that he's finally getting a steady stream of buyers to boost his weekly profits. A few minutes later, the shop door swings open and a guy in a suit walks in, judging the place with major arrogance. Tagging along with a girl, the new client trashes the vibe, saying the setup looks way too basic and totally run down. Acting completely let down, the kid talks loud, asking what kind of quality goods a trash-tier store like this could even have hidden inside. The suit-wearing guy mutters he only showed up because the highly respected leader Lu O swore this dump had the best monsters on the market. Keeping up his customer service voice, the store owner points out that his main focus isn't always luxury items. The client claps back super arrogantly, mocking the shopkeeper for acting like a big shot in such a tiny little spot. But the MC instantly cuts off his whining and announces he's going to pull out a product that will blow the kid's mind. He snaps his fingers, completely ignoring the kid's lack of manners, and spawns a new monster straight into the main display cage. The manager calmly points to the beast that just popped up and asks the salty client what he thinks of this humble option. Staring into the little magic cell, the guy in the suit is dumbfounded to see a harmless little green goblin chilling inside. Feeling totally disrespected by the suggestion, the kid accuses the shopkeeper of treating him like an idiot by trying to push a low-class animal on him. The visitor raises his voice, demanding to know where the seller gets the nerve to call that ugly thing a premium beast. Full of himself, the young guy crosses his arms and tries to intimidate the MC by dropping the heavy name of the Jiang family in high society. He claims that coming here was a total waste of time, calls the shopkeeper a flop, and swears the store will go out of business in 3 days. Totally unbothered by the dramatic speech, the MC whispers the kid's family name, trying hard to remember if he even knows their rep. While the beef is going down, the girl with dyed hair who came with the loud client just watches the manager's reaction without saying a word. The hard-headed visitor lifts his chin, demanding total respect since he belongs to a highly prestigious clan in the Magic City. But noticing the shopkeeper's unbreakable chill, the suit guy's bravery starts fading, and he starts sweating bullets, realizing he just messed up. The cowardly kid thinks fast and goes into full panic mode, terrified that this shop might be a shadow project backed by the powerful Lu family. His anxiety peaks when he remembers that his own clan's businesses completely rely on the financial backing from that exact elite group. Terrified that he just disrespected an untouchable VIP and ruined his own future, the guy drops his arrogant act completely. In a move of pure panic, he throws himself on his knees, fully believing he just speedrun the downfall of his family with all that trash talk. The girl ignores her buddy's embarrassing meltdown and sweetly introduces herself as Jingjing, Tianyan's little sister. The tamer gives a warm smile, thanking the girl for her good manners and handling the awkward vibe like an absolute pro. Even though he looks chill on the outside, he's grinding his teeth on the inside, stressing about securing his own bag ASAP. The guy knows perfectly well the goblin can't go back into the system, and losing this sale would leave him broke and unable to level up his dragon. Still on his knees, the client spots the manager's stressed look and panics even harder, thinking his apology got rejected. The scared kid totally misreads the situation, assuming the shopkeeper is mad because of the deal getting cancelled a second ago. Desperate to fix the scenario he made up in his head, the boy jumps up and yells that he is buying the green monster right this second. Shocked by his reckless move, Tianyan's sister raises an eyebrow, seriously questioning her shopping partner's busted logic. She turns her head in disbelief, asking how he has the nerve to lock in a contract without even trying to understand the animal's basic stats. Seeing a chance to save face, the suit guy pretends to be smart, claiming he has absolute faith in the trustworthy manager's skills. Hiding his massive sigh of relief, the MC gives a little fake cough to cover up how hyped he is about not taking an L on this one. Cash basically already in his wallet, the shopkeeper leans on the counter and promises to give the goblin a legendary sales pitch. The seller kicks off his speech stating that the little green creature has the power to gain stats and power simply by breeding non-stop. Keeping his salesman mode on, he explains that the tougher the goblin gets, the higher the odds of it spawning absolutely elite offspring. Hearing that genius concept, the kid in the suit figures out, completely amazed, that this breeding cycle would churn out a super broken race in record time. With this mind-blowing info on the table, the young guy can barely believe he almost fumbled the chance to bag such a highly valuable divine beast. Desperate to close the deal of a lifetime, the buyer leans on the counter and begs the tamer to pass the monster to the Liu family, no matter what. With a voice dripping with greed and awe, he points out that the top 3 tamer factions only hit the peak because they strictly rely on the rare bloodline of colossal dragons. Analyzing the animal's insane limit, the suit guy guarantees that this breeding power rivals the dragons and will instantly buff his own clan's status. Not catching the other guy's hype wave at all, Lu Yu asks in a super chill tone if it actually matters who this magic creature goes to. Either way, the shopkeeper greens, lights the deal, and warns them the next owner will have to sign the pact with the goblin right away, asking if they have someone ready. Picturing the weird aesthetic, Jingjing imagines a pretty girl walking around with that incredibly ugly creature and decides the contrast is just too bizarre to deal with daily. Rushing to lock in the buy before the chance slips, the buyer tells the seller he already picked the perfect guy to sign the deal with the green monster. To back up his choice, he spills that the chosen one is the illegitimate heir of the clan's former leader, whose mom met a tragic end thanks to the main wife. Because of that, the kid swears he was the only one who gave this lonely boy a shot at returning to the family, meaning he is 100% sure the guy will never backstab him. Blindsided by this massive high society lore drop, the manager feels awkward and mentally asks himself if he should even be hearing such dark secrets. Reacting to this sudden oversharing, the MC puts up a mystery vibe and asks loudly if leaking such sensitive info in front of him has some hidden meaning. Realizing what a massive mistake he made by running his mouth, the buyer freezes in place, while leader Tianyan glares at him with a death stare. Panicking to fix the damage, he starts grabbing at the air, putting on a dramatic act like he just suddenly went blind. In a totally ridiculous cringe performance, the kid covers his ears muttering that he's a useless deaf guy now, while the red-haired leader coldly debates whether he should just end him right there. Stepping up to the boy radiating pure intimidation, the group's boss tells him to treat today's embarrassment as a little learning moment. Keeping up a seriously scary aura, the master orders his minion to head back to the estate and watch his mouth, promising way worse will happen if he hears any rumors hitting the streets. Shaking with terror from the pressure, the suit guy slaps a hand over his mouth and quickly swears he got the message loud and clear, vowing to act completely mute from now on. Watching this whole weird play, Lu Yu just casually concludes that the client thought on his feet fast enough to make it out alive. With the room's drama sorted, Jingjing tugs on her brother's sleeve, whining that the clan already locked in the goblin deal, but she got left with nothing in this transaction. Super salty about the unfair split, the girl crosses her arms and demands to be gifted an insanely OP pet too. Trying to calm her anxiety, the redhead swears the shop manager will definitely find a more fitting creature, pointing out that the green guy is mid compared to the real stock. Hyped by what she hears, the client gets her energy back instantly and asks in shock if there really are higher tier beings hidden in this shop. Shifting her focus fast, she turns her back on her brother and walks up to the MC with a friendly tone to kick off her shopping spree. Flashing a sweet and excited smile, the girl asks if the shopkeeper has a pet hidden away that perfectly matches her aesthetic. Emanating an icy aura from her hands, Jingjing reveals she has an A-rank taming talent known as Ice Soul, demanding a beast of that type that's just as epic as her relative's flame bird. Without showing a drop of sweat over the girl's high demands, the shop owner just crosses his arms and confirms he's got exactly that monster with absolute confidence. The seller snaps his fingers, making a gold cage pop up next to him, stating as a fact that this option will be a perfect match for the client. Instantly, a gorgeous white fox with freezing vibes spawns inside the cell, stealing the girl's heart immediately. Leaning on the fancy setup, the pigtail girl sighs, amazed by the animal's beauty, and asks if the pet also processes ice magic the same way the chicken handles fire. Giving her props for catching on fast, the tamer smiles and guarantees the beast does indeed have the power to swallow icy auras to multiply its own power infinitely. Super hyped about all these reveals, Tianyan's relative raises her hand and spawns a massive orb of freezing magic to put the facts to the test right now. The buyer with colorful streaks brings the sphere close to the cell, and the little fox makes a cute noise, totally ready to taste the frozen snack. The tiny beast inhales the energy fast, picking up blue highlights in its white fur as it absorbs the raw magic from the ice soul of the girl who summoned it. Absolutely obsessed with the monster's top-tier quality, the girl clenches her fists from the hype and asks if this rare drop costs 10, 20, or even 100 million. Sticking to his flat rate strategy to secure the bag fast, Lu Yu replies with a friendly tone that this dangerous beauty will cost the usual 3 million. With everyone thrilled about how the visit turned out, the red-haired leader gives a formal bow, confirming the 6 million transfer while thanking the manager for his kindness. Lowing from another massive win for his weekly sales, the guy waves it off, skipping the formalities and declaring their crew is always welcome there. But right in the middle of this chill goodbye, the little dark dragon pops out, letting out a loud warning roar from a shelf in the back. The seller stares at his little monster, thinking the sudden mood swing is sus and guessing right away that the source of the beef is outside the shop. The camera quickly pans outside, showing the closed glass doors in total silence under the daylight. Internally, the manager picks up on the hidden killer intent and mutters that only the aura of a colossal dragon could trigger his partner and make it try to hide like that. Shooting a death glare at the street, Lu Yu gets the silent warning and wonders to himself if the cowardly trash from the main finally pushed him past his breaking point. With that, the scene shifts to the massive, sunny luxury mansion that belongs directly to the highly hated Lu family. Chilling peacefully in the family's green areas, the massive red dragon from the older generations radiates power in the morning light. Up on a fancy balcony of the estate, the MC's aunt is listening to a henchman who just pulled up to drop some classified intel. With a harsh tone, she holds her steaming cup and mutters, reminding him she ordered total surveillance on that cursed nephew they threw away. The villain complains about how long it took to get solid data and demands the stash of money that the kid's late parents supposedly hid before the past tragedies. Looking completely dead inside and having zero morals, the woman asks in a terrifying way how it's even acceptable they haven't found a single clue about the fortune after years of searching. Unable to deliver good news, the goon in the long cloak bows respectfully to the boss, asking for permission to drop the shocking update he brought. Speaking super fast, the minion reports that Lu Yu completely defied all odds and, on top of getting his tamer talent back, signed a contract with a super rare dark dragon. Pure panic hits the woman instantly, making her jump out of her chair and almost knock her stuff over, as she realizes her old victim survived the brutal punishment from back then. Furious at the curveball, she screams, demanding to know what kind of cursed miracle brought back the powers of a guy who had his calling completely ripped out as a kid. Wrapped up in a dark, controlling energy, the evil woman drops the past and coldly decides the threat needs to be wiped off the map entirely before he levels up anymore. Getting the hidden message and the cruelty in the boss's voice perfectly, the lackey nods to show loyalty and whispers he'll take care of the problem ASAP. The story snaps back to the guy's humble shop, where the digital assistant pops up to break the tension, celebrating another sales milestone. Flashing the stats on a futuristic screen, the AI lights up super hyped, letting him know that hitting the 5 sale mark scored him a rare divine skill on the celestial roulette. Looking at the blue screen floating in front of him, the young guy hears the system ask if he wants to claim his $1 million bonus earned through his clutch deals. With eyes full of hype, the merchant gets the message and smiles happily about pulling his second mythic talent in such a short time, treating the whole thing like a blessing from fate. Not wasting another second, he goes ahead and confirms the claim by tapping the glowing icon projected on his perk panel. Almost on autopilot, an epic purple energy coats the shopkeeper's skin, while the assistant floats around hyping up his success in awakening the destructive celestial flames. Hit by the brutal heat pressure the guy is radiating in the room, the little sister can't tank the hidden weight and drops to the floor, terrified by feeling such a crushing force. Noticing the sudden heat wave taking over the room's vibe, the Lu clan's red-haired leader guesses the mystery man accidentally triggered an insanely OP fire spell. Judging the intensity of that spiritual pressure everyone is enduring, the client figures it's nearly impossible for an SS-tier person to make the air that heavy just by standing still. Blasting a terrifying purple energy across the store counter, the MC looks totally lost in his newly gained magic and deep in his own sabouts about his dark bloodline's power. Under the effect of that spiritual chokehold, the polite leader also hits the deck without the strength to stand up, catching Lu Yu's eye, who asks in shock why everyone is suddenly laying on the floor. Super anxious and sweating a ton from the guy's heat radiation, the boss gets up fast trying to hide the cringe, arguing with a shaky voice that it was just a quick moment of weakness and nothing else. Ready to dip as fast as he can before a disaster happens with that out of control magic flow, the buyer claps his hands politely asking to leave, saying they've caused enough trouble for today. Going against her big brother's panic, the little girl stomps her foot and stubbornly insists on staying, begging for just a few more minutes with her newly bought fox. But having zero patience for the kids whining right then, Tianyan roughly drags the youngest out, demanding she drop the attitude and head straight back to the comfort of their family. With the rich family finally speeding off with their pricey drops, the glass front of the mythical shop goes back to its total silence as the chill afternoon rolls on. However, the neighborhood's peace gets shattered out of nowhere by a massive green dragon ripping through the sky carrying the mansion's goon on its back, who screams for the MC to step outside and face his sad fate. Glancing at the henchman out front, Lu Yu casually drops that the invader just picked the absolute worst route for his own life. Riding his airborne monster, the lackey shouts back that the clan failed miserably when they showed the kid mercy back in the day. Showing zero fear of the threat, the manager replies that the only reason he stayed alive this long was to finally get his payback on the main family. Right then, the MC's mind flashes back to the rainy night of his trauma on the clan's estate. Back then, the boy was on the ground begging the relative not to steal his precious natural talent. But the guy in the suit answers with insane aggression, kicking the kid away with zero pity. Pointing at the injured child, the man states he should consider himself lucky to hand over his power for the good of the family. Completely terrified by the nightmare, young Lu Yu cries in deep pain, rejecting that scary ending. Ignoring the kid's suffering, the relative violently steps on the boy's head to force him into submission. Watching the whole thing from her pricey armchair, the character's aunt shows up asking sarcastically if anyone gave the kid permission to move. Even pinned to the floor, the boy tries to fight for what is his, screaming that nobody has the right to steal the talent he was born with. Dialing up the pain for the defenseless kid, the villain relative coldly explains that this choice was never up to him. Sipping her tea in peace, the villain orders them to get the job started and to make sure it's done as cleanly as possible. Following the boss's orders, the attacker flashes an evil smile and guarantees he's about to start the highly painful extraction process. Showing zero mercy, he crushes the kid with terrifying weight, dealing incurable damage to the boy's life. Enduring all that insane abuse, the boy cries uncontrollably, begging for the torture to end as soon as possible. Annoyed by the tears, the man complains the kid's crying is way too loud, is already testing his last nerve. Right after, young Lu Yu's screams of pure agony echo through the dark night across the massive mansion. Snapping back to the present, the attacker on the dragon is revealed to be the exact same uncle from the memories, laughing at the fact the kid got his gifts back. Keeping up his usual toxic arrogance, the man throws it in his face that the shop clerk is taking on the full weight of the main clan completely solo. Absolutely furious that his nephew isn't scared, he calls the young guy a flop for daring to act confident when he is literally facing death. Noticing the aggro aimed at its master, the tiny magic ally steps up and lets out a roar to warn the intruder. Looking at the creature, the man lets out a sarcastic laugh, amazed to find out the rejected kid signed a deal with an animal like that. Judging the situation from up high, the enemy notes the creature's tiny size and assumes the monster's is just a fragile baby being forced to fight. Because of that, the intruder signals to himself, swearing the manager's pet wouldn't survive a single basic attack from his winged partner. Wanting to wrap things up quick, the uncle orders his flying beast to blast a destructive breath of wind currents. Without waiting, the colossal green dragon opens its jaws and fires a super lethal magic energy straight at the shop's front. Even with the danger right there, the shopkeeper and his tiny mascot stay totally still in the corner, not even trying to shield themselves. The impact slams the ground violently, but the wind blast just breaks apart around them without leaving even a scratch. Seeing his magic attack completely fail, the attacker is lost, since he was blindly banking on his own animal's high-tier power. Right then, the little dark dragon starts radiating a deep red aura, leaving the enemy absolutely shook by the scene. A giant terrifying shadow of the monster's true form is projected looking epic right behind the MC. Staring down his relative with cold, narrowed eyes, Lu Yu asks if that weak little breeze was the best the famous master could pull off. Flexing his beast's absolute power, the guy announces that the opponent's behavior just permanently sealed his tragic fate right there. Letting out all its built-up rage, the epic demonic dragon drops a roar loud enough to shake the whole block. Sweating bullets from that crushing pressure, the uncle gulps, trying hard to figure out what kind of monstrosity he is looking at. Seeing his own creature back away in fear, the intruder tries to convince himself his mascot's supreme rank will somehow hand him the W regardless. But the shop manager instantly hits him with a reality check, saying a basic wind dragon isn't even a snack for his dark ally's appetite. To completely crush his rival's hopes, the MC raises his arm and drops his insane area domination skill. The isolation magic triggers instantly, trapping the green dragon inside an incredibly suffocating spatial bubble. Completely mind blown by the advanced tech, the attacker panics when he realizes such a rare capture spell is being used to trap him. Thinking fast, the guy finally connects the dots on this nightmare and realizes he is facing the mythic species that literally shreds dimensions. Smiling with confidence, the manager confirms his rival's suspicions, highlighting just how terribly unlucky he got in this 1v1. Cranking up the tension, the boy explains that his partner feeds exactly on weaker creatures from that very same race. Don't talking, Lu Yu's scaled beast blasts a beam of pure destructive magic that flies straight into the target. The attack collision creates a flash so bright the enemy can barely process how fast that heavy strike was. Taking the superheated energy directly to the wings, the wind dragon suffers massive damage and its HP starts draining fast. Unable to stay in the air, the massive green beast freefalls completely out of control toward the street of the commercial block. The monster slams the road brutally, kicking up a massive dust cloud and causing damage all over the neighborhood. Tossed on the street after the brutal crash, the suit guy watches his nephew from a distance, unable to cope with taking such a fast and humiliating L. Absolutely terrified and busted up from the fall, he starts dragging himself in a pathetic attempt to escape the awful nightmare. But his try to dip gets cut short when the young master stomps down hard on his already messed up hand. Looking down at the man on the ground, the MC pays back the old disrespect, asking how it feels to get stepped on by someone he called trash. Pressing his shoe down on the uncle even harder, the shopkeeper admits he waited a very long time for the exact moment to pull off this move. With nowhere to run, the man starts crying pathetically, begging for mercy based on the fake love he claimed to have for the kid back at the mansion. Hearing that fake nonsense pushes the guy's hatred over the limit, questioning the truth behind the fake love he claimed to have. Grabbing the cowardly dude by his stained collar, the kid violently demands that he gets a front row seat to the next show. A few feet away, the massive dark dragon sinks its fangs into the enemy beast's body to lock in the monster duel. Without hesitating for a second, the tamer's ruthless beast starts draining all the life essence from the floored opponent. Wrapping up its mystic feast on the sidewalk, Lu Yu's epic partner lets out a howl of victory as it feels all its power spike instantly. Watching the awful fate of his prized flying beast, the invader screams in despair over the total destruction of his main weapon. Realizing he's next on the kid's hit list, the guy drops to his knees crying heavily, swearing he'd do anything to survive. Seeing the humiliated state of the man who tortured him in the past, the seller asks about his plea for mercy with major sarcasm in his voice. But the boy's dark, strategic eyes make it super clear there is zero room for forgiveness after all the pain he suffered. Turning his back on the mess completely, the tamer coldly sentences his relative to go apologize straight in the depths of hell. Following its owner's non-verbal command, the massive beast crushes the man under its paws to put a definitive end to the situation. Having secured the W, the MC pats his ally's face, giving props for the incredible effort the creature showed in defending the shop. Immediately, the holographic digital assistant pops up in the air to hype the guy up for his insane victory over the family villain. Through a comforting blue glow, the AI sends the boy a magic reward directly equal to the red star rank. Holding the item, he realizes he was gifted a super rare demonic heart that packs an insane amount of energy. Checking his screen, the seller figures out the relic works to buff the power of dark beings to their absolute limit. After handing over the premium reward, the hologram smiles, letting him know there's more good stuff waiting for the shopkeeper on the screen. She super excitedly explains that his points just hit 900, which will unlock the highly anticipated second slot for beast contracts. The epic news pulls a smile of pure joy from the guy, who starts thinking about the infinite ways to build the perfect squad. Igniting his newly discovered purple flame in his hand, he decides his next ally needs to link perfectly with this unmatched celestial power. Super hyped about the chance to score a new monster, the shopkeeper cuts to the chase and picks the exact beast he wants to cop. He reaches for the AI panel and clicks the icon demanding his premium prize be delivered. A magic portal rips open in the middle of the shop, blasting a heavy swirling magic wave with glowing violet shades. From that gap in space pops out a massive monster that can fly, totally covered in divine origin flames. Staring at the epicness of that violet flame bird, the MC feels totally hyped about his new buy. The young guy notices the being's stats are crazy high and gets pumped about having that much destructive power. This makes sense because the beast spawned already hitting the insane level, one of the sacred spirit tier. Scanning the monster's power, the seller remembers that the supreme dragon in charge of protecting the whole country also shares this exact rank. Thinking deeper, he realizes there are literally only 6 sacred tier divine creatures defending the nation right now. Holding his own purple fire, the merchant is 100% sure his bird will easily outscale the nation's defender once it hits max level. Hyped on the infinite evolution potential, Lu Yu activates his connection spell and kicks off the process to lock in his bond with the celestial being. The legendary bird lets out a loud chirp to agree, while the magic settles over the animal's glowing body. At the exact same time, the shopkeeper funnels magic to shrink down his newest ally's massive size. Now that the little guy can actually chill on his shoulder, he says with relief that this mini form will be way better for his daily shopkeeper grind. Having 2 insanely strong animals by his side, the guy realizes his payback on the Lu family is getting super close to happening. Noticing his original ally got a little salty, the tamer turns to the dark dragon, trying to chill the vibes in the room. Speaking super casually, he tells the massive beast not to get jealous over the new roommate moving in. To clear the weird energy, the shopkeeper promises he'll do whatever it takes to level up the reptile's race the second he clears this week's last sale. Hearing that promise, the little scarlet bird chirps happily, wanting to try and vibe with the new big guy on the squad. The bird flies right off the master's shoulder and heads straight for the scaly monster without a drop of fear. The tiny fire pet lands softly right on the terrifying face of the darkness, ruling monster. The 2 allies stare at each other up close for a quick second, in a vibe loaded with pure suspense. Out of nowhere, the colossal dark beast is totally won over by how cute the magic, feathered pet looks. Obsessed with the bird's charm, the massive destroyer dragon starts acting all soft, completely dropping its usual aggressive act. Watching this whole scene, the seller sighs, finding it hilarious, realizing even a brutal beast can fold for a cute face. To get back on track, he grabs the big dragon's attention, letting it know he has a gift that's been waiting for this exact moment. Showing off the heart dropped by the system, the guy swears this material will help the pet hit the first sacred level of evolution. Totally hyped for the chance to get buffed, the reptile lunges with its mouth wide open, ready to secure its massive prize. Without even wasting time chewing, the greedy monster just swallows the whole thing in one bite. But a few seconds later, the beast starts shaking like crazy, making it obvious it didn't digest its owner's treat too well. Cautious about what might happen, the manager warns that the beast should have eaten slower, since the reward is packed with an insane amount of energy. The monster groans from a stomachach while its owner preaches that speed eating always ends up giving anyone indigestion. Keeping his chill, the guy steps up to his magic creature and promises to bail it out and neutralize that raw power inside it. Focusing his own energy, the young guy triggers the advanced aura purification magic to help the creature's digestion. Coated in its master's purifying spell, the massive scaly animal lets out a roar and manages to safely absorb the power source. Once the magic assist is done, Lu Yu announces its system is clear and the full power can finally be processed. Dropping a massive roar, the beast successfully wraps up its evolution, unleashing a heavy power wave that is actually scary. In this epic moment, the virtual assistant floats into the room and congratulates the MC for the massive duel of evolving his battle partner. The AI girl confirms the digestion was a total success and the partner's magic stats got some top-tier buffs. Taking on its red star-tier demonic dragon form, the creature rocks a look that is even more terrifying and gives off an insanely strong vibe. Shrinking back down to its mini form, the animal flies around acting cocky, demanding the purple bird treat it like an unbreakable beast. Flexing way too much ego for its tiny size, the harmless beast puffs its chest thinking it runs the whole planet alone. But not wasting any time, the greedy dragon flies back to its owner begging for round 2 of the delicious meal it just had. Speechless at the animal's bottomless appetite, the shopkeeper mutters that the heart is super valuable, not just some cheap bulk food. Getting back to reality after the quick moment with his pets, the shop owner centers himself to plan out his next moves in total peace. Staring at the trash left on the sidewalk from the earlier fight, the kid sighs in annoyance that he has to deal with that absolute disaster of a mess. Not wanting to put in the work himself, he grabs his phone and calls his contacts, demanding a crew be sent to clean up the commercial street, right in front of his spot. In minutes, the cleaners show up and totally agree that the front of the shop looks like a war zone after everything that went down. Checking out the stains and craters in the pavement, the squad tries to guess what kind of crazy event happened there just hours ago. Master Tianyan himself also pulls up and gets absolutely shocked by the violent aftermath scattered across the concrete street in his pet shop's commercial zone. Kneeling near the red stain, the red-haired guy looks at the wind damage and pieces together a lethal wind dragon was definitely involved in the fight. Connecting the dots, he realizes only the hated Lu clan has the power to sign magic contracts with that specific race. Glancing at the humble shop from a distance, the leader figures out the masked merchant completely wiped his enemies in an insanely unbalanced fight. Realizing the tamer is operating on a level way on what he imagined, the guy orders his crew to scrub the place until it's spotless. Thanks to the fast and pro team, the shopping street quickly goes back to looking clean and chill like it used to. The story then switches focus to the epic, high-end mansion of the powerful Luo family, chilling under a clear sky. Right when the master gets home, a worker runs up panicking, warning him that the young lady is completely losing her mind. Walking through the garden, the redhead gets ambushed by his little sister, who comes out screaming and calling him crazy. Pointing her finger and full of rage, Jingjing blames her big brother for dumping all the clan's resources just to fund the breeding of that green monster. She keeps yelling, warning him the success rate for that breeding is super low and the family's investment is an insane risk. Trying to justify his move, the older brother argues that the mutant goblin has the potential to spawn an unstoppable army for them. With absolute confidence, he claims that the day the creature hits the top, its bloodline will become the strongest backbone of the Lu clan. Still super salty about the situation, the young girl crosses her arms and fires back that he can't just ignore her little fox's growth. To squash the beef, Chianyan pats her head and promises he already set aside the best premium materials on the market to buff both of their beasts. Right at that second, a worker walks up carrying a fancy briefcase and announces the drop off of the items the master ordered. Super hyped about the update, Jingjing runs toward the woman, demanding to check out the mystery loot inside the box. Popping the lid, the client finds a stash of insanely rare magic stones and hypes up her brother for being so generous. Drooling over the pure elemental crystals inside, the youngest acts dramatic, declaring she wants to be born into this exact family in her next life. But the redhead instantly kills her vibe, telling her to back off, because the whole stash is a massive gift meant for the shop manager. Absolutely furious at the plot twist, the girl complains it's unfair to be used as an errand runner to deliver top-tier loot she won't even get to touch. The scene then cuts to the front of the mythical shop on a super sunny day. Standing at the door holding the briefcase, Jingjing thinks about how smart her relative is for keeping a solid relationship with the OP seller. Gripping the package protectively, she realizes that handing over such rare wealth for free is a massive flex of a sacrifice. In her head, the leader's words loop, reminding her that, without the tamer's clutch help, he'd be hard stuck at the same magic rank forever. Fueled by fresh ambition, the red-haired master concludes with a sharp look that his new beast will carry him straight to the coveted supreme rank. With that in mind, Jingjing stops in front of the shop and thinks that if she gets cool with the manager, maybe she can hit that dream supreme rank one day too. The client pushes the glass door open looking super hyped and announces she's arrived. Holding a fancy box, she offers the rare fire and mystic ice crystals as a little thank you from the Luo family. The MC is surprised by the gift, remembering that her brother helped clean the street yesterday and he didn't even have time to say thanks. But the girl insists it was no big deal, since the monsters he sells boost the tamer's talents and are worth way more than those items. Hearing that, Lu Yu thinks to himself, amazed that his system's beasts actually have such a broken effect. Keeping it casual, the guy gladly takes the box and lets her know he's definitely not passing on an offer like that. Happy the drop went smooth, Jingjing waves goodbye and tells the manager to hit them up if he needs anything else. As soon as he's alone, the seller pulls the super valuable red crystal out of the briefcase. Checking out the magic item, he figures the raw energy in this rock will be the perfect snack for his emperor bird. Right then, the tamer triggers his skill and spawns the little divine bird in the middle of the shop. Bringing the glowing stone close, he offers the crystal for the chick to do a taste test. The feathered little monster sucks up the item's energy super fast and looks incredibly happy. Watching it happen, Lu Yu is mind blown to see the creature instantly skip multiple levels. The mystic bird blasts an intense light across the whole room while going through a super obvious evolution. The virtual assistant pops up right after, hyping the guy up for his partner's massive level jump. The holo panel confirms the beast unlocked a red star rank skill and completely maxed out its firepower. Looking at the bird's massive and majestic form, The shopkeeper realizes a monster bought with points hits way harder than a freebie. The scene cuts to the chill hallways of the Magic City's Tamer University. Inside a classroom, Professor Liu tells the students that in her class, raw power is literally the only thing that matters. Holding a pointer, she introduces herself as a level 4 tamer and asks who in the room is feeling confident in their own skills. Keeping a strict vibe, the woman asks for a volunteer to come up to the stage and help with a live demo. A bunch of guys desperately raise their hands, begging to get picked and flexing their awakening levels. But the instructor calmly drops the bomb that being the volunteer means throwing down in a real 1v1 against her. Hearing how sketchy that sounds, the students instantly back down and look away, totally intimidated. With 0 volunteers, the professor points straight at Royan, completely catching the student off guard. Watching the drama from the back, Yan Shapping smirks like a total villain. Some students start whispering, pointing out that the girl who got picked only has a pure support class talent. They also note that her opponent is Yan, a dangerous guy who has a contract with a violent wolf built entirely for raw DPS. Sweating bullets from the totally rigged matchup, Royan panics while the class murmurs she is going to get absolutely rolled without a chance to defend herself. Sitting next to her friend, Nanian calls out the class for just wanting to watch the drama without actually helping. Then, the girl offers to tag in for the battle if her buddy just gives her a tiny compliment. Super relieved, Royan hugs her friend tight and begs for the dorm's strongest tamer to save her. Super confident in her own skills, Nanian stands up, promising that catching a W in this duel will be a breeze. Seeing the opponent swap, the guys in class get hyped and start simping over the girl's looks. Walking up to the duel arena, she politely asks the professor if she can sub in for her classmate who isn't built for combat. Instructor Liu gives the green light for the swap with no problem. Right after, the woman turns her head and asks if the opponent is cool with the new rules for the test. Cracking his knuckles, Yan arrogantly claims the opponent doesn't matter because he is taking home the W either way. Wasting no time, Nanian spawns her cute blue slime right onto the battlefield. The wild pick shocks the class, who think it's pure insanity to use such a low-level pet that will obviously get squashed in seconds. Even the professor double checks to see if the student is 100% sure she wants to fight using just that. Keeping his tough guy act, Yan warns that in a beast battle, fate decides who wins. He drops a hard warning that he won't be paying any damages if he accidentally sends her creature to the Shadow Realm. The crowd thinks he's being way too toxic, but they know raw power runs the show in this place. From the bleachers, Royan backs up her friend, demanding the class stop sleeping on the little blue partner. One classmate keeps arguing that the species naturally has a super low ceiling, but the girl tells him to just shut up and watch. Down in the arena, Nanian tells her opponent she's about to hand out a free lesson on why you never sleep on any beast's power. The guy lets out a mocking laugh, thinking the threat is straight up comedy and saying there's no point in talking anymore. He reaches out and summons his dangerous blade-wielding wolf. The vicious creature spawns on the field, letting out an aggro howl and radiating a red aura. On the flip side, Nanian and her cute little monster wait for the fight to start, looking completely unbothered. The classroom vibe gets super tense as the two opponents stare each other down, ready to brawl. Getting the attack command, the violent wolf howls and gears up to charge. The monster rushes full speed at the tiny opponent, flexing its massive swords. Showing absolutely zero fear of the incoming danger, the girl flashes a totally confident smile. The slime triggers its water magic skill and starts glowing crazy bright on the floor. Threads of aquatic energy shoot at the attacker, but Yen just laughs off the tech, calling it a basic tier spell. The cocky student guarantees the girl is bound to take an L for trying to face a transcendent level master like him. 100% focused on destroying the target, the wolf executes a brutal mid-air slash using its raw physical strength. But right before the hit lands, the wolf gets completely tied up by the water ropes while still in the air. Watching the perfect block, some students hype up the girl's beast, while others insist it won't hold up for long. Stuck in the water magic, the bladed creature thrashes around, trying to break free no matter what. Banking on raw strength, Yan smiles, claiming he already knew such a weak trick wouldn't hold his partner down for long. Then, a student in the crowd spots something weird and asks in a panic if the wolf is literally coughing up blood. Crushed by overwhelming pressure, the violent monster takes critical internal damage and spits blood without being able to escape. With 0 HP left to keep fighting, the massive attacker drops hard to the arena floor, completely defeated. Absolutely shook by the scene, Yan can barely process how it all went down so fast. The tamer flashes a winner's smile and sarcastically asks if her classmate is finally convinced. Sweating cold and wide-eyed, the guy mutters in disbelief that he lost everything to a basic, harmless slime. With the weight of the embarrassment destroying his ego, he drops to his knees on the floor in pure despair. Holding the little champ in her hands, Nanian declares to the class that the beast world has infinite possibilities. Sharing a sweet look with her partner, she imagines that one day this little monster will be able to pack up even a giant dragon. The insane plot twist in the duel has the whole class losing their minds and in deep shock. The guys start cheering for the girl's W, begging her to drop the tutorial on how she trained such a broken creature. Super hyped about the duel results, Royan runs toward her friend calling her name. The girl hugs Nanian tight, claiming she knew all along her tamer bestie would clutch the win. Giving a chill laugh, the champ hugs her back, swearing the fight was just way too easy. Tossed on the floor nearby, Yen desperately tries to wake up his downed wolf while the girls watch. Seeing the guy's pathetic state, Professor Liu walks over and offers a heal for his beast. The student awkwardly rubs his head, saying thanks for the carry and apologizing for being a nuisance. Acting super proud, Royan tells the guy he totally lucked out, since the instructor's heals normally cost a fortune. Keeping it chill, the professor downplays it, saying it's no big deal to help out her own students. The woman summons her majestic moonlight butterfly, commanding the creature to drop its sacred glow skill. The magic bug hovers over the downed wolf and drops glowing dust that starts instantly regenerating the beast's HP. Completely shook by the insane heal speed, the student realizes that recovery magic has to be at least gold tier. Watching the show, Nanian wonders out loud if that animal is a super rare white moon butterfly with massive potential. Hearing the girl's comment, the instructor points out that specific species got totally wiped out a long time ago. With that, the woman drops the lore that her partner is actually a moonlight butterfly that evolved from a basic green bug. The reveal leaves the student's jaw on the floor, while Lou mentally calculates that a top-tier master has to be carrying these girls. Wrapping things up in the arena, the instructor tells Nanian to swing by her office right after class. Sitting in the office, Liu talks about the endless possibilities of taming, bringing up the insane underdog wins of their beasts. The student agrees instantly, super hyped about her blue monster's glow up. The professor points out that crazy results like that literally never happen without some god-tier breeding methods. Diving deeper into the lore, the woman reveals that back in the day, there was a civilization that pushed taming to its absolute peak. Super curious about the lore, the young girl asks in awe if something that epic actually happened. The instructor drops the details that those people had the breeder class and could turn even basic mobs into dragons. Thinking the story sounds a bit too wild, Nanian pushes back, swearing that legend sounds way too exaggerated to be legit. Giving a friendly laugh, Liu invites the students to sit in on her history classes, where they debate these myths all the time. The girl sighs, feeling bummed out, complaining that it sucks such an epic class got lost to time because nobody had the talent for it. Suddenly, the student connects the dots in her head and starts suspecting the manager of her favorite shop might be one of those rare breeders. Catching the girl mumbling, the professor gets curious and asks exactly which manager she is talking about. Nanian spills the tea about the mythical shop, revealing that both the slime and the evolved bug were bought straight from there. With her suspicions confirmed, Lou realizes she found the hidden master and decides she has to pull up to that spot immediately. The scene cuts to the busy streets of the commercial district, showing the humble beast shop sitting in the afternoon sun. Pulling up to the exact address, the elegant instructor steps out of her luxury ride, ready to investigate the mystery. She checks out the storefront, noticing the place looks incredibly basic from the outside. Adjusting her shades looking like a boss, Lou confirms this definitely has to be the spot. Inside, Lu Yu is supervising his purple bird's training, totally hyped about the divine pet speedrunning its levels. The woman steps into the room looking determined, already asking out loud if the manager is around. Sensing a stranger's vibe, the little fire bird triggers its protective aggro and unleashes a super intimidating energy. Hit point blank by the magic pressure, the professor freezes in place, completely terrified because she literally can't move her body. The MC walks over apologizing for the jump scare, explaining his partner still doesn't know how to control its new skills properly. Staring at the guy in awe, Lou realizes that Crushing Aura was actually just the creature's base passive. Trying to get her professional vibe back, the visitor introduces herself as an official instructor from the city's Tamer University. With a friendly smile, she quickly pieces together that the young guy standing in front of her has to be the famous manager Lou. The Tamer mentions that his students are always dropping massive praise about how epic the professor's classes are. Taking advantage of the small talk, the woman cuts to the chase and asks point blank if the guy is a beast breeder. The direct question catches the seller totally off guard, and he repeats the word looking confused, trying to read the room. He quickly gets his swag back, flashing a chill smile and saying he can be whatever she wants him to be. Glancing at his magic system UI, the guy spots the breeding module and figures claiming that title will be great for business. His cryptic answer leaves the professor completely lost and not understanding a single thing he meant. She quickly gives up on pushing, figuring someone wouldn't just drop a top-tier secret like that to a total stranger. Pivoting to what really matters, the seller asks if the client has her fourth contract slot ready and if she's looking to cop a new pet. The MC flashes a greedy smile, internally hyping up the chance to secure an even bigger bag today. Acting super helpful, he holds his hand out and tells the woman to list every single trait she's hunting for in a magic partner. Lu explains she rocks the Dragon Wings talent, making it clear she is specifically looking for a monster with that exact bloodline. Connecting the lore, Lu Yu asks what her beef is with the prestigious Lu family, who are literally famous for taming those exact beasts. Bringing up that sensitive lore makes the instructor's expression drop instantly, killing the vibe in the room. The woman's mind flashes back to the past, remembering an angry guy raging because her magic awakening only hit A rank. In the flashback, the elder completely trashes her, calling the girl useless garbage for missing the bloodline's highly coveted supreme rank. Snapping back to the present, the client dodges the topic and looks away, stating she doesn't need to explain her backstory to buy something. Catching the awkward vibe, the tamer runs a hand through his hair, realizing he just stumbled into some messy high society drama. Keeping it professional, the manager apologizes for being nosy and lets her know he's completely out of dragon, bloodline creatures in stock. But right after, he grabs a glass jar off the counter and swears he has options that are literally pure, blooded dragons. The professor accuses the guy of capping, reminding him that the top 3 families gatekeep every single dragon species in the world. Defending his shop's rep, the MC shows off his demonic partner, swearing those giant beasts would just be a light snack for him. The client is shook recognizing the ultra-rare dark creature, knowing that thing's power scales up to literal god tier. With her fully hooked, the seller tells the woman to take a good look at the exclusive drop he's holding. The guy holds up the little glass jar, swearing on everything that a legit dragon is trapped inside. But when she focuses on the water, the professor sees the animal is literally just a harmless red koi fish swimming in circles. Totally offended by the clickbait, Lu's eyes go wide, and she asks if he's planning to make a soup out of his so-called dragon. Try and keep her cool over the bad joke, she coughs looking annoyed, demanding to know if he pulled the wrong jar from the back. Never breaking character, the tamer insists with absolute confidence that this is the exact product she's been looking for. The woman points angrily at the jar, arguing that basic fish goes for dirt cheap at literally any street market. Flashing a sly smile, Lu Yu asks if the highly respected instructor has ever heard the famous lore of the fish that jumps the dragon gate. The memory of an old myth about a koi magically evolving hits her, making the client wonder if he's talking about that ancient miracle. The seller claps for the woman's deep lore knowledge, praising that a university professor really knows her stuff when it comes to beasts. But she claps back instantly, warning him that's just a myth, since the legendary magic gate vanished thousands of years ago. Holding the tiny fish like a boss, the manager drops the final challenge, asking how she'd react if the koi could just spawn its own gate. Thinking the concept is complete cap, the professor crosses her arms and flat out refuses to buy into this made-up lore. Not pushing the sale, the manager holds the jar and tells her she can shop somewhere else, but the woman quickly tells him to hold up. Deciding to trust the process, Lu reaches out and grabs the little glass jar holding the koi. In that exact second, she locks in the magic contract and a glowing energy wraps around her body, confirming the link with the little monster. Feeling the new skill buff, the instructor's eyes go wide, totally shook to realize the Dragon Gate lore was actually legit. Super hyped about the find, the client celebrates the drop, calling the whole thing absolutely insane. Owning up to her mistake, she bows politely and apologizes to the guy for acting so toxic just minutes ago. But thanks to the sudden move and her tight fit, one of the buttons on her shirt pops off and goes flying. Caught completely off guard by the awkward moment, Lu Yu turns his face beet red and quickly swears he didn't see a single thing. Trying to cover the rip, the woman blushes a bit and asks if the shop owner could do her one more tiny solid. Acting super smooth, the instructor explains she has spare clothes in her car and asks him to run out and grab them. Getting the urgency, the MC sprints out of the room yelling that he's on it right now. While running, the guy pictures a nightmare scenario where he gets locked up and goes viral on the news as a creepy shopkeeper. Once outside, the manager sighs with relief for dodging that bullet fast, knowing any weird misunderstanding there would definitely end with the cops pulling up. Reaching the client's ride, he pops the trunk looking chill and grabs the bag with her stuff. Wasting no time, the seller jogs back to the shop carrying the package to help the woman out. A few minutes later, the guy is seen chilling in his chair, patiently waiting for the outfit change to wrap up. Rocking a fresh, elegant fit, Lu steps into the room, thanking the manager for coming in clutch. Brushing off the hassle, the tamer gets right back to business if she already knows how she's going to train the little koi. Running through her options, the instructor lists that her previous monsters all have totally different magic stats. With that, she decides she wants to go for a completely different element to level up her new mascot. Looking locked in, the client reaches out and glowing electric magic crystals to kick off the live test. Being super careful, the woman drops the sparking stone straight into the little tank where the fish is chilling. The koi slurps up the item instantly, glowing purple while electric magic takes over the water. Suddenly, a massive glowing gate spawns right in the middle of the shop, proving the ancient lore literally just came to life. Feeling the heavy magic pressure from that monument, the little dark dragon gets hyped and drops a warning roar. Grabbing his partner's attention, Luyu tries to chill the beast out, telling the little guy to pipe down. Weirded out by the pet acting up, the professor looks at the shopkeeper, asking if the summon glitched out. Keeping his usual chill, the guy promises everything is fine and tells the client to focus on her pet's evolution. Agreeing with the manager, the woman turns her focus back to the mystic structure, blasting raw electricity into the air. The dragon gate starts pumping out an insane amount of volts that lights up the entire front of the shop. Watching light show, the MC announces the magic is stabilized and the evolution will trigger the second the koi jumps. Absolutely amazed by the chance, the instructor orders her new mascot to charge in with zero fear. Answering the call, the little fish wraps itself in a water bubble and starts floating toward the structure. The mystic animal picks up speed mid-air, flying across the shop totally locked in on its ultimate goal. But halfway through the gap, the magic bubble hits an invisible wall and completely loses all its momentum. With no juice left to keep climbing, the koi starts plummeting straight toward the floor. The sudden drop makes the owner panic, and she asks in shock why the whole thing just failed at the absolute worst time. To clear things up, the tamer explains that the gate scales with the creature's talent and needs the master to provide magic support. Flexing total confidence, the guy brings up the client's special wing talent, admitting he totally slept on her true potential. Getting the hint, Lu fires up her internal energy looking fierce and hypes her fish up to try the jump again. An intense beam of magic support beams straight to the tiny mascot, transferring all the power it needs. Buffed by its owner's power, the koi glows like crazy and restarts its dash toward the top. Clenching her fists from pure stress, the professor screams at the top of her lungs for the beast to smash through the barrier. In an explosion of light and hype, the mystic fish finally clears the glowing arch of the legendary gate. The second it crosses the magic, the tiny creature morphs into a majestic glowing being, proving the run was an absolute W. While the miracle is happening, the instructor stares at her own hands, completely mesmerized as she feels her tamer talent leveling up too. Acting like the pro he is, Lu Yu explains that a partner's divine transformation always buffs their master's natural stats. Out of nowhere, the woman feels a weird weight on her back and glances over her shoulder looking super confused. To everyone's shock, a gorgeous pair of dragon wing sprouts from her back, looking incredibly epic. Up in the air, the former koi fully locks into the form of a massive crimson lightning dragon radiating pure electricity. With her new wings spread, the client stands proud next to her beast that just hit the transcendent tier. Checking out the stats, the professor admits the pet got ridiculously strong, but points out it's still not a giant dragon species. Defending his product, the seller insists he runs an honest business and breaks down how that serpent species has its own ranking system. Diving deeper, the guy explains that the dragon race is split into factions, like the giants and the mystic serpents. Right after, he guarantees that if the creature grinds to the sovereign class, it will 100% become a true dragon. Riding the good vibes, the manager flips the switch to mercenary mode and quickly charges 5 million for the whole package. Without hesitating, the client sends the cash through her phone and jokes that she needs to dip before the shopkeeper decides to up the price. With the bag secured, the MC says peace out and tells his little dark dragon that the show is officially over. The little monster drops a weird roar, grabbing its master's attention, who asks all hyped if his partner is about to evolve too. Sucking up the leftover magic essence from the giant gate, the little dragon absorbs all that stacked energy and starts glowing like crazy. The creature's glare gets way sharper and scarier, proving its ancient bloodline just took a massive leap. The holo system screen pops up, confirming the beast hit the red star rank and got a massive buff to all its base skills. Watching his pet get a free glow up, the tamer looks super satisfied and mutters that the drop was absolutely top tier. The story skips to nighttime, showing a massive, glowing mansion sitting under the moonlight. In the living room, Lu chills on the huge couch sighing from exhaustion, thinking today's insane events felt like a total fever dream. Her downtime gets interrupted by knocks on the front door, making the instructor get up wondering who is pulling up this late. Opening the door, the woman sees a well-dressed older guy and calls him master, super shocked by the random visit. The polite older gentleman keeps a chill look and calmly asks if he ruined his student's time off. Showing the guy max respect, the homeowner swears he isn't bothering her at all and tells the VIP to come inside immediately. Once they're settled in, the white-haired man kicks off the chat by asking how the student's first class went. Hyped to talk about it, the professor reports that the day was epic and spills that she found two absolute prodigies among the students. That flex grabs the old man's attention completely, and he sits up straight, eager to hear the lore behind this discovery. With that, the woman drops the freshmen's names, pointing out they managed to lock contracts with infinite, potential scaling beasts. Hearing that basic newbies got their hands on such mythic talents leaves the master completely shook. The guy argues that any tamer with a talent that OP is guaranteed to become the absolute backbone of the whole country down the line. Keeping it 100% real, the professor admits she also signed a contract with a new mascot from that exact same shop. That intel completely blindsides the old man, and he can barely believe what he just heard. Super anxious about the drop, the master rushes the woman to summon the creature ASAP so he can check it out. Doing what he asks, Liu holds out her arms and calls her massive crimson lightning dragon right into the middle of the living room. The huge mystic creature spawns looking majestic, radiating an insane electric energy across the whole luxury room. Mesmerized by the visual, the older guy recognizes the legendary species and admits he never expected to see someone lock a contract with a being of this tier. Trying to connect the dots, he asks if all these insanely talented beasts really came from the exact same pet shop. The woman confirms the lore, guessing that the crazy cheap prices mean the shop owner is running a master plan to breed a god-tier tamer in the world. Processing this wild theory, the old man thinks to himself about how massive a project like that would be. Taking the opening, the student asks if her boss thinks a max supreme rank master could actually spawn in their current era. Keeping a serious vibe, he replies super calmly that right now, nobody has that kind of juice. But the master brings up the ancient lore about the past civilization getting totally wiped out by an entity sitting at that exact broken level. Because of that sketchy track record, the older man notes that if a genius like that spawned again, it'd be impossible to know if they'd be a savior or a walking disaster. Faced with such a heavy lore drop, the professor gulps and second guesses if she should actually leak the shopkeeper's true power level. Reading the room, she internally decides that ticking off that seller and making him public enemy number one would cause a total disaster. To handle it like a diplomat, the old man suggests sending young, highly trusted tamers to buy beasts from him. The student agrees, super hyped, noting this play wouldn't just keep their business relationship solid, but would double as a stealthy recon mission. Happy with the game plan, the master gives the final green light, confirming they are locking in this strat from now on. The next day, the commercial street wakes up super chill under the bright morning sun hitting the Mythical shop storefront. Inside, the MC catches a system notification offering a mystery drop if he manages to buy his first piece of real estate. Super hyped for the chance to score new loot, he checks his banking app and confirms his stash easily covers the purchase. Wasting no time, the manager calls the landlord and throws down 17 million to buy the spot once and for all. Chilling in his office, the property owner rejects the offer, claiming the price is way too low, and says he's heading over to negotiate face to face. Hanging up, the shopkeeper thinks to himself that his bid was already way over the market value for that zone. Meanwhile, the greedy landlord figures the kid's rush is the perfect chance to milk even more cash out of him. Showing zero manners, the chubby guy tells the kid to stop talking nonsense and just wait for him to pull up. Holding his phone after the call, the tamer sighs, totally drained by the endless greed of that annoying boomer. Suddenly, the glass doors slide open and two students rocking preppy uniforms step into the shop, judging the vibe. Looking around with major disrespect, the blonde guy asks why this shop his grandpa hyped up looks so incredibly broke. Backing the place up, the silver-haired kid argues that true masters usually lay low in cities without caring about how their spot looks. Spotting the newbies, the MC walks up looking polite and asks if they're hunting for anything specific. The blonde visitor casually drops that they came to buy pets, demanding the worker go grab the manager to talk to them. Keeping his usual chill, the guy points at his own chest and naturally lets them know he is the boss of the spot. The reveal totally shocks the client because of how young the seller is, admitting he thought the guy was just some college kid working a side hustle. The silver-haired buddy takes over the chat and confesses that even though they're the university director's grandkids, their talents are actually huge flops. Seeing their lack of confidence, Liu crosses his arms and tells the boys to drop their awakening stats. The silver-haired kid explains he has accelerated growth at B rank, while the blonde flexes he has tearing destruction, also at the same rank. Putting the intel together, the seller promises they don't need to feel down, because those skills are perfect for running a swarm combat build. Hyped by the validation, the blonde proudly claims a massive swarm can easily wipe any enemy off the map. Riding that same logic, his partner gets starry-eyed imagining his skill would be insane on a beast with high explosive attack power. But the young guy gets bummed out right after, admitting that up until today he never managed to find a creature that fit that meta. Missing a chance to lock in a sweet deal, the manager taps 2 glass jars on the counter to grab the duo's attention. Flashing a confident smile, he invites the 2 students to take a close look at those exclusive drops from his stash. Curious about the seller's vibe, the blonde steps up to the container and looks super confused trying to spot what's inside. Staring at the jars that look totally empty, the visitor asks where these supposed army-building monsters are hiding. Keeping the mystery alive, the MC points calmly, swearing the merchandise is right in there. He doubles down with a sly smile, telling the students to look inside the jars with a lot more focus this time. Hooked by the promise, the duo leans over the counter, squinting their eyes trying to see the bottom of the containers. The answer finally hits when the blonde spots a microscopic ant crawling on the glass, getting totally offended by the discovery. Still not buying that joke of an offer, the young guy argues these bugs look mid at best, asking if they have some crazy hidden lore. Confirming his suspicion, the manager reveals that these 2 ants awakened a highly unique scaling talent called Divar. Breaking it down further, he details as long as they get the correct evolution path, these tiny creatures can morph into literally anything later on. To prove his point, the seller spawns some glowing data in the palm of his hand, claiming he already mapped out the entire upgrade tree for them. Instantly, the energy packed with the magic intel gets successfully airdropped into the hands of the 2 curious clients. Processing the data, the silver-haired kid is mind blown to learn his bugs can evolve into queens capable of spawning supreme-ranked troops. Just like him, his blonde buddy is completely shook reading that his beast can reach a level of destructive power that could literally rip the sky apart. Absolutely obsessed with the chance to become legends, the boys bow to the shopkeeper thanking him endlessly for the carry. Leaning on the counter looking relaxed, the tamer swears that seeing the kids properly level up these tiny creatures will be the ultimate W. Looking at a hologram of the planet after the sale, he thinks to himself with massive ambition that these factions he is building will shake the entire world super soon. The seller's plotting is suddenly cut short by the loud, annoying ring of his cell phone going off in his pocket. Zero rush, the MC picks up the call ready to deal with yet another issue in his crazy day. On the other end, the chubby landlord barks that he's already at the door and demands the kid run out to roll out the red carpet for him. Having zero patience for this arrogant clown show, the manager just tells the guy to walk in because he is already inside the shop. Busting into the store acting super aggro, the landlord yells, asking if the kid chickened out of the deal. With an absolutely sharp and annoyed glare, Lu Yu warns him he isn't in the habit of repeating himself for anybody. The guy puffs his chest out trying to look like a boss, asking if the shopkeeper even bothered to Google who he was messing with. Crossing way over the line, the landlord calls the kid a flop for not being a tamer and tells him to bow down. All this loud drama ends up catching the attention of the student duo who were just about to head out. The 2 students snap their heads back instantly, totally ready to step in and defend the seller's honor. Loving the spotlight, the invading boomer points his finger and demands an insane 30 million credits to hand over the spot. Hearing that literal scam makes the blonde student furious, and he calls the man out for being delusional for charging double the market cap. Keeping up his cocky act, the visitor crosses his arms and claps back, claiming he makes the rules on his own turf. Flashing an evil grin, the landlord tells the bunch of kids to get lost if they don't have the cash he's asking for. That insult is the final straw for the elite boys, who step up pissed, asking who gave him the guts to disrespect the epic Master Lu like that. Taking charge of the situation, the kid from the Duan family snaps his fingers and tells the manager to let them handle the trash, saying the master doesn't need to dirty his hands with no bodies. Totally chill, Lu Yu accepts the assist and just asks the guys to keep the volume down so they don't annoy the neighbors. With that, the elite client yells out for a guy named Uncle Chen. The landlord mocks the move thinking the kid called for backup over nothing, flexing that he's a trained fighter nobody on this block can beat. But the summoned security guard spawns right behind the invader, gripping his shoulder, asking in a terrifying voice if this was the guy who disrespected the young master. Looking intimidating as heck, the guy in the suit waits for orders and asks the student how they should handle this troublemaker. Not giving the guy the time of day, the young man waves his hand and tells the guard to hand out an unforgettable lesson so he learns some manners. The bodyguard takes the order instantly looking completely serious. Getting dragged away against his will, the invader struggles, demanding to be let go, and tries to intimidate the boys by asking if they know who's backing him up. To the other student in the room, that threat sounds like an absolute joke, and he drops a super mocking laugh asking if the guy has ever heard of the overpowered Duan family. Hearing that name makes the attacker sweat cold in pure panic, instantly realizing he is dealing with the legendary clan that controls the weather across the whole country of Xia. The proud young guy confirms the intel, making it crystal clear the enemy messed with the absolute wrong crowd. Done with all this noise in the shop, the first client tells the guard to take the trash out once and for all. Now out on the street, the coward cries begging for mercy and swears he admits he messed up while being dragged by his collar. With the problem solved, the director's grandson turns back to Lu Yu and suggests he let the clan handle all the paperwork for buying the shop, an offer the manager accepts instantly. A little while after the drama, the MC's phone pings with a new text notification. The screen shows the student took care of everything, letting him know the old landlord agreed to sign the shop over completely for free, and that the official contract was already sent. With the shop finally in his name, the virtual assistant spawns in Holo form, celebrating the unlocked achievement of owning his own mystic business. To make things even better, the system drops an ultra-rare realm crystal core as a reward. The AI breaks down that this is the highest tier resource on the planet, capable of merging with the taming space to spawn a personalized rudimentary world. Super hyped about the V reveal, the tamer celebrates knowing that owning a rudimentary world bumps his practical power up to the level of a literal demigod. The assistant asks if the user wants to start refining the magic item right now, and he hits yes without a second thought. The guy gets teleported into his virtual space, where the blue crystal starts glowing super bright while floating in the air. A massive explosion of light blasts across the entire digital room, leaving the shopkeeper amazed by the visual. Opening his arms to tank the magic, he feels an insane amount of energy flooding every single pixel of that place. The virtual landscape morphs into a lush green plain, showing off the true aesthetic of his brand new rudimentary world. Feeling the heavy life energy of their new home, the massive dark dragon spawns in the open field, dropping a roar of pure hype. By absorbing that absolute power, the scaly beast gets an instant level up and hits the third layer of the coveted Starry Sky rank. Right above it, the majestic divine bird also leeches the ambient magic and evolves straight into the second layer of that same tier. Chilling next to the master, the assistant hypes up the two partners for unlocking supreme, devastating red, star-level skills during the massive evolution. The system UI details that the dragon's realm projection can completely suppress any opponent, and maxing out this magic lets it rule over everyone in the same race. The guy clenches his fists, totally hyped, thinking that if a skill at this rank is already this OP, his dark beast's future is going to be monstrous. Shifting focus to the bird, he reads that the celestial flame pilgrimage summons an infinite purple fire that can burn literally anything to the ground. The seller calculates that the DPS of these flames goes toe to toe with forbidden spells from the lore, admitting the bird just became a lethal threat. With his two massive partners radiating pure power in the new green world, the tamer feels more ready than ever for whatever the grind throws at him. Suddenly, the MC's sharp senses pick up a mystery vibe, and he asks out loud who is pulling up to the spot. The view cuts back to the inside of the shop, where the silhouette of an old man leaning on a cane pops up in the glowing entrance. Strolling inside calmly, the veteran greets the manager by name, revealing himself to be the big boss director Duan Jiango. Recognizing the university V, Lu Yu asks what brings him around while magically recalling his bird into the virtual space. Thinking fast, the seller guesses the guy must be chill, since he let his own grandson cop mascots at his shop. Even so, he stays on guard, trying to figure out the real agenda behind this random drop in from someone with so much clout. Face to face with the visitor, the young guy feels an insanely heavy aura coming off him, thinking the hidden killer intent is worse than a literal demon king. But a second later, the veteran director switches to a super polite and harmless vibe, making the shopkeeper question his own radar. In his head, the veteran concludes the kid is an expert with off-the-charts power, deciding he needs to recruit him to the countryside at all costs. Back to the chat, the director says he has some serious business to discuss, but the manager cuts him off super hyped, asking if he also came to drop cash on beasts. The veteran denies wanting to buy anything, revealing that after years of hardcore warfare, his magic space got completely shattered, making new contracts impossible. The intel leaves the MC visibly confused, and he tilts his head asking what kind of clueless guy made up that ridiculous rule. Caught off guard by the clapback, the director argues this is a proven scientific fact taught literally in high school textbooks. But seeing the kid's confidence, the old man gets hit with a wave of hope and begs to know if there's actually a fix for his massive debuff. Flashing that classic salesman smile, Lu Yu guarantees that fixing a basic shattered space is literally one of the easiest jobs he does at the counter. With a quick flick, the manager opens a mini-dimensional portal and pulls a glowing container straight out of his VIP stash. He hands the item over casually to the visitor, telling the big director to take a good look at the god, tier fix for his limits. Holding the magic box with shaky hands, the director sweats cold trying to process what exactly this pulsing item is. The young guy explains that inside sits the seed of the lush tree, a botanical beast ranked as the most basic tier of all. However, he breaks down that this plant unlocked the super rare engraving talent, meaning it can force any evolution path straight into its own bloodline. To show off the 200 IQ plan, the tamer projects a holo chart mapping out the exact growth tree he custom built for this case. Following the visual stats, he lists the upgrades going from the floating tree all the way to the colossal void, suppressing giant tree stage. Lu Yu promises that the second the mascot hits this ultimate final form, the mystic roots will stabilize and completely heal the veteran's broken magic space. With total confidence, the shopkeeper swears that all the pain the Grand Master is carrying will get permanently deleted with this OP new purchase. But instead of jumping for joy, the old man looks down looking super depressed, thanking the kid for his kindness but passing on the epic offer. The veteran director states in a salty tone that he has zero plans to ever make another taming contract for the rest of his life. Hearing this flat out, no, catches the MC off guard, and he steps back demanding to know the lore behind this totally irrational stubbornness. Annoyed about wasting his time, the seller complains in his head that he already blew points to claim the seed and map the route. Thinking it's insane, the client is dodging the deal now. The veteran defends his choice by bringing up the past, dropping the lore that he sent his 9 old partners into the worst battles, choosing to save the country instead of protecting his own beasts. Crushed by the guilt, the old man argues that getting a new magic partner would be an unforgivable betrayal and super toxic to the memory of the ones who passed away. The master hands the box back, hinting that an item with such epic potential would pop off way harder in the hands of the new gen of college students. The heavy emotion in the director's words makes Lu Yu hold back his rage, admitting he'd kick any other buyer out of the shop, but his respect for the hero stops him from being toxic. Diving deeper into his sad military lore, the visitor explains that insane sacrifices were made to keep the nation alive during the chaotic times. The flashback rewinds decades, showing the awful day when dimensional rifts packed with monster invaders ripped open in the sky over the most populated cities. Being the weakest country militarily during the big crisis, their nation ended up tanking the most damage and carried the tragic burden of fighting the alien invaders' rage. Getting rolled by the enemy's power, and on the edge of getting totally wiped out, the leaders set up 9 desperate defense lines right in the middle of the bloody battlefield. A tactical map shows the country collapsing fast, where the first wall dropped in 3 years, and the rest got shredded at a terrifyingly fast pace. Facing the literal extinction of their people, every single tamer in the territory answered the emergency draft and grouped up to defend the final front line. As the supreme general of the military forces back then, young Duan carried the unbreakable duty to lead the army and protect his beloved homeland. Throughout that entire hellish war, he signed contracts with 9 sovereign beasts, but they all lost their lives in combat, causing the unhealable magic trauma that shattered his spiritual space forever. The painful memory drops the lore that the hero's final mascot couldn't even return to the magic space for decades. The tragic reason for this was that, no matter what kind of creature he linked with, it was impossible to survive inside a completely destroyed spiritual environment. Looking at an older guy carrying such a massive burden, Lu Yu admits to himself that he can't stand seeing him this depressed. Trying to take the guilt off the visitor, the manager argues the director shouldn't blame himself for anything because the pressure on the front lines was insane, and there was literally no other option. Sighing in pure sadness, the veteran mourns, remembering that the battlefield against the alien race was basically a guaranteed game over. He points out he only survived purely due to RNG, but hates the fact the names of all the homies who sacrificed themselves have been forgotten by almost everyone. Analyzing the whole vibe, the MC figures out the real reason the director is carrying so much regret basically comes down to one thing. The old man looks up curious, instantly asking what this hidden reason could be. Keeping it real, the young guy states bluntly that the main issue was the military hero just wasn't strong enough back when the fighting happened. To back up his harsh take, he explains that if the master had enough power to make the threats shake in fear, the whole country would never have needed to make so many sacrifices. Hearing that he wasn't strong enough, the white-haired man mumbles, agreeing with the harsh reality check. Right after, the seller switches to a hype tone and asks if the director knew that breaking the realm limits becomes a piece of cake when you own a void-suppressing giant tree. A mystic hologram pops up showing that this creature can pull spatial power to actively help expand and restore the taming zone. The manager points out that when this epic moment hits, the veteran will finally have the power to protect everyone he wants to keep safe. Totally moved by the speech, the old man sighs, admitting that because of his age, he just can't see the meta as clearly as the young shopkeeper anymore. Embracing his new journey with hope, the director decides to cop the special seed and tells the manager to name his price for the drop. Rocking that commercial smile as always, the tamer hands over the divine merch, letting him know the item will run him the usual 3 million credits. The second the deal clears, the virtual assistant pops up hyping the user for unlocking the massive achievement of selling 10 pets total. As a reward for hitting the milestone, the system announces the guy scored a random SSS-Rank talent completely focused on the source of life. The AI breaks down in awe that under the effect of this supreme power, any illness, pain, or even the worst fate will be permanently deleted from existence. Focused on the client, the seller suggests the director follow his tutorial to evolve the seed before locking in the final contract. The veteran tamer agrees immediately and starts transferring his magic energy into the box sitting on the counter. Catching the right buff, the tiny green sprout glows super bright and kicks off its instant transformation process. An explosion of emerald light takes over the shop, forcing the older man to cover up from the heavy magic wind. The scene shifts to the veteran's broken taming space, where chunks of dead land are just floating in a chaotic void of fire. Inside this trashed zone, the spiritual projections of the two guys watch the tiny glowing seed drop onto the cracked dirt. The second the mystic item hits the dry ground, a wave of pure energy starts spreading aggressively through the cracks. Instantly, life-packed roots bust out of the floor, growing at an insane speed to rebuild the structure of the room. What was just a seed seconds ago rapidly morphs into a majestic giant tree, flexing its full sovereign, tier potential to suppress the void. Totally mind blown by how fast the process was, the old man touches the solid trunk, unable to believe the evolution was such a massive W. Not wasting another second, the experienced master triggers the green magic circle to lock in the official contract with his new partner. The massive glowing roots of the tree start stretching across the abyss, pulling the shattered floating islands back together. With an insane healing power, the plant wraps around the entire spiritual space, sealing the cracks in an absolute recovery process. All the chaos and destruction from the past get wiped out, replaced by solid, safe ground sitting right under the canopy of the colossal tree. Snapping back to reality in the shop, the director cries tears of pure joy realizing his internal environment was actually patched up after so many years of suffering. The MC congratulates the hero on the epic ability, letting him know the contract is totally locked in and telling him to step out and enjoy the new era. But before the shopkeeper can officially close up, the old man quickly raises his hand asking him to hold on a sec. The guy turns his head looking super chill, asking there's anything else the director wants to chat about. Rocking a highly formal posture, the veteran asks point blank if the manager has any interest in enrolling at the Magic City's Tamer University. A flashback of an application stamped "Free JTID" flashes in Lu Yu's head, remembering he failed those exact exams just 2 months ago. Laughing internally at the massive irony of the director himself inviting him now, the young guy turns down the offer, saying the school is cool but he literally couldn't care less. He backs up the decline by smiling and explaining that his pet shop is already popping off, and becoming a student would totally clash with his career grind. Catching the obvious misunderstanding, the old man shakes his head and clarifies he isn't inviting the guy to be a random enrolled student. The director explains that getting the official professor title takes a ton of annoying paperwork, so he suggests the young expert start off taking the academic tutor slot. The wild offer completely blindsides the tamer, who asks in shock how that's even allowed, since only sovereign rank masters are qualified to teach there. The old man casually throws out that if the guy isn't feeling the first offer, he can just talk to the board and secure a vice director spot for the young prodigy. As a crazy backup plan, the veteran claims he could just retire early and hand over his own max-level boss position directly to the shopkeeper. Hearing all these heavy offers, the MC admits to himself he'd be capping if he said he wasn't tempted, but he also knows all about the massive risks of taking the director chair. However, thinking about the fat paycheck of a full professor at an elite university, he realizes he wouldn't even have to stress about desperate pet sales at his shop anymore. With his inner mercenary taking the wheel, Lu Yu politely accepts the offer, only dropping the rule that his class schedule can't mess with his daily shop hustle. Super hyped to have locked in the genius, the director smiles relieved and swears that tiny detail won't be an issue at all. He adds to the hype by mentioning that once the title is official, the new professor can also request super valuable scientific research grants straight from the government. The seller's money-hungry brain goes into overdrive instantly, picturing how a single government grant could easily funnel hundreds of millions into his bank account completely clean. Between top-tier performance bonuses and guaranteed cuts from the school's pet department, the guy practically drools doing the math that the university will drop tens of millions on him like clockwork every month. On top of the infinite cash glitch, he celebrates getting free VIP access to the massive library packed with rare skill manuals, thinking this whole setup is an absolute W. Already outside chilling in the night air, the tamer laughs at the irony of fate, remembering he flunked the entrance exam recently and randomly just became a professor at the country's best school. The story smoothly transitions to the massive, quiet main campus of the Magic City's Tamer University bathing in moonlight. Out on the balcony of one of the luxury night dorms, Professor Lu chills leaning on the cold railing, wondering how her boss's meeting with the famous manager actually went. Out of nowhere, the woman spots an intense flash popping off near the green zones and spins around super curious to see what's going down over there this late. Staring at the green glow cutting through the dark campus, the instructor recognizes instantly that the pulsing energy is the iconic light of a high-tier magic evolution. Near the source of the magic light, the silver-haired student runs frantically over to his blonde buddy, asking what he's doing crouching on the cold ground. Without breaking focus for a millisecond, the kid points at the pavement and says excitedly that he is fusing his own base talent with the tiny ant queen. He flashes a completely cocky smile, guaranteeing this risky strat will insanely boost the magic growth speed for both sides of the link. The friend looks super stressed about the sketchy idea, warning that if the fusion locks in, the guy will literally never be able to sign a contract with another beast for the rest of his run. Ignoring the safe advice, the locked-in tamer says he couldn't care less if the queen gets wiped in combat and he loses his master title forever, because he'd rather risk it all. Hiding stealthily in the shadows of the street, Instructor Lu watches the scene, totally impressed that a kid, who's usually super slow at learning, has this much hardcore dedication. Proud of the insane grindset of the students she mentors, she steps out of hiding, dropping praises and saying the young guy truly deserves to carry the Grand Master's bloodline. At that exact moment, Director Duan himself rolls up walking slow, telling the professor to chill and be careful because of his nerfed physical state. Checking out the veteran's aura up close, the woman's eyes go wide in total shock as she realizes the old man's broken spiritual space has been 100% healed and restored. The older guy confirms the massive lore drop with a slight smile, proudly asking if the student can guess that the incredible manager Lu was the MVP behind that priceless miracle. Processing the heavy intel, she figures out in awe that the genius seller must have dropped some top-tier mystic loot capable of fixing damage from the war. But the respected military hero denies the theory with a humble wave, letting her know the masked kid actually just sold him a basic magic plant with god-tier stats. He talks with massive respect about the existence of the void-suppressing giant tree, revealing the creature literally used its own epic roots to patch the shattered room perfectly. Watching his grandson totally locked into training his glowing little ant up ahead, the old man drops some hopeful lore that over time he will finally bounce back to his peak divine power. Joking with his student who was stressing so much earlier, the director swears nobody needs to worry about him anymore, since his lifespan just got buffed by at least 300 years thanks to the sovereign power of the new beast. Completely mind blown by the update, Professor Lu claps her hands and celebrates that her master's comeback is just absolute top-tier news for all of them. Riding the good vibes, the director leaks that he invited the shop manager to work at the university as a tutor, guaranteeing the two of them will be co-workers super soon. Hearing that the expert is going to teach each at the same school gets the instructor incredibly hyped and eager to confirm the drop. Shook by the tea, the young students clench their fists and demand to get a spot in the legendary seller's future classes no matter what. While the hype is going crazy outside, Lu Yu is enjoying the peace of his new rudimentary world to meditate surrounded by his epic magic partners. Thinking about his SSS-Rank skills, the tamer realizes that blowing all that power just to feed his own monsters is an absolute waste of potential. With that, the guy gets a 200 IQ idea to copy the meta of traditional masters and fuse his talents directly with the matching mascots to pull way better numbers. Plotting his future with massive ambition, he pictures that merging the epic demonic dragon with his dark infernal talent would turn the beast into the literal king of darkness. Following the exact same logic, the shopkeeper realizes that combining the divine bird with his celestial flames would give the feathered partner enough DPS to solo the actual gods of the sky. But he quickly remembers his brand. New healing skill doesn't have a matching creature for fusion yet, deciding right then that it's time to lock in a new magic contract. Super hyped about the potential, the young guy boots up the blue holo interface and notices he stacked up an insane 1,200 points to blow in the shop. Flexing his current stash, the MC celebrates that this balance will be more than enough to pull a baby pet way more broken than his current OP duo. Not wasting time guessing, the guy chooses to hunt for a botanical species to perfectly sync with his vital skill and help permanently stabilize his internal space. Instantly, the system's virtual assistant pops up glowing in the air and starts scrolling through all the plant-type beasts available for claim in that exact price range. The projection flashes epic options like stellar and war trees, while the AI hypes up the majestic elven mother tree that hits level 3 of the sacred rank at max level. Checking the stats on the first glowing pick, the seller finds out the elf mother tree can spawn an entire tribe just by consuming the right magic loot. But he immediately scraps the idea, calculating that the magic race has fallen off hard and investing in them now wouldn't bring a solid ROI down the line. Swiping to the sacred stellar tree, the tamer notes the plant has the passive to reboot an entire planet, but complains that this OP utility doesn't fit his current meta at all. The next drop on the list is the massive giant war tree, a beast that leeches off the pure chaos of battles to spawn a literal army of botanical demons. Faced with such a dark and sketchy aura, the guy gets the chills and instantly passes on the creature, thinking it's way too toxic for an honest, chill dude like him. Shifting his eyes back to the blue UI of the catalog, the seller's attention gets totally hijacked by the stats of the epic, ancient tree of life. He thinks to himself in awe that just the passive presence of this mystic entity can cancel out death and flood any room with absolute vitality. Knowing exactly what he wants, the manager smashes the floating claim button, certain this pick synergies perfectly with his new supreme healing skill. The system processes the cart, draining his stacked 1,200 points, which leaves the guy's balance completely broke while the store panels vanish into thin air. Right then, a green seed spawns floating and blasting a super intense light, making the MC hype up the insane life energy the item radiates before even hitting the dirt. Super stoked about the pull, the tamer asks the AI straight up to drop all the stats and talents for the new mascot immediately. The holo screen pops up confirming the ancient tree has pure plant attributes and locks in the highly sought after level 3 potential in the sacred spirit tier. Reading the beast's magic creation ability, the shopkeeper processes the intel that he'll be able to burn special items to spawn incredibly loyal fighters out of thin air. The panel also drops the lore on a growth talent that can speed up any plant's evolution in literally seconds, a feature the guy considers totally broken for his daily grind. Always keeping his eyes on the bag, Lu Yu quickly runs the numbers, realizing he can farm high-value spiritual fruits in a flash and rack up tens of millions of credits on the market without even trying. Lu Yu is very excited, imagining that his new creature's first ability allows it to magically ripen all kinds of spirit fruits in the blink of an eye. Reading the holographic panel, he notices that the second technique creates a healing domain filled with vital aura, finding this extremely useful for staying alive in battles. Immediately afterward, the boy assesses the third projection spell, discovering that allows the giant tree ghost to fight outside the magical space with all its original strength. The tamer admits to not having much of an idea about the effects of the last skill called Star Destroying Grass, finding the name quite intimidating and grandiose. The system's blue interface details that this companion plant possesses such absurd strength that, with the right cultivation time, it can cut down the very stars in the sky. The protagonist celebrates that the massive investment of 1,200 points was totally worth it given so much raw power, while holding the small floating seed. In this, he reflects with great satisfaction that the new mascot not only starts with 4 high-level abilities, but also perfectly balances support, damage, and resources. Completely determined to take advantage of these benefits as quickly as possible, Lu Yu extends his hand, covered in magical energy, to seal the contract immediately. The small green seed reacts immediately and begins to glow intensely, absorbing the connecting energy of its new master in a luminous green spectacle. In a few moments, the tiny sprout grows in an astonishing way until it transforms into an imposing and gigantic tree of life within that isolated spiritual space. But the sudden impact of the great evolution hits the boy full force, making him clutch his chest as he tries to cope with the enormous wave of energy flowing through him. After the initial shock, the manager realizes with amazement that he is about to advance in rank again, even though he only reached level 10 of the Starry Sky a short time ago. While trying to process his own drastic increase in strength, the young man hears a sweet voice calling him master in the middle of that vast green field. An intense spiral of magic begins to descend from the shimmering leaves of the immense tree, completely surprising the shopkeeper who merely observes the beautiful phenomenon up close. From that radiant light, an adorable spirit girl emerges, floating gracefully, revealing the true form of her newest and most magnificent botanical partner. Completely surprised by the sudden appearance, Lu Yu wonders if that girl is the projection created by the Tree of Life. The system interface confirms the suspicion, detailing that the clone possesses all the abilities of the old tree and can freely move outside the domestication space. Therefore, the tamer extends his hand in a receptive gesture and asks to confirm if it is indeed the form assumed by his imposing botanical creature. Running excitedly towards her new master, the young spiritual girl confirms the identity with considerable enthusiasm in her voice. Immediately afterwards, she formally introduces herself in a friendly manner and informs the young man that he can call her and you from now on. The manager repeats the newly discovered name to firmly fix it in his memory, while moving a little closer to his luminous partner. Having settled the basic introductions, the girl raises her hands and politely asks the young man to extend his index finger. As their fingertips touch, a delicate trail of green energy flows between them, leading the protagonist to deduce that it is some kind of hidden magical contract. And Yu calmly explains that she has just collected a fragment of his aura, vowing to use this essence to resurrect him should he face any fatal danger in the future. Hearing about reviving the dead leaves the salesman completely perplexed, who questions in astonishment whether she truly possesses such absolute healing power. The little partner assures that the magic is real, but issues an important warning, revealing that she is unable to restore the precious Triple S talents, leaving him as an ordinary person after the process. The weight of this information instantly changes the boy's expression, as he silently considers preferring his own definitive end to returning to life as a useless, powerless being once again. But quickly abandoning that gloomy thought, the shopkeeper relaxes his posture and recognizes that the skill still serves as an excellent extra layer of security for the journey. Gently patting the young woman's head, Lu Yu advises her to dedicate the day to getting used to her own strength, telling her that tomorrow she will bring several seeds to be cultivated. Completely dedicated to her new purpose in life, the magical girl exudes joy as she readily accepts the first major task given by her tamer. With the plan set, the protagonist briefly bids farewell to his partner, announcing that he will be leaving the magical space first. However, before the young man could finish leaving, the young woman quickly stepped forward and grabbed the hem of his jacket tightly, displaying a rather cunning look, and Yu begs for his main body to continue living there in the spiritual realm while his clone remains outside full-time. Yu sees no problem whatsoever with this special request and affectionately assures him that the clone is completely free to accompany him in the real world due to his own innate abilities. The immediate release brings a smile of pure happiness to the girl's face, but she confesses, somewhat awkwardly, that she's worried the shop owner might disapprove of some of her strange daily habits. The words immediately confused the sales manager, causing him to cross his arms and ask exactly what she meant by peculiar lifestyle habits. Immediately afterwards, the narrative cuts to the tamer's modest room late at night, showing him huddled under the warm covers of his own bed. In the midst of a sudden turn in the mattress of dark sheets, he ends up pulling the protective cloth and is absurdly startled to see that the empty side was occupied. The nighttime fright makes sense when the shopkeeper realizes that the culprit was just his adorable beast, letting out a heavy sigh as he finally understands what those strange habits were all about. And Yu justifies her invasive behavior by sweetly explaining that she spent millions of years locked away in the solitary form of a seed, confessing that she was very afraid of her new companion feeling lonely. To make matters worse, she blushes deeply, promising not to cause any trouble in bed and begging not to be sent away during the night. Understanding the ancient creature's immense emotional need, Lu Yu simply smiles and affectionately strokes the little mascot, vowing that neither of them will ever again experience the sadness of loneliness. Overjoyed with the welcome from its human partner, the magic tree lets out a murmur of pure satisfaction and snuggles close to the pillow to finally rest in peace. After a few hours of rest, the sunny morning in the big city illuminates the luxury residential building, revealing the calm of the day. But in the brightly lit room, Lu Yu's peaceful rest turns into a suffocating nightmare as the sleepy girl completely crushes her owner, clumsily using her own arms and legs on top of him. Agonized by the lack of air, the protagonist tries to free himself by any means, feeling that he can no longer endure this morning's suffocation. Finally managing to push the girl away, he takes a deep breath as the little girl wakes up murmuring confused, not understanding what happened. Quite irritated by the situation, the shopkeeper gets out of bed, followed by the mascot who asks what he is going to do. Without much balance due to sleep, the young woman ends up falling back onto the sheets, still somewhat lost in her own slowness. Turning around, the boy scolds her, warning her that she almost ended his life by squeezing so hard during the night. Annoyed at causing trouble, Yu shrugs and apologizes, explaining that she hugged the master without realizing it. With a look of deep regret, she begs him not to be angry and swears she will never repeat the mistake. Seeing that sad little face, the manager softens his heart, assuring her that he's not angry, and suggests they go to the magic space to check on the tree's growth. Hearing her partner's idea makes the spiritual girl jump for joy, celebrating the news with great excitement. Watching that childish scene, the tamer runs his hand through his hair and wonders if he has made a contract with a beast or adopted a daughter. Now inside the lush spiritual realm, the two observe the small, mystical plants glowing around the main trunk. Assessing the incredible results, the protagonist notes that his partner has produced 10 seedlings of the special grass and has already cultivated them to the top of the transcendent level. Reflecting on the evolution of the environment, he concludes that as soon as the ancestral tree advances in rank, these saplings will automatically follow the power leap. Despite their fragile and harmless appearance, the energy concentrated in these shiny leaves hides a devastating hidden potential. Trusting in the plant's absurd strength, the boy is certain that not even the demonic dragon or the emperor bird would dare to face this vegetation. Observing the landscape more closely, immense dark vines twist and turn in the air, exuding a mystical aura. The purplish vegetation continues to expand aggressively, attempting to reach the sky within the enclosed environment very quickly. The shopkeeper immediately recognizes the 1,000-star vine, remembering that this species has the frightening ability to trap anything. Walking beside the master, the girl explains that with her current strength, she can easily nurture platinum, rank seeds, warning that higher levels would take much longer. Petting his partner's head, the salesman reassures the mascot, explaining that simply buying better seeds directly from the market will make the job easier. Maintaining his entrepreneurial spirit, he reasons that it makes no sense to waste their vital energy when any problem can be solved with a good amount of money. With this strategy in mind, the protagonist calls the young woman to take a walk around the city and resolve this lack of resources right away. A short time later, the dynamic duo is already walking through the bustling streets of the large shopping center dedicated to magic. Admiring the shop windows filled with valuable products, the manager praises the immense diversity of rare items that this chic place has to offer. Concerned about the heavy pedestrian traffic, he asks the little girl to stay very close, while she appears fascinated by the sheer number of people there. Entering a shop focused entirely on selling spiritual plants, the two assess the luxurious shelves filled with botanical merchandise. Analyzing the prices displayed on the glass, the boy notices an absurd difference, where common seeds are cheap, but already cultivated seedlings cost tens of millions. He perfectly understands the logic of the market, knowing that cultivating botanical resources is extremely difficult and the survival rate of the shoots is almost zero. However, a rather shrewd smile appears on the tamer's face as he realizes that his mascot's divine talent completely eliminates any risk of planting failure. Upon arriving at the service counter, the shopkeeper places a grand order demanding 1,000 units of seeds of the most aggressive and rare species in the display case. In addition to the initial order, the protagonist increases the order by requesting 100 more exclusive units of the grandiose Tree of Hell and the Purgatory version. Receiving such immense demand makes the owner of the establishment grin from ear to ear, politely asking the customer to wait a minute. Returning hurriedly with a heavy black briefcase, the merchant announces that the total amount has exceeded 32 million credits, but decides to round down for loyalty's sake. Not missing the chance to save a fortune, Lu Yu casually mentions that the official tutors at the local university get a nice discount on those purchases. The attendant confirms the information immediately, only requesting the young man's identification document to validate the promotional quota in the sales system. Maintaining his composure, the manager hands his brand new student ID card directly to the kind employee. The store owner walks to the main computer and inserts the card into the reader to confirm the silent buyer's details. The holographic screen displays immediate approval with an incredible 50% discount, leaving the shopkeeper completely shocked upon reading the title of tenured professor. Impressed by the high-level position achieved so early, the merchant returns the document praising the client and calling him a true genius of the new generation. Hearing the compliments fills the spirit mascot with pride, puffing out its chest to confirm that its partner is truly the best of all. Without paying much attention to excessive flattery, the tamer simply raises his bank card, ordering the transaction to be finalized for half the price as quickly as possible. While the payment is being approved, the young man reflects with satisfaction that the veteran director acted with incredible speed to release all those wonderful benefits. Suddenly, Yu tugs insistently at his partner's jacket, warning that he sensed the presence of an amethyst grade seed hidden there. The unexpected information catches the buyer by surprise, since items of this rarity level are usually displayed like the grand trophies of important businesses. Guided by the girl's magical intuition, the pair walk to the back of the establishment searching for the most forgotten shelves. After a few seconds rummaging through the old stock, the little girl finds what she was looking for and excitedly displays the dried seeds, thrilled with her great discovery. The manager immediately turns to the store owner and asks what the exact price of those dark, seemingly lifeless little seeds would be. The merchant examines the unappealing merchandise and announces that he had already planned to throw that rubbish away, questioning whether the little girl was absolutely certain of her choice. Holding her great find firmly in her hands, the spiritual young woman confirms with the utmost conviction that she wishes to take the mysterious items. Trying to be completely honest, the chubby man explains that the species does possess the rare amethyst classification from space, but their core dried up completely a long time ago. The detail of the withered husks, devoid of any vital energy, proves that germinating them in the traditional way would be a completely impossible task. Considering that the items no longer have any commercial value and would take up space, the clerk decides to simply give the child the find free of charge. The mascot thanks the merchant for his kindness with a radiant smile, leaving his partner extremely satisfied with the totally unexpected savings. Walking out of the store, the tamer mentally celebrates having pocketed resources worth a fortune without spending a single cent. Quickly returning to the safety of their vibrant spiritual domain, the pair prepares to put their botanical plan into action. Displaying all the newly acquired cores floating in the palm of his hand, the boy announces that the next step is to sow each of those units in the magical earth. The instant they touch the vibrant soil, the buds react to the absurd magic of the environment and grow rapidly, blossoming into radiant flowers. Observing the miracle unfold, he calculates that thanks to the divine support of his ancestral tree, the fruit harvest will happen at an extraordinary speed. Sitting comfortably near the newly created garden, the shopkeeper relaxes, imagining that the lack of resources to strengthen his team will never again be a real problem. However, the moment of peace in the virtual world is interrupted when his keen hearing picks up someone's voice calling for the owner in the real world store. Fully awakened by the call, the manager wonders to himself if any customer has shown up so early looking for quality merchandise at the store. Returning to the sales counter, the vision reveals a bespectacled boy entering the place, celebrating that he has finally managed to awaken his own magical talent. The newcomer exudes excitement, declaring aloud that he would be willing to sell his own house in his homeland if he could find a pet that perfectly matches him. Sensing an excellent deal approaching, the protagonist opens the passage with a very welcoming smile and greets the enthusiastic visitor. Noticing the attendant's youth right away, the studious young man asks with some doubt whether the masked boy is the real boss of the place. Maintaining an impeccable, professional demeanor, Lu Yu confirms his leadership in the business and directly asks what kind of beast the boy is looking for today. The student explains that he received the gift of spiritual arts, emphasizing his great desire to establish an exclusive contract with a creature of the botanical or healing type. Like a consummate and helpful salesman, the shopkeeper responds with complete conviction that he possesses the exact merchandise, displaying a glass container emitting a very soft light. The absurd speed of service surprises the visitor, who takes the shiny jar from the manager's hands, almost unable to believe his own luck. However, focusing his vision on the illuminated interior of the glass, the boy realizes that the so-called magical beast is just a tiny green sprout with no apparent distinguishing features. Disappointment hits the buyer hard, causing him to lose his composure and shout indignantly, questioning what kind of tasteless joke the whole charade was. Irritated by what he considered a ridiculous offer, the bespectacled young man accuses the shopkeeper of trying to push a simple common willow sapling disguised as a rare mythical monster. Undeterred by the outrageous complaints, the tamer calmly gestures, revealing that the harmless little plant has awakened a formidable growth ability focused on refinement. Elaborating on the sales pitch to guarantee profit, he details that this capability allows for the absorption of genetic material from down targets to build the ultimate evolutionary path. Hearing about such a bloody and powerful ability in such a fragile being leaves the client completely stunned, murmuring that he never imagined something of that level was actually possible. With absolutely no patience for the display of indignation, the manager announces that he doesn't have time to educate newcomers and tells the boy to get out if he's not going to buy the willow sapling. Completely furious about the price of $3 million, the customer accuses the place of being a blatant rip-off and threatens to report the store to the Association of Animal Tamers. To put an end to the boy's audacity, the enormous demonic dragon appears behind the protagonist, letting out a deafening roar full of fury. The impact of the oppressive presence causes the student to recoil in terror, but he still tries to maintain his composure, warning that threats will be of no use. Unable to hide his terror, the coward turns his back and runs away through the glass door, swearing that the shopkeeper will regret it. Observing the pathetic escape alongside his scaly partner, Lu Yu sighs in disappointment, noticing that the boy truly doesn't know how to recognize high-quality merchandise. Staring at the illuminated glass jar, the tamer hopes that the mystical little plant won't end up rotting on his shelves for lack of buyers. He checks the system panel and notices that the item's sale deadline expires in just 1 week, becoming worried if no one shows interest in time. The small green seedling continues to sway gently in the pot, exuding a very pure and silent energy. Thinking of a quick solution to avoid losing the investment, the salesman pulls out a small bottle containing a mysterious red liquid. At that point, he decides that he will offer the plant to Director Duan or to the Lu clan, while dripping a drop of the substance directly onto the soil in the pot. Immediately, the botanical creature absorbs the material and begins to emanate a strong red aura, demonstrating great potential for the future. The scene cuts rapidly to an imposing, sunlit skyscraper, revealing itself to be the official headquarters of the Tamers Association. Inside, the bespectacled student slams his hands forcefully on the service counter, demanding to file a formal complaint using his own name. Maintaining professionalism despite the commotion, the receptionist faces the young man and calmly asks who the target of the complaint is. Fuming with rage, the customer accuses the store of running scams with unrealistically low prices and complains that the service is bordering on absurd. The employee hands over a complaint form and instructs the young man to fill everything out and wait a while in the rest area. Holding the completed form, the boy displays a malicious expression, imagining that he will destroy the business of that arrogant shopkeeper. The narrative focuses on an elegant wooden door indicating the office of the association's general supervisor. Entering the well-lit office, the receptionist hands the paperwork directly to her superior. She formally notifies that a young person has just filed an official complaint demanding immediate action. Supervisor Luo Yan picks up the document, analyzes the details, and immediately notices the peculiar name of the reported establishment. The target of the complaint is clearly identified as the protagonist's famous mythical beast shop. At that same moment, the man remembers the strong recommendation made by Director Duan the previous day, requesting total protection for that specific business. Completely shocked by the coincidence, he recalls that the place was classified as the highest quality magic establishment in the entire city. Banging his fist on the table in great irritation, the supervisor rages, questioning what kind of blind idiot would dare to pick a fight with that manager. Without wasting any time, the man in the suit marches briskly down the corridor, fully determined to solve the problem. Upon arriving in the waiting area, he finds the student sitting in a relaxed manner and greets the young man curtly. Lu Yan directly questions whether the boy in front of him is responsible for the report against the mythical beast shop. Very excited by the attention, the young man confirms his authorship and demands the team close the shop quickly to avoid polluting the magic market. The man in the suit counters the urgency by stating that he investigated the conditions of the place and discovered that its reputation is excellent, even highly praised by the academic director. With a completely menacing look, the man accuses the student of making a completely false and slanderous accusation. The information turns the boy's world upside down, and he lets out a cry of pure shock, unable to believe what he has heard. Sweating profusely under the absurd pressure, the cowardly client stammers, saying that perhaps he made a small mistake and asks to cancel the report. But the supervisor points his finger in his face, decreeing that slander results in 3 days of detention and warns that the next time it will result in very serious punishments. Shrunk with terror and trembling all over, the troublemaker begs for forgiveness, swearing by everything that he will never repeat such an act again. Completely desperate to save his own skin, the student runs off at full speed through the association's corridors. With the situation resolved, the man considers the idea of visiting the recommended store to find a beast for his newly awakened son. The narrative then cuts to the blue sky and the peaceful, tree-lined streets of the great magical city. Walking slowly with a wheeled suitcase, a girl dressed as a maid sighs dejectedly, feeling like a failure for not being able to do anything right. Holding back tears, the young woman laments failing the entrance exam due to a lack of magical powers and recalls that all the money from her work was taken away. The heartbreaking memory shows her mother brutally demanding the money, throwing in her face that the girl owed her a great deal for having been raised there for years. Back to reality, the poor girl displays a completely empty and hopeless look, exhausted from so much humiliation. Dragging her heavy luggage, she continues walking down the deserted street without a clear destination. Trying to find one last drop of motivation, the young woman decides she'll take a stroll through the famous Tamer University before disappearing from the city. Upon arriving at the institution's entrance, a security guard blocked the girl's passage, rudely informing her that they did not accept visitors, causing her to retreat dejectedly. Frustration overwhelms the young woman, who murmurs angrily, lamenting her uselessness in not even being able to fulfill her last wish. Wandering aimlessly along the commercial sidewalk, she ends up passing right in front of the protagonist's mythical establishment. Suddenly, a faint, inviting glow catches the sad girl's attention and makes her stop in the same place. Staring at the small willow sapling displayed on a table, the young woman is confused, trying to understand why she feels such a strong magical resonance coming from it. Meanwhile, inside the store, Lu Yu relaxes comfortably on a sofa, stretching her body lazily. With his hands behind his head, he reflects that he was a bit hasty in customizing the plant, acknowledging that charging 3 million for a green sprout is somewhat crazy. Worried about the loss, the seller scratches his head, admitting that letting that merchandise spoil in the warehouse would be a real financial tragedy. Deciding to take a look at the street activity, he gets up from the sofa and walks calmly towards the door. Approaching the exit, the manager notices the young woman in maid's clothes completely engrossed in her special plant outside. Hypnotized by the soft light of the small botanical creature, the girl examines every detail of the mystical being with great admiration. Fascinated by the discovery, the young woman reflects that animals focused on the element of nature are incredibly rare to find on the market. Feeling a deep empathy for the abandoned little plant on the table, she quietly asks if no one else wanted to buy the tiny sprout as well. Immediately, the plant reacts to the girl's sweet voice and sways its illuminated leaves, leaving the visitor astonished at having been understood. Taking advantage of the perfect moment to connect, the tamer leaves the store in a friendly tone and asks if the customer liked the merchandise very much. Startled by the sudden approach, the girl recoils, waving her hands desperately and stammering that she was merely admiring the shop window. Maintaining his composure, the protagonist reveals that he is the manager of the place and makes a special exception, allowing her to touch the botanical monster. Hearing this permission fills the young woman with hope, and she sweetly wonders if she could truly do it. As soon as delicate fingers touch the leaves, the magical little plant reacts with great enthusiasm and releases a burst of energy into the room. An immense joy fills the girl's face as she notices the invisible magical resonance from before becoming increasingly intense and clear. Observing the perfect interaction, Lu Yu silently concludes that the level of compatibility between those two is simply frighteningly high. The little green creature leans towards its owner, vibrating quite a bit, making the shopkeeper wonder if the sprout is trying to pass on some urgent message. Interpreting the beast's will, the manager translates the actions, revealing that the plant wishes to merge the contract with the young woman, which leaves her completely surprised. Satisfied with his business instincts, the tamer enthusiastically agrees, confirming that his intuition was correct and she is the ideal mistress for that merchandise. To prove his point, he extends his hand in an encouraging gesture that the visitor offered just a drop of blood to seal the bond. But the idea frightens the girl, who refuses the offer in terror, claiming that the genetic material of a useless person would ruin the plant and harm its sales. Amused by the exaggerated concern, the young man exudes confidence, stating that he is the one who sets the rules there, encouraging the client to try without fear. Completely taken aback by so much unexpected kindness, the young woman in maid's clothes looks away and agrees to take the test. With great determination, she brings her index finger to her mouth and takes a small bite to get the drop needed for the spell. With the utmost care, the girl drips a single drop of her blood directly onto the mystical leaves of the charming, illuminated little plant. As soon as the liquid touches the leaves, the small seedling quickly absorbs the essence and gains a magical greenish glow. Completely amazed by the reaction, the girl raises her hands, celebrating that the little plant has actually grown. Taking advantage of the atmosphere, Lu Yu notices the great affinity between the two and casually asks if the client wouldn't like to take the little monster home. But the young woman's joy vanishes instantly as she awkwardly explains that she has neither the money nor the talent to sign a contract. Shrugging her shoulders in a very sad tone, she laments being just an ordinary person unable to have a pet. Undeterred by the pessimism, the manager assures her that money can be easily resolved, questioning whether she is absolutely certain about her lack of powers. Hearing this question from an expert leaves the girl confused, not quite understanding where he's going with this. Suddenly, the mystical plant begins to pulsate intensely, releasing sparks of red energy around it. Taken aback by the beast's agitation, the young woman takes a step back, startled by the sudden change. In the next second, an absurd explosion of power radiates from the client's body, revealing a formidable aura. The magic system immediately indicates the awakening of a rare S-rank talent called Immortal True Blood. Feeling all that overwhelming force flowing through her veins, she holds her face, utterly incredulous at what has just happened. With a knowing look, the protagonist smiles, confirming that the girl has just awakened her hidden gift. He details that the seed recognized the dormant potential within it and helped refine its lineage to unlock that ability. Overcome by uncontrollable euphoria, the new tamer lunges forward and grabs the shopkeeper's shoulders, wanting to confirm the veracity of what was happening. Extremely excited about the new development, the young woman demands to sign the contract with the magic plant as quickly as possible. However, reality comes knocking and she hands over some crumpled coins, confessing that it is the only money she possesses. Waving his hand to dismiss the problem, Lu Yu mentions that the price is 3 million, but offers a generous loan to cover the amount. Hearing that $1 million amount makes the girl break out in a cold sweat, desperately wondering how she would spend the rest of her life trying to pay off a debt of that size. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the manager suggests that she work there in the store to offset the cost, since he was indeed in need of an assistant. Without a second thought, the customer accepts the offer with open arms, vowing to do her best in the daily service. Quite pleased with the quick agreement, the young man gives a thumbs up and welcomes the establishment's new official employee. At that exact moment, artificial intelligence appears, projecting a congratulatory screen for the hiring and releasing a random resource as a reward. Seeing the bright notification in front of him, the tamer clenches his fists and celebrates the great luck he has just had. The virtual assistant reveals the prize to be the blood of the true dragon, an item capable of transforming any beast into the supreme species. Analyzing the rarity of the object, the seller is astonished to remember that something so formidable only existed in ancient myths and never circulated in the market. Its memory evokes the legend of a guardian monster that managed to break divine boundaries by swallowing a single drop of this material. Driven by ambition, the protagonist imagines the absurd level of power his own demonic dragon would attain by consuming that essence. The grand thoughts are interrupted by the new employee, who draws the boss's attention to ask what her first tasks would be. Resuming his role as manager, he instructs the girl to buy groceries and take care of the store, promising her a commission for each sale made. Receiving the orders willingly, the young woman leaves humming cheerfully to carry out her first duties of the day. As soon as the place is empty, Yu magically materializes behind the boy, calling for his master in a sweet voice. Floating happily, the spirit partner announces that she has prepared a special tea made with the rare leaves of the star vine. Being very helpful, she lifts the delicate teapot and pours the steaming drink directly into her partner's cup. Intrigued by the magical girl's exotic recipe, Lu Yu brings the porcelain to his mouth and takes a good gulp to taste it. Immediately the tamer blushes with pure satisfaction, recognizing that the spiritual energy of that drink is superior to any luxury product. Some time later, the new employee returns from the market carrying heavy shopping bags through the glass doors. Upon entering the store, the young woman encounters the floating mascot, who immediately asks her to store the groceries in the back. The shock of seeing an unknown entity causes the maid to drop the bags on the floor, wondering in astonishment who that mysterious girl could be. Presenting the situation casually, the shopkeeper explains that the green figure is just one of his beasts and tells the girl to call it her older sister. In his thoughts, the young man justifies the hierarchy by considering his partner an ancient, ancestral tree, making the title of respect more than justified. After the initial shock, the employee clasps her hands together, delighted to discover that creatures with a human appearance can be so adorable. With the team now in sync, the protagonist announces that he will be teaching at the university the following day and will leave the business entirely in the hands of the two women. The news catches the assistant off guard again, who praises the manager's ability to already hold a tutoring position at such a young age. Feeling the weight of her boss's confidence, the girl smiles determinedly and vows to keep the establishment running perfectly. Already at night in his room, Lu Yu sits on the edge of the bed confessing to being a little nervous and decides to prepare for his new position. He opens the holographic system catalog searching for study materials, encountering ancient memories and guides from sacred masters. Carefully evaluating their options, the seller focuses on the valuable 7-star creator heritage that costs exactly 300 points. Not wanting to embarrass himself in front of the university students, the tamer presses the exchange button to acquire the knowledge package. The virtual assistant appears immediately, confirming the deduction of the balance and initiating the direct mental implantation process. Immediately, an intense beam of green light strikes the boy's forehead, transferring centuries of wisdom directly into his brain. Absorbing that massive load of complex information, he takes a deep breath as magic courses through his entire body in a deep trance. Through implanted memories, the protagonist has clear glimpses of former researchers working in a laboratory from a bygone era. Records show that this extinct society possessed veritable academies dedicated exclusively to the development of new magical talents. Delving even deeper into history, the young man discovers the hidden archives of the ambitious project to create deities. Vision details scientists manipulating an absurdly dense mass of dark energy within a technological containment tube. Immediately afterwards, the screen of an old monitor flashes red, confirming that the divine experiment was successfully completed. But the result of this research reveals itself to be a gigantic and terrifying demonic entity with piercing red eyes. Consumed by pure destructive fury, the false god unleashes an overwhelming energy attack against his own human creators. The impact of the blow decimates the entire city in the blink of an eye, showing the boy how ancient civilization came to its tragic end. Waking from his sweat-covered trance, Lu Yu deduces with horror that this failed project gave rise to the current leader of the demon realm. Exhausted by the mental weight of that experience, the tamer throws himself back on the mattress, confessing that the entity's presence was terrifying. Even while grappling with the fear of the unknown, a confident smile appears on his face as he recognizes that he still has much power to achieve. With the arrival of the bright morning, calm returns to dominate the surroundings of the modest commercial establishment in the city. Ready for his new job, the protagonist bids farewell to his assistant and his magical partner, announcing that they are leaving. Standing on the sidewalk of the deserted street, the boy confidently extends his hand and summons his powerful, shadowy partner for transport. In a whirlwind of scorching fire, the imposing beast emerges, tearing through the magical space, ready to answer the calls of its great master. The enormous demonic dragon lands heavily on the asphalt, exuding an intimidating aura and raising a strong gust of wind through the street. Watching her boss leave, the employee holds her skirt against the wind, marveling at his ability to command such a terrifying beast. The narrative shifts to the grand and bustling campus of the Tamer University, gleaming under the clear morning sky. In the spacious hallways, students excitedly gossip about the urgent news of an 18-year-old teacher taking the position. Joining the conversation, a boy mentions hearing rumors that the new tutor is actually a close relative of the institution's director. With an envious smile on his face, a student with a bowl haircut quickly deduces that the newcomer only got the spot through pure nepotism. The same subject comes up in the teacher's lounge, where an instructor questions whether his colleague knows the boy and states that he probably doesn't have any real strength. Hearing the defamation, Instructor Liu smiles as she signs her papers, assuring everyone that the new colleague is very handsome and probably the strongest young man in the world. Hearing Professor Liu's high praise, a bespectacled classmate becomes utterly indignant, recalling that the woman had never given such a high rating to anyone before. Annoyed by the situation, the professor announces that he will make a point of attending the boy's open lecture to see if he really is all that people are saying he is. With her papers in hand, the instructor directly asks her colleague Luo Chan to stop contacting her, fearing that the new tutor might misunderstand their relationship. The rejection hits the man hard, who wonders internally what kind of audacious kid managed to charm the most unattainable girl in school so quickly. Meanwhile, in the quiet dormitory corridors, students are already spreading the rumor that the new tutor is the hottest topic of conversation at the institution. Inside one of the rooms, a boy with blue hair strikes up a conversation with his classmate named Shu, asking if he isn't curious about the strength of a teacher who is exactly the same age as them. Relaxing with an old book in his hands, Shu merely sighs disdainfully and replies that he has no interest whatsoever in wasting time analyzing the strength of ordinary people. Agreeing with his colleague's pose, the blue-haired boy praises the fact that Shu awakened dual-level talents in childhood and already has a contract with 2 draconic beasts. Thus, he concludes that an unparalleled genius like his roommate would never care about the open lecture of any novice professor. Tired of so much chatter in his ear, the prodigy turns his face away, slightly irritated, and asks dryly if the other has anything else useless to say. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, the boy immediately retreats and hurriedly bids farewell, announcing that he is leaving so as not to disturb the genius any further. As soon as he is alone in the room, Shu turns his full attention to the magic book, maintaining a very focused and mysterious expression on his face. Staring at the ancient pages, he is frustrated to learn that draconic magic from a bygone era is sealed there, but he cannot understand why he is unable to channel that great power. Far away on the large university campus, the spacious auditorium reserved for the much-talked-about open lecture begins to receive the first curious students. Entering the enormous, brightly lit hall, some boys are impressed by the chosen space, commenting that this place is usually reserved only for the most experienced teachers of the clan. Already settled in the front rows, the talented students Nanian and Royan chat animatedly, attracting the attention of other boys who are surprised by their presence there. Nearby, the red-haired leader of the Luo family stands with his arms crossed, maintaining a serious demeanor that is quickly recognized by the other students around him. Right next to him, the silver-haired grandson of the institution's director also appears to grace the event with his presence, accompanied by his loyal blonde friend. Turning their gaze towards the stands, the group notices instructor Lu sitting comfortably and realizes that veteran Luo Heng is right behind her. For the veteran with short hair, this particular student's strength is so high that he could easily secure a teaching position after graduation. The owner of the blue slime notices the presence of the manager's blonde ex-girlfriend, murmuring that her arrogance makes sense since she's also from that school. Trying to take advantage of the situation, a burly student approaches the blonde girl, asking if she's feeling unwell and offering to accompany her back to the dormitory. Still harboring a lot of resentment towards her ex-boyfriend, the salesman, she simply closes her eyes with utter contempt and tells the boy to mind his own business without paying him the slightest attention. At this moment of tension among the students, a great commotion takes over the stands, and everyone points to the front of the hall announcing that the long-awaited tutor has finally arrived. With great composure down the main corridor, the protagonist enters the hall displaying his usual confident and relaxed demeanor. Delighted by the triumphant entrance, one of the students clasps her hands near her face, blushing deeply, and comments to her friends that she found the young man incredibly handsome. The sight of the boy on stage hits his blonde ex-girlfriend like a bolt of lightning, leaving her eyes wide as she confirms that the new, respected master is exactly the one she scorned. Positioned politely behind the table, Lu Yu apologizes for the slight delay, blaming the traffic, and quickly introduces himself as the instructor for the beast breeding class. True to his charismatic spirit, the tamer invites everyone to enroll in his course without any problem. Not missing the chance to please his powerful ally, the red-haired leader of the Luo family is the first to urgently raise his hand, demanding to secure his place immediately. Following the lead of the red-haired leader, the two students, grateful for the help in the evolution of their pets, also raise their hands high, begging to join his special class. The director's silver-haired grandson and his loyal blonde friend are not far behind, raising their arms desperately, begging the manager not to forget about them under any circumstances. To control the agitation of the crowded audience, the young master raises his hand, limiting the initial quota to only 5 places, justifying that he prefers to gain a little more experience before expanding the room. Taking advantage of the unique opportunity, Professor Lu elegantly raises her hand and confesses to being very interested in the material, asking if she could participate as an auditor in his classes. The unusual request leaves the entire audience speechless, since the woman is the director's respected protégée and had never shown such interest in another colleague's work before. Completely polite to his special client, the protagonist agrees to the request naturally and assures her that the doors will always be open for her. The permission leaves the instructor visibly delighted, and she covers her slightly flushed mouth as she thanks the young man for his generosity. All this exchange of pleasantries exhausts the patience of the bowl-cut student, who gets up furious, accusing the trainer of being a fraud, and demanding to know how the university accepts such a clown. With a completely cold look at the rowdy boy, the salesman simply crosses his arms and asks directly if the student really believes that he used connections to get that job. Maintaining his aggressive stance, the troublemaker confidently asserts the professor's magic level is lower than his own, guaranteeing that even the prodigy freshman named Yi Shu would be able to defeat him. Hearing the name of the enemy family causes the boy to adopt a mocking attitude, asserting that this so-called prodigy is not worthy of being compared to him and calling the student's evaluation method very superficial. Outraged by the tutor's arrogant response, the student extends both hands, preparing a magical offensive, challenging the master to prove all this absurd power in practice. Without the slightest hint of fear in the face of the childish threat, Lu Yu steps away from the main table and opens his arms invitingly, beckoning the boy to show what he is capable of. With a snap of his fingers, a small, dangerous purple flame materializes, floating in the protagonist's palm, who calmly explains that it is merely a vestige of his beast's fire. Leaving the small celestial fire exposed, he issues an open challenge to anyone in the room, promising to quit on the spot if any withstand the stam flame for a mere 3 seconds. The extreme challenge shocks one of the students in the stands, who can hardly believe the audacity of someone attempting to subdue opponents using only a wisp of magical energy. Leaning back in his chair with an air of superiority, one of the most experienced veterans in the class scoffs at the situation, doubting that the creation of a young man of that level could generate something so threatening. However, the red-haired leader of the Luo family begins to sweat upon recognizing the color of the deadly spell, deducing in shock that this element can only be the legendary and supreme exotic fire. Completely ignoring the signs of imminent danger, the short-haired boy lets out a mocking laugh, treating the classroom warnings as utter nonsense. Driven by his own fragile ego, the student strides down the bleacher stairs and stops face to face with the tutor, fully prepared to crush his spell without much effort. Without wasting any time, the arrogant boy activates his offensive magic at full force, materializing a huge, gleaming golden sword right in the middle of the spacious auditorium. To further increase the pressure of their power, the student assumes their ultimate battle form, gaining a full mystical armor and a beautiful pair of golden wings. Faced with his opponent's complex transformation, Lu Yu calmly analyzes that the young man has simultaneous contracts with 3 different metallic life forms to achieve that result. Confirming the professor's excellent technical analysis, the aggressor flaps its wings and advances rapidly through the air, demanding that the other observe carefully how that ridiculous fire will be extinguished. Instead of preparing a defense against the approaching attack, the young master simply remains calm and praises the sense of justice of that reckless boy. With a closed expression and a sharp look, the protagonist concludes his reasoning by deeply lamenting the fact that his opponent doesn't have a very functional brain. Blinded by rage at the direct offense, the golden student shouts, calling the tutor arrogant, and executes a brutal vertical slash with all his physical and magical strength. With the impact of the crushing attack, the heavy golden blade strikes the small celestial fire squarely in mid-air. To the student's utter despair, his indestructible sword instantly begins to melt upon contact with the purple flame, causing him to question in shock what kind of abomination that is. Unable to withstand the absurd divine heat of that small spell, the mystical blade shatters into thousands of glittering pieces before turning to dust. Unable to defend himself from the ensuing thermal shock, the armored boy is violently thrown away from the main stage, screaming in pure agony. The arrogant student collapses heavily onto the auditorium floor, completely exhausted, desperately trying to process how such a humiliating and swift defeat was possible. Maintaining complete control of the dangerous situation, the sales manager warns that the lesson is not yet over and orders his opponent to truly feel the infernal temperature of that spell. The small purple flame flies, tearing through the air directly towards the fallen boy, who lets out a scream of terror as he realizes his end is approaching too quickly. Reflecting the purplish glow in his own terrified eyes, the student murmurs that it's all impossible to believe as the suffocating heat takes over his body. Completely engulfed by the divine flames that devour everything in their path, the troublemaker cries out in despair and miserably begs the professor to spare his useless life. The overwhelming force of the celestial fire incinerates the young man's entire metal armor in the blink of an eye, forcing him to scream incessantly that he was completely wrong to doubt the strength of others. With a simple snap of his fingers, the protagonist instantly cancels the spell and calms the atmosphere by stating that he would never deliver a fatal blow to his own troublesome student. Obeying the perfect command of its unwavering master, the traces of purple energy completely vanish into thin air without leaving a trace. Surviving only through the vendor's pity, the boy curls his legs up on the ground, dressed only in his torn underwear, trembling with cold and shame at the ultimate humiliation. Unable to process such humiliation in front of the entire school, the short-haired student finally loses his strength and faints, falling backward onto the cold floor. The defeated boy's body slams hard onto the silent hall floor, marking the end of that absurd, one-sided challenge. From the back, a colleague coldly observed the result, murmuring that it made no sense for such a formidable tamer to be brought down so easily. Recognizing the true level of danger displayed, the experienced veteran counters the doubt, assuring that even the greatest warriors would have difficulty against such pure fire. In the midst of that tense silence, the sweet spirit girl magically appears beside Lu Yu, asking in a very gentle tone if her master wishes her to heal the wounds of that poor wretch. To begin, the tamer informs his little magical partner that there is no need to heal the boy. Remaining calm, he assures the student that he is not in danger and asks another teacher to take him to the infirmary so as not to delay the class. Annoyed by the request, the bespectacled instructor grumbles to himself, finding it absurd to be treated like the newcomer's free employee. Free from the confusion, the protagonist turns his attention back to the class and asks ironically if any other dissatisfied students want to try their luck. Faced with the overwhelming force they witnessed, an absolute silence falls over the enormous auditorium. Taking advantage of the calm, the sales manager smiles contentedly and announces the official start of his first presentation. Soon a student raises his hand questioning why such a strong master would focus on beast breeding instead of teaching classes focused entirely on direct combat. Explaining his vision, Lu Yu clarifies that confrontation only occurs when the creature is well trained, placing cultivation as the true foundation of everything. In the stands, two girls are excitedly gossiping, predicting that the handsome professor will be the center of attention for the female students from that day forward. While the gossip runs rampant, the new tutor continues to handle the matter with considerable composure and skill. As the time draws to a close, the young man decides to invite two volunteers for a hands-on demonstration of how to evolve their mascots. At that same moment, dozens of arms rise desperately seeking that golden opportunity. However, he points directly to Nanian and Ruyan, calling the two students to the main stage. Extremely excited about the invitation, the friends celebrate their great luck at being chosen. Unhappy with the choice, a student protests, warning that the girls' little monsters have reached their limit and cannot be improved any further. Trying to take advantage, the boy cheekily suggests that the professor should use his creature to conduct the test. Without losing his composure, the teacher asks the class to have a little more patience and not to rush to judgment. With the volunteers already on stage, he asks if they truly believe that their partners can no longer improve. Professor Lu decides to intervene, reminding them of the basic rule that beasts limited to the awakening rank do not advance beyond the 10th level. Completely disagreeing with the instructor, the shopkeeper states that the first step to success is breaking down one's own mental barriers, since that world holds infinite possibilities. At that very moment, Director Duan enters the auditorium, praising the wise words of his new employee. Walking with his cane, the experienced veteran reveals he is quite interested in seeing this breaking of limits in practice. The presence of the school's highest authority causes a real shock among the students in the stands. Approaching the counter, the old man opens a briefcase full of magic stones, but a boy notices that they are only very low-level items. The student is intrigued, questioning whether the grandiose tutor truly intends to perform a miracle using such poor materials. Holding a small crystal, the protagonist casually confirms the low quality of those stones. Even so, he assures that these are the most perfect resources for working with the challenges of those specific students. Being quite methodical, the tamer separates the colored crystals, forming small groups on the table. Soon he instructs the owners to integrate those exact proportions directly into the magical space and feed the pets. Trusting completely in the master's wisdom, the two girls activate their support magic to begin the energy transfer. Immediately, the small blue slime and the luminous butterfly begin to absorb the fragments and glow intensely. Watching the process closely, Professor Lu's eyes widen in complete amazement at the reaction. In a double explosion of pure power, the two cute little creatures break through their barriers and reach the first level of the transcendent rank. The instantaneous evolution leaves the audience stunned, hardly able to believe that a record-breaking achievement was accomplished so simply. The instructor covers her mouth in shock, recalling old stories and increasingly suspecting that the boy is a true ancestral creator. Extremely proud, Director Duan laughs loudly, praising the young man for rewriting rules that had lasted for thousands of years. Maintaining his humility, the sales manager gives a slight smile and reinforces that nothing is impossible when the correct method is used. Following the advancement of their own magical partners, the two students also undergo an evolution in aptitude and gain a powerful aura. Watching the class from the back of the room, the envious instructor's jaw drops, admitting that this level of cultivation is too magical. The experienced veteran closes his eyes, imagining the great profits he will make by asking the young man for help in training his own colossal beast in the future. On stage, the owner of the mud joins her hands and wholeheartedly thanks the master for all the wisdom he shared with them. Giving a casual wink, the protagonist puts his finger to his lips, asking the girl to keep his true identity a secret. Realizing he had almost said too much in front of everyone, Nanian blushed with embarrassment, immediately covering his mouth. Beside her, Ruyan displays a serene expression, surrounded by several mystical butterflies that now orbit around her. Evaluating the result, the tutor praises the flawless transformation of the formerly harmless insect, confirming that this is an excellent form. Being quite welcoming, Lu Yu advises the girl to take very good care of the little monster, as he has high expectations for their future together. Clenching her fist with pure determination, the young woman vows to dedicate all her effort to this training. To lighten the mood, the young man jokes that he helped because seeing his clients trapped at such a low level was very bad for business. With that sharp mercenary instinct, he mentions that the students' scholarships are going to increase and invites them to spend the money on a second mascot at his shop. In a comical thought, the salesman sighs, dramatizing that he had to put on an entire show just to boost sales for the week. Returning to a professional demeanor, The new teacher thanks everyone for their attention and declares the first class officially closed. Gradually, the large auditorium begins to empty as the students bid farewell to the young master with great respect. The protagonist waves amicably to the group, completely ignoring the bitter presence of his ex-girlfriend standing in the back. Noticing the girl's paralysis, a chubby classmate approaches, asking if she's really that smitten with her handsome new tutor. To be perfectly honest, the boy warns that Master Liu is far too formidable and on a level far beyond the reality of any of them there. The realization offends the blonde's enormous ego, who clenches her teeth, revealing with pure rage that the professor was actually her former boyfriend. The information hits the colleague like a bombshell, who widens his eyes in doubt that such an ordinary girl could have had anything to do with such a genius. Quite irritated by the other's distrust, Bai crosses her arms, insisting that she is telling the absolute truth about her past. However, the boy simply turns his back, laughing at the situation, and advises the girl to seek medicine in the infirmary to cure her mental delusions. Left behind, completely indignant, the young woman grumbles that she's not crazy and pulls her cell phone from her pocket, determined to prove her point. By swiping the screen of her device, the ex-girlfriend accesses her blocked contacts list and locates the contact of the grandiose salesman. Overcome with regret, she removes the block and types a message begging for a second chance to rekindle their old relationship. With a hopeful smile on her face, the girl sends a request, believing that her beauty still has some effect on the boy. However, the screen displays a warning in red letters stating that the delivery failed because it was also blocked by the recipient. The digital rejection crushes the blonde's pride, who grabs her own hair, screaming in despair at being treated so coldly by the tamer. The narrative shifts to the calm, well-lit corridor of the university's medical ward. Inside the room, the troublemaking student rests fully bandaged on the bed, being evaluated by the staff. The attending physician reviews the tests and asks, alarmed, if the boy was foolish enough to anger some dangerous master of the radiant sun level. The bespectacled instructor swallows hard at her deduction, clarifying that the one responsible for the humiliating defeat is solely from the Starry Sky class. Totally disagreeing, the professional asserts that the burns are too severe and the young man's life was only spared because the aggressor deliberately held back his own lethal force. Lying there and unable to move, the defeated student suffers the side effects of the powerful celestial flame that still slowly burns away his internal damage. Incredulous at the young professor's abilities, the bespectacled employee murmurs, trying to process how someone so young possesses such destructive power. Concerned about school policy, he questions whether rehabilitation is guaranteed, fearing reprisals from the influential family of the injured boy. The doctor adopts a very confident posture and smiles slightly, assuring everyone that she will easily resolve the problem. To prove her great skill, the professional extends her hand, invoking her little healing fairy who exudes a comforting green magic throughout the entire room. Observing the skill closely, Instructor Luo-chan is completely shocked to recognize that it belongs to a royal elven nature fairy. The small magical creature flies over the injured student's forehead and releases an intense green healing energy that envelopes his entire head. Thanks to the advanced treatment, the troublemaker finally regains consciousness and opens his eyes, somewhat confused. Already seated on the infirmary cot, the boy looks at the two teachers present and asks, completely bewildered, why he is in that place. Luo-chan refreshes the young man's memory, reminding him that he tried to challenge the new tutor and ended up being crushed by just a small purple flame spell. The shock of reality hits hard, causing the student to put his hand to his head in frustration at being an S-rank prodigy from the Luo family and still losing so badly to the boy from the Lu clan. Still upset by the humiliating defeat, he indignantly questions why the difference in strength between the two is so absurd. Maintaining her composure, the doctor explains that above the S classification there are even higher and more mythical levels, proving that there will always be someone superior in the world. Unable to refute the facts, the student simply clenches his teeth, muttering that the new tutor is truly on an unreachable level. At this point, the bespectacled instructor puts the pieces together and notices the strange coincidence of the young teacher being named Lu Yu and being the same age as the famous genius Lu Shu. Thinking more about the matter, he points out that the physical resemblance between the two boys is almost frighteningly striking. The professor recalls old rumors from high society, commenting that Lu Shu's cousin was born with a magical flaw in the origin of his power, which ensured leadership for the other boy. The story becomes more tense when we remember that on a rainy day this disabled young man simply vanished, raising suspicions that he had been cruelly expelled from his home. The doctor adopts a more serious demeanor, reflecting that the discarded boy has returned with formidable strength, and now the main clan will have to make a very difficult decision. Facing the dark atmosphere, The professional wonders if the arrogant family will swallow their pride to recruit the boy back, or if they will try to put an end to him permanently. Far from all this conspiracy, calm reigns in the long, well-lit corridors of the university's men's dormitory. Inside one of the rooms, the blue-haired boy excitedly comments that the new teacher defeated a very strong veteran using only a magic spark. Gesturing incessantly, the student details how the tutor countered an overwhelming level 10 attack with extreme ease and field control. Seeing his roommate completely engrossed in a book, the boy insists on asking if he really isn't curious to investigate this absurd force up close. To try and convince the prodigy, he argues that participating in that special subject would be the perfect chance to learn breeding methods that defy even the gods. However, the arrogant young man turns his face away and refuses the offer immediately, asserting that a novice teacher is not worthy of wasting his precious time. Focusing on what truly matters, the prodigy silently reflects that his highest priority right now is to successfully merge his two incredible S-level draconic talents. But as he stares at the notes in his old grimoire, he sighs in frustration, unable to understand why there is such a constant rejection of his magical abilities. The narrative goes back in time exactly 12 years, showing the lush, illuminated garden of the main mansion belonging to the powerful Lu family. In that peaceful time, two children ran excitedly through the corridors, with the younger one urging his older brother to slow down a bit. Upon arriving in the main hall, the family leader announces with a smile that the two little ones arrived just in time for the talent test results to be ready. The little boy Lu Shu learns that he has awakened the rare S-level taming skill called the Golden Dragon Shadow. Soon after, the young protagonist Lu Yu also receives the news that he has obtained the power of the Sacred Dragon Shadow at the same perfect level. Very proud, the elder of the family declares that if the two boys join forces, they will surely place the clan at the absolute top of the entire country. However, while everyone celebrates, Lu Shu lowers his head, consumed by terrible envy, indignantly questioning why the other boy possesses more magical resources than he does. Overcome by this dark greed, young Lu Shu casts a hateful glance at the little boy, leaving the young Lu Yu quite frightened by the sudden hostility. Turning his back on the festive hall, the envious man thinks to himself that the perfect scenario would be for him to reign as the only S-level tamer of that entire generation. Time moves forward a bit, and the ambitious boy begins searching for forbidden answers within the clan's immense and dark library. Searching the tops of the large, old shelves, he finally locates a mystical book and celebrates his great discovery with a crooked smile. Upon opening the dusty pages, the grimoire reveals that two S-rank draconic abilities can be brutally combined to form an absolute double S-rank power. Displaying a completely malicious expression, the child deduces that if he forcibly takes the useless relative away, the two will finally be able to live as good brothers in the future. Abruptly returning to the present in the dormitory, the blue-haired classmate calls the prodigy's attention, asking why he suddenly looked so lost. Trying to be helpful, the boy reinforces the recommendation that the two of them participate together in the incredible elective course taught by the formidable teacher Lu. The mention that surname acts as an explosive trigger, causing the prodigy to lunge violently and grab his colleague by the neck, wanting to confirm what he has just heard. Pressing the student's throat quite aggressively, Lu Shu shouts, demanding to know the exact name of this arrogant new tutor. Choked by the sudden attack and unable to breathe properly, the frightened boy murmurs that the great master's name is Lu Yu. Confirming the identity of his old nightmare, the veteran releases his colleague instantly, who collapses to the ground coughing desperately, trying to gasp for air. Completely stunned by the shocking revelation, the Lu family prodigy tries to process how his greatest victim managed to return to academic life at such a high position. An uncontrollable rage takes hold of the boy, who clenches his teeth, muttering that the protagonist always finds a way to act silently just to try and stay above him. Consumed by a blind and morbid hatred, the student pounds his own study table, stating that he would love to tear his tutor to pieces once and for all. Sometime later, the protagonist walks calmly through the large central square of the university, accompanied by the instructor and the director Duan. During the pleasant journey, the experienced veteran promises that as soon as his magical space is fully healed, he will visit the shop again to order another magnificent beast. With that smile focused on millionaire profits, the salesman in the red jacket agrees immediately and says he will be waiting for the elite client to arrive. However, the light-hearted atmosphere disappears when Lu Yu turns her head and comes face to face with her great enemy from the past standing in the middle of the square. Walking with firm steps towards his rival, the tamer announces his presence mockingly, stating that it has been a long time since their last encounter. Noticing the sudden tension between the two young people, Professor Lu joins the conversation, asking if they have known each other before. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the sales manager confirms the information with great irony, pointing out that their relationship is extremely close and familial. The atmosphere heats up when Lu Su finally breaks the silence, displaying a sinister look and grumbling that his old rival had the audacity to return to the spot late. Returning the provocation in kind, the young tutor gives a relaxed chuckle, asking if he has been doing well all these years. Rage is evident on the student's face as he indignantly questions how the discarded boy managed to awaken magic and become a beast tamer again. Maintaining his intimidating composure, the protagonist retorts that there's nothing strange about it and warns that he too has been holding onto a special question for a long time. Intrigued by the mystery and consumed by resentment, the prodigy narrows his eyes, demanding to know what this great, lingering question might be. Exuding a cold and menacing aura, Lu Yu directly questions whether the domestication talent stolen from him in the past has truly been useful to him. Without waiting for any response, the vendor stomps firmly on the ground and activates his powerful magic, creating a huge blue circle that radiates pure energy throughout the entire square. The overwhelming impact of this sudden release of force hits Lu Shu squarely, throwing him backward without even being able to maintain a straight posture. Holding back his own strength to avoid being knocked down by the magical whirlwind, the rival concludes, utterly terrified, that he has just been pulled into someone else's domesticated space. Realizing the trap, the prodigy shouts from the middle of the plane demanding that his opponent appear at once, swearing that he will not be intimidated by such a cheap trick. Facing the vast green expanse of the spiritual realm, the boy desperately tries to locate any trace of his enemy across the illuminated horizon. Without him realizing it, Lu Yu magically materializes right behind his opponent, causing the student to freeze in place, sensing extreme danger approaching. An oppressive force crushes the invader's neck invisibly, forcing the boy to beg to be released while writhing in terrible agony. With a cynical smile, the tamer of mythical beasts mocks the situation, pointing out the immense stupidity of that boy in thinking he could fuse a talent that doesn't belong to him. Exhausted from being humiliated, Lu Shu completely loses his composure and yells at the protagonist to shut up, demanding that his own beasts come to his aid immediately. Responding to the furious call of their master in danger, two immense golden dragons emerge roaring and illuminating the green domain with an absurdly destructive energy. The twin beasts display their fangs, poised to annihilate any target, causing great agitation in the calm of that enclosed environment. However, the magical rejection reaches the student's limit, who tries to regain his balance while feeling unbearable pain destroying his own body from the inside out. Unable to withstand the pressure of maintaining the dangerous summoning, the elite student collapses heavily to his knees on the ground, panting and utterly defeated by his own weakness. With a serene look and eyes shining with the magic contained within, the young tutor calmly states that he can now answer his own previous question. Displaying a purely mocking smile, the protagonist rubs in his rival's face that his domestication skills have proven extremely useful in the end. Facing the pathetic figure of his opponent sprawled on the grass, the sales manager sighs with disdain and murmurs that the deplorable scene is almost pitiful. The weight of the insult destroys what remained of the boy's wounded pride, and he punches the ground of the plane with great fury, questioning how they dared to call him pathetic. Outraged by the humiliation, Lu Shu vows to make his rival prove the true power of his giant golden dragon. The imposing scaly beast obeys the command and unleashes a furious roar charged with magical energy. Without showing the slightest hint of fear, Lu Yu raises a finger with a small purple flame, questioning whether the opponent has ever felt the true wrath of the heavens. The unexpected question catches the prodigy student off guard, who is left wondering what the tutor intends to do with that tiny spell. With a simple hand movement, the protagonist launches the celestial spark directly towards the immense golden beast. As soon as the purplish magic hits its target, the dragon lets out a cry of agonizing pain as it begins to be consumed by the supreme power. Watching his mascot suffer like that, the boy's eyes widened in terror, murmuring that this should be impossible. At that moment, terror grips the rival as he finally recognizes the true nature of that overwhelming force destroying his creation. Behind the manager, the gigantic form of the demonic dragon materializes imposingly, revealing itself to be a kind of legendary calamity. Displaying absurd confidence, the vendor questions whether the boy really thought that a simple giant mascot would be enough to defeat him. To demonstrate his superiority, the master's shadowy partner lets out an overwhelming roar that makes the entire spiritual realm tremble. Without giving it a chance to escape, the immense black beast advances relentlessly and seizes the golden monster directly by the neck with extreme violence. Trapped in the enemy's clutches, Lu Shu's animal lets out a final desperate cry as it suffers brutal damage to its wings. Taking advantage of the perfect opening, Lu Yu's ally uses its sharp claws to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy creature. The impact of the charge is so strong that the light-colored beast begins to completely lose its strength and plummets towards the ground of the plane. After finishing off the devastating attack, the imposing shadowy monster howls at the heavens, celebrating its overwhelming victory in combat. Breaking into a cold sweat, Lu Xu panics as she remembers that her family spent a fortune to obtain that beast only to see it easily crushed. Consumed by frustration, the student clenches his teeth and indignantly questions what right his rival has to step on him again. Suddenly, the boy notices something terrible happening and screams desperately, begging his opponent to stop immediately. The prodigy recalls in terror that demonic dragons have the cruel habit of devouring other beasts of the same lineage to steal their powers. Completely defenseless, the golden mascot writhes in pain as its life energy begins to be mercilessly drained. Seeing his precious partner become the enemy's snack, the student grabs his own head, letting out a scream of pure despair. In a mixture of anger and sadness, the boy points his finger, accusing his tutor of being cruel for hurting the first creature he grew up with. In a swift move to save the beast itself, Lu Xu reaches out and orders its dragon's immediate return to the magical realm. The shadowy creature lets out a growl of pure irritation at having its meal stolen right in the middle of the process. Having managed to catch the little monster in time, the student sighs breathlessly, feeling a temporary relief wash over him. Maintaining his unwavering stance, the protagonist calmly raises his hand and orders his scaly partner to seize the offensive. This sudden pause confuses the opponent, making him wonder internally why the seller didn't finish the fight right there. Short steps towards the defeated enemy, Lu Yu breaks the silence by calling the boy "little brother" in a tone laden with irony. With a slightly nostalgic look, the manager comments that the two used to be very close in childhood and that he spoiled his younger relative quite a bit. With a bitter expression, Lu Xu swallows his pride and quietly agrees that they really did have a good relationship in the past. But the atmosphere becomes tense immediately when the tutor throws in the boy's face that he conspired with his mother to steal the source of his talent in childhood. Caught completely off guard by the direct accusation, the prodigy student recoils, stammering and unable to formulate a decent response. Adopting a calculating stance, the tamer states that his rival must be very curious to know why he was spared at that moment. Clenching his fist tightly, the student, overcome with tension, demands to know the true intention behind that false mercy. In a very didactic way, the protagonist explains that the dragon is linked to the stolen talent, and if the beast disappeared, the boy's power would fall with it. The shopkeeper reveals that the sacred creature was made for protection, ensuring that if the betrayal had never happened, the two brothers would have elevated the family to a supreme level. Finding the story pathetic, Lu Xu loses patience and asks if the salesman is trying to play the loving little brother after everything that happened. With a light chuckle, Lu Yu waves her hands, completely dismissing the sentimental idea, and warns that the boy has misunderstood everything. Opening his arms with complete conviction, the master declares that he only allowed the mascot to survive to give a false glimmer of hope before crushing his opponent completely. Enveloped by a storm of pure magic, the protagonist vows that very soon he will drain every drop of power from his rival and destroy the influence of that clan. Regaining his composure, he points out that ending the student's strength right away would only spoil all the fun of his revenge. Hearing the threat against his lineage makes the young man in the suit scream completely out of control, doubting that a discarded boy could cause such damage. Without the slightest hesitation in his voice, the manager faces the other's despair and confirms that he is more than capable of fulfilling this grim promise. Following the master's words, the gigantic black dragon advances, letting out a menacing roar to intimidate the small golden creature. Dark beast beats its wings heavily, assuming an imposing stance to demonstrate that dominion over that arena is entirely its own. Quite intimidated by the enemy's absurd strength, the little golden monster slowly retreats, trying to avoid any further direct conflict. Watching his partner submit, the elite student's eyes widen, foaming with rage at feeling so inferior in the combat. The tutor calms tempers ironically, assuring them that he won't eliminate the golden beast, because his younger version also adored that creature. Then he mocks, pointing out that the black mascot only needed a quick snack and chewed on the wings of the light-colored monster out of sheer hunger. Suddenly changing the tone of the conversation, the protagonist displays a cold, cutting gaze focused entirely on the greedy relative. In an extremely swift and imperceptible advance, the shopkeeper closes the distance between them in the blink of an eye, moving into hand-to-hand combat. Grabbing the cowardly boy by the collar, Lu Yu orders him to keep his eyes wide open while all his family's wealth turns to dust. Suffocated by the tight grip, the prodigy tries to break free, warning that one day he will master magical fusion and create a truly unbeatable draconic lineage. Overcome by deep hatred, the boy vows to make his rival crawl, begging for forgiveness after that whole humiliation session. Finding the promise pathetic, the salesman simply shoves the boy away as if he were trash and states that he will give him this chance to try his luck. Maintaining his unwavering aura, the master points out that at the rival's slow pace, by the time the fusion succeeds, he will already be at a level where the kid won't even be able to look at him. With the end of the small settling of accounts, the illusion of spiritual dominion shatters like glass, revealing once again the atmosphere of the university square. The moment they return to reality, a huge dragon covered in flames lands brutally, and someone shouts demanding the release of the spoiled boy. Assessing the arrival of the great fire beast, the protagonist lets out a short chuckle, deducing that his cousin's faithful bodyguard has finally shown up. The commotion in the square draws the attention of students in the hallways, causing two girls to descend the stairs, impressed by the power level of the flame beast. Fearing for the life of her favorite tutor, the young woman with the ponytail tells Nanian that she's going to run downstairs to help the store manager. Holding her friend by the arm, the slime owner asks for calm and assures them that interfering now would only worsen the situation, asking them to trust in the boy's strength. Even with her heart heavy with worry for the teacher, the student quietly agrees and decides to watch the commotion from afar. Now standing and feeling safe, Lushu walks towards his bodyguard, singing victory, believing the enemy's black mascot is at a very weak rank. Displaying a malevolent expression, the arrogant boy declares that the masked tamer's defeat is certain against such a brutal, fiery opponent. Without showing the slightest concern for the danger, the young master tilts his head to the side, asking ironically if the boy is sure about this. Turning to the elderly protector, the prodigy demands that the discarded relative be neutralized so that his image as a university genius remains intact. However, upon taking one last look at his rival, the student notices something very strange and feels cold, because he finds not a single trace of fear in his expression. Mounted on his gigantic, flaming flying beast, the experienced security guard greets the boy expelled from his family, adopting a false posture of respect. The tamer recognizes the clan's former henchman immediately and questions whether the veteran will play the role of babysitter to protect the cowardly boy on his back. Maintaining his blind loyalty to the main lineage, the gray-haired lord crosses his arms, vowing that protecting that young heir is his greatest duty. In a calm tone of voice in response, the shopkeeper simply tells the man to take that crying trash and get back to the clan's fancy mansion. The lack of respect deeply irritates the bodyguard, who warns that he will not accept orders from someone who was so shamefully banished from the elite in the past. Understanding the subordinate's blind logic, the protagonist shrugs and ends the matter, accepting that this irritating relative is the only priority for the Liu family. Maintaining his blind loyalty, the gray-haired security guard warns that since young Master Liu Yu has awakened a new talent and tamed a dragon, he should peacefully return to his family. He tries to argue that the clan leader will choose a lighter punishment for everything that happened, allowing the boy to return to live happily with them. Leaning against his immense flaming dragon, the veteran questions whether the boy has forgotten that it was precisely on the back of that beast that he was carried to have his talent extracted. Totally indignant at the old man's audacity, the protagonist accuses him of trying to pass himself off as a nice guy after all the cruelty of the past. But the bodyguard remains unfazed and coldly retorts, pointing out that in the end the boy managed to awaken a new skill anyway. Maintaining his own arrogance, the gentleman argues that the young man should be extremely grateful to his family lineage for having acquired this draconic power. Hearing such nonsense makes Liu Yu let out a laugh filled with pure mockery, finding the idea of being grateful for all the suffering she has endured comical. The tamer's gaze darkens as he warns that he planned to settle things later, but since the clan is so eager for its own end, he will do it right now. Without wasting another second on idle chatter, the sales manager unleashes all his magical energy, creating a powerful whirlwind around his own body. A mystical drop of true blood floats to the surface and is absorbed by the demonic dragon, which lets out a thunderous roar while exuding an overwhelming aura. Completely shocked by the absurd pressure in the environment, the old man realizes that this magic is directly affecting the lineage of his own beast. Observing the dark monster glowing intensely, the veteran deduces in terror that this mysterious item could elevate the creature to the coveted supreme level of legends. Greed takes hold of the bodyguard instantly, who smiles sinisterly, imagining that stealing this power would place him at the top of the clan's hierarchy. In the background, the young heir to the family shouts desperately, ordering the veteran to finish off his rival quickly so that his golden mascot can finally evolve. Overflowing with confidence, Liu Yu summons his opponents to battle, warning that if they truly desire the drop of divine blood, they will have to come and claim it by force. Immediately, the gigantic beast of flames obeys its master's command and charges forward, letting out a terrifying roar. The great flying monster opens its scalding jaws, fully prepared to swallow its target in a single attack. Desperate at his mascot's behavior, the veteran shouts, ordering the beast to swallow only pure blood without devouring its opponent whole. Completely ignoring the warning, the magnificent fire dragon dives straight toward the shadowy monster with full force. With a look filled with pure greed, the gray-haired gentleman becomes convinced that all that divine power will eventually fall into his hands anyway. Very excited by the brutal attack, the prodigy student hopes the henchman will finish off the enemy creature as quickly as possible. Completely unfazed by the danger, the protagonist calls the pair delusional and questions whether they shouldn't ask permission before attempting to devour his partner. Full of himself, the bodyguard retorts, pointing out that the black monster is busy absorbing the magical essence and is in no condition to defend itself. With the immense, scalding beast already looming over them, the sales manager lets out a slight smile and asks ironically if his opponent is so sure of that. Quite calmly, he points out that the world has truly turned upside down when a common dragon thinks it can devour a dark calamity. Suddenly, a shrill and powerful chant cuts through the air of the spiritual realm, leaving the veteran completely confused. A gigantic explosion of purplish fire erupts, tearing through the surroundings, forcing the man to retreat while trying to understand what kind of magic this is. From this intense light emerges the imposing divine bird of celestial flames, displaying all its grandeur on the battlefield. The majestic mystical bird lets out a deafening cry and charges like a purple lightning bolt directly at the enemy mascot. Struck directly by the overwhelming celestial energy, the enormous flaming monster roars in agony, feeling the devastating impact of the spell. The divine flames completely engulf the body of the scaly beast, which struggles to escape the suffocating heat. Completely overwhelmed by the crushing attack, the magnificent fire dragon loses control of its own flight and plummets in agony. Watching his partner fall, the gray-haired man can't process how his platinum-level magic skill was devoured so easily. Leaning against his two summons, Lu Yu displays a calm posture and questions where they got the idea that he only tamed dragons. With a confident smile, the young master explains that the reason the bird managed to swallow its opponent's attack is extremely simple. In a purely mocking tone, the protagonist throws in the bodyguard's face that the little red flame was simply too weak. The insult strikes at the veteran's pride, who widens his eyes, completely dumbfounded by the boy's audacity. Further escalating the provocation, the shopkeeper asserts that not only the magic, but the enemy's giant creature itself is pathetic. To prove its point, the divine bird conjures rings of purple energy that trap the opposing monster against the ground. Trapped in imperial shackles, the immense fiery beast roars in despair, trying to break through the barriers without the slightest success. The bodyguard murmurs in terror, never imagining that a simple, newly summoned bird possessed enough brute strength to subdue his partner. Refusing to accept imminent defeat, the old man raises his hand, declaring that a star-level beast could never defeat a solar-ranked monster. Using his combat experience, the gray-haired man activates his own magical ability of phantom flames to aid his pet. Receiving direct support from its tamer, the scaly creature gains new life and begins to violently strain its energy bonds. In a massive explosion of raw power, the Crimson Dragon finally shatters the celestial rings and breaks free from its prison. Freed from its bonds, the magnificent enemy dragon rises again, exuding a dark and destructive aura across the battlefield. Observing his opponent's recovery, the sales manager praises the effort and decides that the time has come to show his true strength. The tamer firmly extends his arm and commands his formidable divine bird to begin the immediate soul transformation. Heeding the master's call, the mystical bird lets out a sharp chirp, while being completely enveloped in a blinding light. The mascot's body dissolves into a whirlwind of pure purple energy that radiates overwhelming power across the magical plane. All this magic quickly concentrates at a central point, forming a luminous portal that pulsates with overwhelming pressure. From that dimensional rift emerges the beautiful humanoid form of the celestial bird, displaying elegant robes and an imposing crown. The sight of the divine entity makes the bodyguard tremble with fear, doubting that a creature of that rank could achieve such a miracle. Ignoring the shock of others, the protagonist turns his face slightly and calmly calls out the name of his botanical partner. The adorable spirit girl materializes behind the boy, embracing him affectionately and confirming that she is ready to help. Floating gently, the small mascot conjures an incandescent green leaf and hands it to the master, explaining that it will be very useful. Confused by the cute interaction in the middle of the fight, the gray-haired gentleman mockingly questions what a simple little leaf could be doing there. With a swift movement, the shopkeeper throws the small botanical item toward his celestial warrior, declaring it to be an absolute magical decree. The emerald energy support reaches the majestic flame entity, which absorbs the extra vitality instantly. Strengthened by her ally's bonus, the divine warrior raises her great mystical staff, fusing purple fire with pure botanical aura. With the trap perfectly set, the young tamer faces the enemy with utter coldness and declares that his end has finally come. Consumed by his own arrogance, the old man opens his arms, letting out a maniacal laugh, vowing that he will annihilate the boy at that very moment. Ignoring the cowardly old man's empty threat, the protagonist merely waves his hand, giving the final order to his imperial bird. Obeying the command, the divine entity unleashes an overwhelming storm of celestial energy directly against the large, reddish mascot. The crushing impact strikes the enemy beast head-on, causing the monster to roar in unbearable agony as it struggles to withstand the magic. Without giving any chance of defense, the majestic warrior intensifies her destructive spell even further with a relentless smile on her face. Completely engulfed in purplish fury, the immense fire dragon struggles desperately, realizing there is no escape. Displaying an air of pure superiority, the humanoid form of the mystical bird watches the destruction of its target with considerable satisfaction. The extreme temperature of the divine flame begins to rapidly melt the physical structure of the scaly creature, which tries in vain to resist. Suffering irreparable damage, the great beast lets out its last roar of terror as its own body is transformed into pure dust in the air. Due to the strong magical bond being abruptly broken, the bodyguard spits blood and suffers a terrible blow to his internal organs. Kneeling and tasting defeat, the veteran can barely process how 2 centuries of cultivating his powerful monster were so easily extinguished. Walking slowly and steadily, the shopkeeper approaches the fallen man, calmly recalling the warning he had given earlier. The master raises his index finger, charged with lethal energy, and repeats somberly that the enemy's time on Earth has run out. Completely paralyzed by absolute terror, the gray-haired gentleman's eyes widen, sweating profusely as he awaits the imminent final blow. Suffering the devastating effects of divine magic, the veteran lets out a deafening scream of pure agony. Unable to withstand the weight of the attack, the bodyguard collapses face first to the ground, utterly defeated. With the obstacle removed, Lu Yu turns her attention to the arrogant boy and coldly warns him that his turn has finally come. Trembling with fear before the protagonist, Lu Shu recoils, desperately pleading with him not to do anything. Watching the outcome of the fight from the stands, Nanian claps, celebrating the victory of his favorite teacher. Very excited, the girl comments that the tamer's skill is simply absurd for making a giant dragon look harmless. However, the pink-haired girl is confused, trying to understand why he used the emperor bird instead of his magnificent dark dragon. Right next to him, Ruyan deduces that the black beast must be making an advance and the master preferred to conserve energy by anticipating the arrival of a worse enemy. But her friend immediately dismisses the concern, reminding her that the entire university is protected by a magical barrier of sovereign rank. Displaying great confidence in the security of the place, she assures that no high-level intruder could cross this formation without permission. Suddenly, a huge and intricate scarlet magic circle forms in the sky, tearing through the clouds above the school. From this dimensional rift, a gigantic wind monster, exhaling fire, emerges with full force, shattering all defenses. Mounted on the beast, Matriarch Shiazi rages furiously, demanding to know who had the audacity to put an end to her loyal subordinate. The powerful leader of the enemy family descends, tearing through the air directly towards the main courtyard. Taking the lead in protecting the place, Director Duan grips his cane firmly and orders the woman to get off campus immediately. Without showing any fear, Lu Yu calmly asks the veteran to clear the way for the intruder. Concerned for the boy's safety, the old man warns that the shrew is a true tamer of the feared suzerain rank. Maintaining his unwavering composure, the protagonist assures everyone that everything is fine and ironically remarks that it has been a long time since he last saw his beloved stepmother. The enormous crimson dragon lands brutally on the battlefield, facing the dark beast of the shopkeeper. Facing the woman who destroyed his childhood, the young master welcomes her, mockingly remarking that she remains as arrogant as ever. Displaying a rather confident demeanor, the young man confesses that he hopes the villainess can maintain all that ego for a little while longer. Annoyed by the intrusion, the experienced director asserts himself, warning that he will not tolerate any animal trainer acting with hostility on his campus. The matriarch scorns his authority, questioning whether the man truly believed that protecting that school would be an obstacle for her. To prove its overwhelming strength, the woman's dragon unleashes a massive burst of fire directly at the university's shield. The incandescent impact is so overwhelming that the magic dome shatters into thousands of pieces, scattering power through the air. Shocked by the invader's destructive audacity, Director Duan recoils in indignation, calling out the hag's name. Assessing the dangerous situation, the manager asks the veteran to focus on protecting the innocent students and gives him only 5 minutes to resolve the problem. Trusting completely in his new teacher's abilities, the old man agrees immediately and steps away from the front line. From atop her majestic figure, the matriarch calls her stepson conceited for thinking that a stroke of luck against the henchman would make her an easy target. The protagonist simply raises his head in a very relaxed manner and asks if defeating her would be such a difficult task. The invader's magnificent beast lets out a menacing roar as the shopkeeper's holographic system beeps with a new magical update. Having completely absorbed the divine blood of origin, the demonic dragon howls, enveloped in a red spiral, reaching the absolute limit of the stellar rank. Observing from afar, the stepmother adopts a posture laden with arrogance, stating that a monster of that caliber attempting to fight is as useless as an ant. Full of herself, the head of the family exudes pure mockery, finding the boy's attitude completely pathetic and senseless. Ignoring the taunts, Lu Yu focuses on a brilliant golden aura using his special refinement method, while the villainess questions what he is doing. Fueled by the channeled power of its master, the shadowy creature unleashes an overwhelming roar, releasing a dark energy that shakes the arena. The sudden magical pressure causes the woman to recoil in utter disbelief, unable to process how the enemy monster's aura had increased tenfold in an instant. Consumed by rage, she accuses the boy of being suicidal for trying to evolve the beast beyond the limits supported by its own domesticated environment. But the young salesman maintains his unwavering confidence amidst the sparks of energy, asking ironically what kind of pressure she thought would affect him. At that very moment, the majestic tree of life shines intensely in its inner world, completely stabilizing the magical environment. With its barriers strengthened, the scaly dragon breaks through its limit and easily reaches the third layer of the dreaded Dark Moon rank. The destructive power of the black beast continues to escalate frighteningly, reaching the 5th level in the blink of an eye. The frenetic evolution only stabilizes when the calamity reaches the 7th level, exuding a pure and dominating purple aura. The system panel appears in front of the tamer, confirming the great advancement and revealing that the partner has learned the lethal dragon slaying skill. Reading the details that any giant lizard slain will become an eternal servant, the protagonist lets greed get the better of him, finding the idea of having a subservient lackey simply perfect. Sweating profusely before that overwhelming force, the stepmother finally realizes that her banished stepson has become a monstrous threat far beyond her expectations. Overcome by sudden despair, the leader turns her face away and warns her son that they need to flee from there as quickly as possible. Obeying her mistress's panic, the colossal dragon turns her back and flaps her heavy wings, attempting to escape the university arena. Observing the pathetic escape of his mortal enemies, the tamer raises his gaze and coldly questions whether they really think they will get away unscathed. Exuding a relentless aura, the sales manager declares that their time for regrets ended long ago. Receiving the silent command, the shadowy partner warps the ground with the pressure of the jump and shoots like a red lightning bolt towards the heavens. The two giant beasts collide violently in mid-air, generating a shockwave that spreads fire and destruction in all directions. Taking advantage of its superior speed, the black creature sinks its sharp claws directly into the neck of the opposing monster, causing brutal damage. Seeing her precious animal being slaughtered in mid-air, the matriarch loses all her refined composure and screams desperately, demanding that the boy stop. The protagonist simply shrugs, asking with the utmost tranquility why he should make things easier. Cornered by imminent death, the woman swallows her pride, begging to know what the young man desires, promising to give him any wealth. The young master rejects the offer, waving his hands and clearly stating that he can simply take everything he wants without anyone's help. Following the tamer's lethal reasoning, the great destroyer of worlds intensifies the attack, crushing the defenses of the reddish lizard. In a devastating final blow, Lu Yu's beast delivers a critical attack that completely shatters the scales of the terrified enemy. Completely unable to continue fighting, the villain's dragon crashes heavily to the ground in a destructive impact while the woman screams in pure panic. Creature's colossal body creates a gigantic crater in the asphalt, raising a cloud of smoke and debris across the courtyard. Feeling the vital connection abruptly sever, the hag stares at her own hands in horror, realizing that her magical space has been completely shattered. Walking calmly, Lu Yu points her finger and cruelly asks if the villain has finally understood what true despair feels like. At that moment, the corpse of the defeated beast is enveloped by a mysterious and dense circle of reddish magical energy. The matriarch regains hope upon seeing the creature rise, hastily promising to form a new bond of domestication with its partner. Reborn under the system's dark influence, the monster displays a completely empty and menacing gaze focused on its former mistress. Desperate to regain her strength, the woman extends her hands, releasing a golden aura in an attempt to restore the broken contract. However, the binding spell shatters into pieces before even reaching its target, leaving the familiar leader completely perplexed. Due to the definitive loss of her overlord partner, the intruder's magical ranking plummets precipitously until she falls to her knees on the ground, weakened. Standing before the humiliated woman, the protagonist adjusts his jacket and declares that this profound agony was exactly what he wanted to inflict. The tamer details the punishment, stating that there is nothing worse than witnessing the downfall of a respected figure into a useless, powerless being. Increasing the weight of her suffering, the boy points to the horizon, warning that her psychological torture is not yet over. Completing his lethal plan, he throws in the shrew's face that the beast she loved most has just bowed down and become a mere lackey of her greatest enemy. Witnessing the deplorable state of her mother thrown into the crater, Lu Shu runs in despair, trying to support the defeated woman. Hidden and observing the terrifying scene, Professor Lu takes a deep breath, utterly amazed by the young manager's invaluable ability to subdue sovereign rank monsters. With the dust settling in the courtyard, the tamer crosses his arms and asks ironically what the matriarch intends to do now that she has been reduced to a useless thing. Consumed by a blind rage, Lu Shu charges forward, yelling at his rival to go to hell, and prepares a desperate punch. But before he could do anything, a sharp slap hits the boy's face and a voice tells him to shut up. Holding his red cheek, the student walks away cursing the aggressor, calling him a bastard, not understanding the attitude. The mysterious man raises his fist and firmly orders the prodigy to stop this madness immediately. Recognizing the familiar figure, the student immediately changes posture and asks, with a hopeful smile, if his uncle came there to help them. Ignoring his nephew, Lu Tiny turns to the manager, admitting that the family had indeed made many mistakes in the past, but begs him to spare the boy's life out of consideration for him. Observing the newcomer, the protagonist notices the presence of a member of the secondary branch of the Lu family on the battlefield. In his thoughts, the young man considers the man to be merely an uncle in name only, but fondly remembers that 12 years ago, he was the only person who tried to defend him. The memory travels to the night of the tragedy, showing Tian being violently thrown while trying to stop the cruel extraction of talent. Even injured at the time, he begged on his knees for the matriarch to stop, claiming it was a terrible injustice against the boy. However, the villain simply unleashed an overwhelming spell against her relative and ordered him to shut up without any mercy. Back in the present, the shopkeeper reflects that cowardly attack left his uncle with a permanent injury, trapping his strength at the 10th level and limiting his life to being just an associate professor. With a calculating look, the young man deduces that he cannot leave the veteran trapped in the madness of that duo, as this would make him hesitate when it comes time to exact the rest of his revenge in the future. Therefore, Lu Yu agrees to show some mercy, imposing the condition that they use a teleportation stone to leave on their own. Understanding the message perfectly, the uncle smiles with relief and agrees to the young man's request. Without wasting any time, the veteran turns his face away and orders the student to take his defeated mother and get out of there immediately. Completely outraged, Lu Zhu angrily points his finger, vowing to return the humiliation of that day 10 times worse and guaranteeing that he always keeps his word. With the threat made, the boy activates a bluish teleportation stone that begins to glow intensely in his hand. An immense pillar of magical light envelops the two fallen villains and transports them away from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Now alone in the arena, the old man looks fondly at his nephew and comments that more than 10 years have passed and he has grown impressively. Instead of dwelling on sentimentality, the tamer simply calls his botanical partner and orders her to heal the veteran right away. Promptly answering the master's call, the adorable spirit girl emerges in a whirlwind of emerald energy. Floating gracefully, Yu opens her arms and releases a powerful wave of healing magic into the surroundings. Enveloped by the intense green light, the associate professor's eyes widen in complete surprise as the spell covers his body. Fascinated by the result, the man marvels that the hidden injury that had tormented him for over a decade has truly been cured. Clenching his fists with renewed energy, he feels such great vigor that he believes he can break through the barrier of the suzerain rank at any moment. Examining the small floating fairy, the uncle murmurs incredulously, realizing that a young girl possesses such an unbelievable restorative ability. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist recalls that the veteran was injured trying to defend him in the past, so healing that wound and letting the villains escape today was the least he could do. Turning his back to leave, the sales manager declares that from that moment on, all debts and ties between them are officially severed. Watching the masked young man leave, Tian runs a hand through her hair and sighs, acknowledging that all this confusion is merely the karma that the family has attracted upon itself. The scene cuts quickly, revealing the luxurious, sun-drenched gardens of the immense main estate of the Liu clan. Inside the elegant mansion, the head of the family drops his teacup on the floor upon sensing a strong aura of teleportation approaching. Extremely tense after hearing the emergency magic signature, the patriarch rises from his armchair, wondering if his wife has gotten herself into mortal danger. Immediately afterwards, a strong pillar of bluish light bursts into the mansion's gardens, bringing the defeated duo back home. Supporting his badly injured and exhausted mother, the prodigy asks in a trembling voice if she is feeling all right. In response, the former matriarch violently slaps her son's hand and yells at him to release her immediately. Overcome by hatred, the villainess blames the student for everything, yelling that if he hadn't provoked Liu that day, she wouldn't be useless and her dragon wouldn't have become a lackey of the enemy. Attempting to defend himself, the boy retorts that the rival is entirely to blame, assuring them that if they simply put an end to him, the dark beast will surely return for her. The shrew points her finger, utterly disgusted, throwing in his face that she sacrificed too much for him, and yet the boy's talent still hasn't reached double S status. Completely out of control, the woman screams, demanding to know why, after so much time, he still hasn't managed to fuse the dragon's shadows, calling her own son useless trash. Swallowing the weight of his mother's humiliation, the young man lowers his head and clenches his fists, admitting his mistake, but promises that he will complete the magical fusion anyway. With a look filled with pure malice, he vows that when that day comes, he will make sure to avenge his mother and make his enemy taste the same agony they suffered. Interrupting the discussion in the courtyard, the head of the family finally arrives at the scene, asking in shock what on earth happened to the two of them. Facing his father with a desolate look, the student murmurs the worst possible news, revealing that his mother's magical cultivation has been completely destroyed. Hearing this statement causes the patriarch to explode with rage, his eyes widening as he demands that his son repeat what he said and explain the situation properly. With a disheartened expression, the student recounts how he ended up bumping into his expelled relative during class time at the university. Delving deeper into the tragic story set in the garden, he describes how the family elder was mercilessly defeated and how the matriarch definitively lost her powers. To make matters even more tense, the trembling boy warns that the masked tamer has promised to wipe the entire clan off the map very soon. The leader opens his arms, finding the whole situation absurd, justifying that the extraction of the talent was for the good of the family and questioning why the young man did not agree to sacrifice himself peacefully. Interrupting her husband's delirium, the wounded villainess calls for her son in a weak voice while holding a small, mysterious box. Upon opening the delicate lid of the small box, a yellowish crystal exuding a strong mystical energy is revealed to those present. The shrew explains that the item is a teleportation stone to the Dragon Kingdom, ordering the boy to abandon Earth and go there to focus entirely on his training. Handing the treasure over to the student, the woman confesses her hope that, upon his return, the young man will finally make his great enemy pay the price he deserves. Consumed by an unrelenting thirst for revenge, the prodigy accepts the mission with eyes gleaming red and vows not to disappoint. The scene cuts back to the campus of the magical city, where the gigantic dark dragon flies majestically over the academic buildings. Flying on his partner's back, the tamer assesses a holographic panel that reveals the beast has implanted a trace of power in the enemy duo, allowing him to monitor their every move. Watching the magic video feed, Liu Yu notices the delivery of the teleportation stone and agrees that fleeing to the Dragon Kingdom is indeed the only way for the boy to regain his strength. Displaying a rather shrewd and animated smile, the manager concludes that sooner or later he himself will need to make a short business trip to that mythical domain. Suddenly, the virtual assistant appears floating in the sky and congratulates the user for reaching 100 influence points, unlocking the coveted breeding system. Analyzing his new conquest, the young master smiles with satisfaction, realizing that news of the massacre he carried out against the main clan has already begun to spread throughout the city. Very interested in the magical novelties, he reaches out to the assistant's floating screen and orders her to claim the reward immediately. A large blue interface loads in the air indicating that the advanced beast breeding system is being successfully initialized. The scene shifts to the tranquil interior of the mythical shop, where the maid's clothing assistant sighs, deeply behind the service counter. Resting her face in her hands with a distant look, the girl silently wonders how her boss and older sister are doing on their first day of work at the university. Utterly disheartened, she lays her head on the table, lamenting not having met the manager sooner, imagining that with his help she too could have entered a tamer's college. With slightly flushed cheeks, the young woman confesses to herself that she would love to attend one of his lectures, certain that the subject matter must be fascinating. Trying to shake off the sadness, the employee turns her attention to her illuminated little plant and asks the small mascot to grow quickly so that it can become as amazing as the salesman. Understanding its owner's wish, the small willow sapling cheerfully and energetically shakes its green leaves. The cute moment is broken by the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the clean floor of the animal store. An elegant woman with orange hair and wearing a white lab coat enters the room, examining the shelves and wondering if this simple place is the famous war beast shop. Displaying an authoritative posture, the newcomer gets straight to the point and asks the employee if the establishment's manager is there. Taken by surprise by the imposing customer, the assistant gets up hurriedly, apologizing for the boss's absence, but offers to show her the stock if she wants to buy any little monsters. The mature woman calmly rejects the offer and sits down, elegantly crossing her legs, indicating that she prefers to wait until the young man returns from work. With a very friendly smile, the scientist asks the maid to serve her a nice cup of tea, a request that the young woman accepts very politely, going to prepare the drink. Soon the employee returns carrying a tray with the teapot and cups to serve the visitor. The scientist uses tweezers to pick up the exotic leaves, remembering that this was the same tea the manager had drunk last time. Not understanding the reason for such frugality, she questions why she should only use 2 of those little leaves in the preparation. Pouring hot water into the cup, the liquid instantly takes on a bright greenish hue. The sudden, magical reaction leaves the woman with glasses completely amazed by the drink. Sensing the aroma in the air, she realizes that not even the rare elven leaves compare to such an incredible fragrance. Very politely, the young apprentice explains that the boss usually prepares the infusion using the tenderest shoots of the 1,000-star vine. The revelation takes the instructor by surprise, who recognizes the terrifying power of this plant, capable of suppressing entire kingdoms when it reaches maturity. Given this fact, she finds it completely absurd that the young man would use a resource of inestimable value just to make an afternoon coffee. Tired of theorizing, the woman brings the steaming cup to her lips and takes a small sip to test its quality. The taste and energy of the drink cause an immediate shock to the customer. She realizes with alarm that just 1 drop of that liquid is forcing the evolution of her cultivation and breaking the bottleneck of the 10th level of the Dark Moon. In the midst of this absurd discovery, the assistant excitedly announces that the shop owner has finally returned. Outside, a huge crimson dragon lands brutally on the commercial street. Looking through the glass door, the scientist immediately recognizes the creature as the great beast hired by the matriarch of the Lu family. Commanded by the tamer, the gigantic scaly creature dissipates its own magical body in front of the establishment. Lu Yu calmly enters the room, announcing her return to the team. The employee runs towards the young man, informing him that he arrived at the perfect time to attend to a new client. Adopting his managerial stance, the young man asks how he can help the visitor and lists his sales and animal breeding services. Without wasting any time, the woman summons a small, greenish fairy and hires the shopkeeper to cultivate her nature elf. Upon closer examination of the mascot, he assesses its level attributes and magical potential as merely mediocre. The word strikes at the client's pride, who retorts angrily, insisting she has fused the rare talent of the elven heart into the body of that little monster. Annoyed by the poor evaluation, she demands to know exactly where she went wrong in the evolution process of her magical partner. Promising to be completely honest, the protagonist adopts a serious expression to explain the situation clearly. He points out directly that the compatibility between the energy of the natural spirit and its gift is no more than a mere 5%. Shocked by the information, the instructor shakes her head, finding that fee completely absurd. Attempting to justify her method, she argues that the creature absorbed the energy perfectly, and the established contract proves it. The manager immediately dismisses the theory, questioning why the fairy's ancestral lineage hasn't awakened yet if the fusion were successful. The mention of this primal power leaves the woman astonished, knowing that ancestral energy is the true origin of all magical spirits. She recognizes that if this dormant lineage truly awakens, the little mascot will reach the level of the coveted imperial clan. With eyes gleaming with ambition, she imagines the unparalleled status a tamer gains by signing a contract with an imperial entity. However, the train of thought is interrupted when she asks the young man to wait a minute. The woman argues that if the fairy truly carries this hidden lineage, it was impossible for her not to have noticed it through the contract connection. Maintaining his composure, the young man explains that absolutely every spiritual race possesses a trace of this primitive lineage in their body. He compares the situation to common genetics, noting that even distant generations continue to carry the genes of their ancestors. Putting the pieces together, the scientist understands that the power is not hidden, but rather so diluted that it becomes imperceptible to anyone. Satisfied with her quick reasoning, the shopkeeper nods in agreement with her deduction. Irritated at feeling she's being taken for a fool, the client retorts, stating its basic knowledge that such faint traces of magical blood will never truly revive. The tamer gives a sly smile and asserts that the much talked about common knowledge only exists in the world to be broken. He questions who invented this absurd rule, asserting that any drop of power still carries the absolute will of the ancestral spirit and can be stimulated. Assessing the situation silently, the woman recalls the skills demonstrated at university and acknowledges that the young man's strength truly defies all existing logic. Tired of so much stalling, the salesman asks the customer to make her final decision about whether or not to entrust the little mascot to him. Having nothing to lose, she agrees and leaves the entire fairy cultivation process under the complete responsibility of Instructor Lu. Determined to wait, she asks how long the training will take, estimating a time frame of 4 months to 6 months. Seeing the manager raise only one finger, the instructor is startled, thinking that a month is far too short a time even for his formidable abilities. Correcting the customer's assumption very calmly, Lu Yu explains that the raised finger meant exactly 1 minute of waiting. The surreal time frame causes the woman to scream in shock, unable to believe such a miracle is possible. Without losing focus on the task, the boy simply turns his back and asks the tamer to bring the greenish fairy to the back room. Calm reigns outside the store while magical secrets unfold inside. Entering the private setting of the shop, the scientist follows the calm steps of the manager and the employee dressed as a maid. Noticing the guest's tension, the assistant offers a kind smile, affirming that the shopkeeper's words are an absolute guarantee of flawless success. Exactly 1 minute later, the protagonist points to the floating monster and instructs the client to inspect the results of the work. The small botanical creature displays an incredibly intense and radiant green glow. By activating her magical ability, the woman establishes a direct connection with the fairy to absorb new information from the mascot. An emerald panel appears, confirming the evolution to the powerful rank of the radiant sun, causing the owner to break out in a cold sweat at witnessing such a grand advancement happen in 60 seconds. Dazzled by the improvements, the instructor clasps her hands close to her chest, celebrating the fact that the creature has broken through the barriers of an entire kingdom. Assessing the new, more detailed appearance of her flying companion, the woman realizes that this cuteness no longer belongs to the simple species of natural fairies. The adorable little magical creature gracefully lands in the palm of the vendor's outstretched hand. With his usual confident smile, he agrees with the client's observation about the drastic change in race. The tamer explains that evolution forced the complete awakening of the ancestral lineage and fused 100% of the ancient elven talent into the body of the little girl. Elaborating on the explanation, the manager reveals that the winged being transformed into a supreme subspecies called the spirit of the origin of life. The grandeur of the process leaves the instructor completely astonished, recognizing that the boy has achieved a divine miracle in the world of domestication. Quite pleased with his own artwork, the shopkeeper smiles and asks if the owner was happy with the final result. With her hands clasped and her heart pounding with happiness, the woman agrees with complete enthusiasm. Taking advantage of the excellent weather, the merchant claps his hands and announces that it's time to discuss the service fee, wanting to know what amount she suggests. To be perfectly honest, the tamer estimates that the massive potential the mascot received is easily worth more than 200 million in the magic market. She promptly offers her own bank card to the young man, warning that her entire balance of 230 million will serve only as a down payment for the invaluable training. With an admirable demeanor, the woman assures him that she will return in the future to repay all the young man's kindness once the green fairy becomes even stronger. Accepting the bank transfer willingly, the seller warns that he will charge a very symbolic 200 million to conclude the daily negotiation. Displaying a purely relieved smile, the scientist deeply thanks the masked instructor for his effort. With her new ultimate partner in hand, she loudly celebrates that their shared, troubled destiny has been completely rewritten for the better. Once the deal is finalized, the system's blue panel appears, rewarding the protagonist with 1,000 points and a rare red star resource for successfully completing a magical cultivation. Assessing the flood of money and virtual points he has just earned, the young man excitedly concludes that training wild animals is a much bigger goldmine than simply selling the cubs. The moment of mental calculation is interrupted by the client's voice, which calls the tamer's attention before she leaves the establishment. With unwavering determination in her eyes, the woman vows to train her partner to the pinnacle of excellence, hoping to earn the master's due recognition when the time comes. The elegant instructor bids farewell in a very polite manner and says she is looking forward to the next meetings. Maintaining his calm demeanor, the protagonist watches the wealthy customer leave the establishment. With the shop empty, he decides to enter his grand spiritual world to settle some unfinished business. The holographic system suddenly appears, asking if the user wishes to redeem the critical reward they recently earned. Quite excited about the new option, the manager confirms it immediately. The blue interface shines intensely and unleashes powerful true starlight as a reward for a job well done. Analyzing the radiant item, the boy realizes that this exotic flame is perfect for causing a complete rebirth in his divine bird. Without wasting any time, he summons the emperor bird and commands the beast to absorb that fiery energy. Heeding the master's call, the majestic winged monster approaches, fully prepared for evolution. The creature simply opens its beak and swallows the magic flame all at once without the slightest difficulty. Immediately afterward, the bird begins to glow, absorbing power and rapidly advancing through the stellar rank levels. The magical growth reaches a natural limit, and the little monster lets out a chirp, sensing the barrier of force. However, Lu Yu demonstrates pure determination, ensuring that in his presence any limit exists only to be broken. To prove his point, the tamer activates his art of refinement to force the partner's evolution. Under the effect of its owner's magic, the emperor bird breaks through the barrier and achieves the coveted rank of the Dark Moon, gaining a destructive ability. Satisfied with the incredible result, the shopkeeper reflects that now the bird has the same strength as the demonic dragon. At that moment, little NU appears beside him, sweetly commenting that she too is about to evolve. The news takes the young man completely by surprise, as he hadn't imagined the girl's progress would be so rapid. Focused on training the team, he extends his hand and commands the immediate invocation of the Tree of Life. Strong, greenish energy begins to sprout directly from the soil of the virtual world. In a few seconds, the immense mystical plant materializes, dominating the scene with its welcoming presence. The tamer quickly focuses his own aura and begins transferring vital power to the creature. Absorbing all that supporting load, the majestic tree shines intensely in the middle of the plain. Confused by the flow of energy, the spirit mascot asks what she should do at that moment. He guides the young woman to connect with her main body in order to safely assimilate all that power. Understanding the message perfectly, she nods in agreement, paying close attention to the instructions. The little fairy closes her eyes and begins to channel the magic of nature around her. With the connection stabilized, the gigantic plant gains an even brighter glow as it grows. The leaves radiate an absurd vitality, filling every corner of the magical space with pure life. After the process, the girl announces that she has reached the maximum level of the stellar rank and has encountered an evolutionary bottleneck. Determined to solve this problem, Lu Yu accesses the system and exchanges his points for a rare life source crystal. The holographic interface confirms the transaction by deducting the seller's accumulated balance. With the valuable item in hand, he hands over the shiny stone, instructing his partner to absorb it quickly. Fascinated by the gift, the spiritual young woman admires the crystal, marveling at the preciousness of the resource. The boy encourages the girl to refine the stone's energy without hesitation in order to quickly reach the next level. Activating its instincts, the mascot begins to draw the vital power concentrated in that mystical object. Immediately, the magnificent tree undergoes a brutal expansion of strength and vitality. Bathed in emerald light, and Yu absorbs the effects of evolution, feeling all her power escalate drastically. The virtual assistant appears, congratulating Yu on breaking the threshold to reach the Dark Moon rank and gaining new protective abilities. Very proud of the investment, the tamer celebrates that the botanical cultivation was an absolute success. The little girl floats towards him, calling for her master in an extremely gentle voice. Very excited, she does a little twirl and asks him what he thought of her new look. Gently stroking her hair, the protagonist notices that the little girl has grown a bit more than before. She playfully says, excitedly, that from now on the boy won't need to jump to carry her anymore. Taking advantage of the pleasant weather, he immediately assigns the first task, sending the young woman to gather spiritual fruits to feed the rest of the team. Extremely helpful, the partner agrees immediately and prepares to perform the botanical service. With a wave of her hands, she activates her magic and makes the tree's flowers magically bloom. At an absurd speed, various dark fruits appear, ready to strengthen the demonic dragon. On the other side of the branches, crimson flame flowers emerge, perfect for nourishing the great imperial bird. Observing the abundance of resources, Lu Yu concludes that raising her beasts in the future will be a much easier task. The scene cuts to the bustling city streets on a sunny morning. Two stylish young men stop on the sidewalk, confirming that they have finally arrived at the address of the famous, legendary store. The youngest boy looks at the simple facade and asks if that run-down place really sells quality puppies. Defending the choice, the father argues that Principal Duan approved the trade, and buying there will guarantee good chances of getting into university. Even with the explanation, the young student insists, finding it strange that the principal would trust such a poorly maintained hole. Irritated by his son's arrogance, the older man scolds him, telling him to control his tempers so as not to offend anyone inside. Upon entering the establishment, the two customers are puzzled by the silence and complain about the lack of service at the counter. The shop assistant appears shortly afterwards, welcoming everyone with great politeness and a very receptive demeanor. The new boy is completely awkward and mesmerized by the stunning beauty of the female employee. Keeping her focus on the work, the well-mannered young woman asks how she can help the two visitors that morning. Taking the lead in the negotiation, the father explains that he came looking for a battle monster for his son. Overflowing with arrogance, the boy boasts of having awakened a B-rank talent and demands an Earth mascot with maximum stellar potential. The employee politely excuses herself and says she will fetch the person in charge to resolve that demanding request. A few minutes later, the manager appears in the room scratching his head, still half asleep. To be very direct, the protagonist immediately states that he doesn't have any beast with the characteristics the client requested. The short answer irritates the student, who accuses the place of being a farce for not even having a star-level animal in stock. Exuding complete confidence, Lu Yu corrects the boy, pointing out that the creatures sold there are of a much higher standard than that. Annoyed by the supposed arrogance, the father raises his voice, ordering the salesman to stop deceiving him and show what he has to offer. Without losing his composure, the young master asks them to wait just a moment longer. In a completely snobbish tone, the boy murmurs that he's dying to see what the big, high-level beast hidden away is. Returning to the counter, the shopkeeper presents a small illuminated glass jar to the customers. Looking inside the container, the student is completely shocked to see that the merchandise is just an ordinary earthworm. Overcome with rage, the freshman shouts indignantly, asking if the manager really wants a prospective college student fighting with a useless insect. Displaying his smooth-talking salesman skills, the protagonist assures that signing a contract with that earthworm might even land him a scholarship from the director. The older man finally loses his patience and calls it all madness, doubting that a special bag would be given because of such a pathetic creature. Maintaining the tranquility of the business, the protagonist explains that the establishment has already served several students from the local university, and all of them have secured full scholarships without exception. The boy's father completely loses his temper and accuses the salesman of falsely using Director Duan's name, finding the story about the bag an absurd lie. Entering the fray, the snobbish student complains that the shopkeeper is trying to trick him into signing a contract with a useless earthworm, questioning who would pay for this loss. Tired of so much ignorance, Lu Yu frowns and clarifies that the creature possesses the lineage of the Earth Dragon, warning that they can leave if they cannot recognize the merchandise. The explanation makes the newcomer even angrier, who points his finger and curses the manager, calling him a liar for inventing a story about a species that went extinct long ago. In a fit of rage, the customer snatches the glass jar from the vendor's hand, threatening to crush the creature right there to test if it contains any dragon's blood. Before anything worse could happen, the store employee firmly held the boy's wrist and politely asked him not to damage the store's merchandise. Facing the young man in a rather intimidating manner, the assistant makes it clear that she will not hesitate to use force if he continues to cause trouble. Without giving the troublemaker time to react, she squeezes his arm very hard, causing him immense pain instantly. With the impact of the aggressive defense, a piercing cry of agony echoes throughout the neighborhood, shattering the calm of the commercial street. Now free, the student recoils, clutching his injured wrist and whimpering in pain, while his father watches the scene in complete shock. Realizing the real danger of the situation, the father breaks out in a cold sweat and yells at his own son to shut up. Without thinking twice, the veteran lands a sharp slap on the young man's face and curses him, calling him irresponsible for causing so much trouble. Massaging his cheek, reddened by the blow, the rookie is completely bewildered and asks why he was assaulted like that. Pointing his finger in utter terror, the man throws in the boy's face that he only showed B-rank talent and is already acting with unbearable arrogance. Exuding a frightening aura and with glowing eyes, the girl maintains a menacing posture while the man questions whether his son knows she possesses an S-rank gift. Completely shocked by the revelation, the father shrinks back in a cold sweat and wonders how someone so formidable could work as a mere assistant in a place like that. Changing his attitude immediately, the customer bows before Lu Yu, apologizing for his ignorance and promising to buy the worm no matter the price. Holding the glass jar in a relaxed manner, the manager refuses the offer, pointing to his own head and stating that the product is no longer for sale. Observing the resolved situation, the employee lowers her gaze and apologizes to her boss, admitting that she acted purely on impulse. gently stroking the young woman's hair to calm her down. The salesman shows kindness by stating that she is not to blame for all the confusion. Uncomfortable with her own strength, the maid confesses that she hurt the customer's hand, but the protagonist quickly dismisses the problem, assuring that the boy deserved the punishment. Being very understanding, he asks the assistant to forget about the matter and stop carrying so much guilt on her shoulders because of arrogant people. At that moment, the tamer's magnificent black dragon lands at the shop's door, and the master suggests that the assistant take a ride on the beast to clear her mind. The idea fills the employee with pure happiness, who is immensely grateful for the great opportunity to fly on the monster. Once outside, the father panics upon recognizing the immense, scaly beast, remembering that it was the principal mystical creature of the powerful matriarch. Consumed by irritation, Lu Yu unleashes an intimidating energy and orders the two intruders to get out of the establishment, since they won't be doing business. Trembling with fear before that oppressive aura, the father raises his hands in surrender, imploring the young shopkeeper not to be angry. In an act of pure desperation, the veteran strikes his own son in the legs, ordering the troublemaker to kneel on the ground immediately. The boy falls, trying to protect himself, while receiving more scoldings from his father, who blames his own lack of firmness for raising such a spoiled young man. Trying to save their own lives, the father pulls a small box from his pocket, offering a valuable diamond, rank resource as an official apology. Analyzing the item, Lu Yu concludes that this elemental earth stone would be perfect for accelerating the cultivation of mystical plants in her domestication space. Driven by profit, the manager willingly accepts the bribe and orders the man to keep his own son under control from that moment on. With a sigh of immense relief, the father carries the student in his arms, thanking him for his kindness and promising never to bother the shopkeeper again. Without looking back, the pair quickly walk away through the quiet, well-lit streets of the big city. Thrown onto his father's shoulders, the newcomer grumbles in disbelief, questioning the reason for so much humiliation, just because he wanted to confirm the lineage of that worm. The boy's ignorance leads to another blow to the back of the neck, causing the student to groan in pain, without understanding the seriousness of the problem. With his nerves on edge, the father loses his temper and asks if his son thinks a radiant, solar-level tamer can act like an idiot without suffering the consequences. The image of the tamer's terrifying aura comes to the veteran's mind, who confesses, sweating profusely, that the boy's strength is on a much higher level than his own. Resuming the walk, the father laments the disaster and warns that the student missed a great chance to change his life by rejecting that creature's offer. Seeking an alternative solution, the man swallows hard and mentions that a major commercial company will be holding a large auction in 3 days. He vows to take the young man to try and buy some decent beast at the event, ordering the troublemaker to stay locked up at home, reflecting on his own stupidity. The narrative moves forward in time, showing the mythical trading post receiving the son's raise 3 days after the event, while Lu Yu enters the location announcing her return. The dedicated employee greets her boss with great joy, praising his hard work and offering him a snack to replenish his energy. Soon she places a delicate porcelain cup on the counter, serving a steaming green spiritual tea to the young master. Sitting at the table enjoying his drink, he listens to his assistant comment on the exhausting work of helping so many important clients and training the Luo family's beasts during the week. Wiping his mouth with his hand, the tamer lets out a heavy sigh, confessing that it would be a big lie to say he wasn't tired of so much running around. However, he projects the system's blue interface and euphorically celebrates the 3,000 points accumulated from all this training. Observing the magic screen, the salesman is thrilled to see that his bank account has also experienced a gigantic leap and has already reached millions of credits. Focused on the team's progress, the boy concludes that unlocking the 4th pet slot is close, but laments that the demigod-level monsters cost 5,000 points and the balance is still not enough. Interrupting the tranquility of the morning, a luxury car gently pulls up onto the sidewalk in front of the commercial establishment. The car doors open and Professor Liu steps straight out onto the sunny street. Entering the store brimming with confidence, the customer approaches the counter and greets the manager, stating that it had been a long time since her last visit. The approach leaves Lu Yu and his employee completely confused, making the shopkeeper wonder strangely if they hadn't met just a few days before. Trying to guess the woman's intentions, the protagonist crosses his arms, asking if she also came there seeking evolution services for her own mascot. Displaying a seductive charm, the teacher puts her finger to her lips and suggestively asks if it is forbidden visit the place without professional reasons. Manager runs his hand through his hair and casually mentions that he took the opportunity to wash the clothes she forgot on her last visit, promising to return everything sparkling clean. Completely taken by surprise by the unexpected kindness, the customer turns her face, blushing deeply, and thanks the short young man for his gesture. Getting straight to business, the visitor summons 3 small elemental dragons and asks if the young master can cultivate them all at once. Maintaining his composure, the salesperson waves his hand, confirming that the service is very easy, and asks her to wait a moment. Without wasting any time, the protagonist guides the 3 floating dragons towards the back of the store, asking the creatures to follow him. Watching the boy walk away with the little monsters, Professor Liu displays a loving gaze, completely charmed by his manner. Noticing the admiration, the employee approaches the customer and assures her that the shopkeeper's cultivation methods will not disappoint her expectations. Suddenly, a roar echoes outside as a gigantic and aggressive wind vulture tears through the skies, soaring above the buildings in the area. The assistant's eyes widen as she stares at the beast through the display case, recognizing the animal as the battle emblem of the dangerous foreign empire. Sweating profusely at the unusual discovery, the girl murmurs in fear, asking if some formidable foreigner is coming to attack the city. Immediately afterwards, veteran Liu Yahong enters the establishment displaying a grim and intimidating expression. Exuding an authoritarian demeanor, the old man confronts his niece and demands to know how she dared to ignore the orders of the clan leader. Consumed by rage, the teacher retorts loudly, stating that she will not accept being used as a bargaining chip in an arranged marriage again. The old man points his finger in her face, blaming her for only awakening an A-rank power, demanding that she fulfill her duty of marrying into the allied family as an honor. Feeling repulsed by the manipulation, the client throws in the elderly man's face that she was evicted from her home and now they want to take her away simply because they need a political pawn. Raising her voice and releasing an intimidating aura of flames, the tamer challenges her relative, asking what their attitude would be if she possessed an S rank. Immediately, a magnificent fire dragon emerges, roaring overwhelmingly behind the teacher, taking the intruder completely by surprise. Shock overwhelms the elderly man, whose eyes widen in disbelief that the woman's magical power has truly reached its peak. However, surprise turns to greed, and the veteran creates a massive barrier, asserting that with that overwhelming force, they no longer need to bow before anyone. Maintaining an unwavering and confident stance before the magical barrier, Professor Liu faces the veteran and coldly asks what the problem is with all of this. The old man points his finger, demanding that she return home with him, promising that if she accepts the offer, she will be crowned as the next official leader of the family. Completely decided, the woman immediately retorts, stating that she has completely severed ties with that irritating clan and has no intention of going back on her word. Annoyed by her rebelliousness, the man questions whether she truly intends to defy her family, warning that without their support she would never be able to secure a contract with a kind of giant dragon. Pressed by the weight of that threat that would limit her future, the instructor hesitates for a brief moment and doesn't know what to answer. Suddenly, the sound of firm footsteps breaks the tense atmosphere of the establishment as a voice calls the intruder's attention. Taking charge of the situation, Liu Yu stands beside the client and ironically asks who invented this rule that only that specific clan has access to the great dragons. The veteran confronts the nosy young man, demanding to know who he is, and the woman quickly introduces him as the manager in charge of that store. Displaying arrogance, the old man scoffs, questioning how a nobody of that level could understand the true strength and exclusivity of the dragon lineage. Demonstrating complete confidence, the protagonist simply counters the provocation by casually asking if these beasts are really that strong. To prove his point, the salesman snaps his fingers and simultaneously summons 3 gigantic and imposing elemental dragons in the middle of the hall. The sight of those massive creatures leaves the gray-haired man completely stunned, who screams in shock, trying to understand how a boy could possess so many calamities at once. Maintaining a calm business atmosphere, the tamer gestures, explaining that those beasts do not belong to him, but are in fact the professor's new magical partners. Incredulous at the revelation, the veteran points to the woman and asks if the shopkeeper is making some kind of tasteless joke, but the young man denies the joke immediately. To confirm the product's authenticity, the imposing blue beast reveals itself as a steel dragon that already possesses formidable potential, bordering on the maximum rank of king. Immediately afterwards, the immense golden monster also displays all its glory, proving to be an earth dragon positioned at the 8th level of the same classification. Completing the overwhelming trio, the scarlet beast roars, demonstrating that it is a dragon of celestial flames already cemented at the absolute level 10 of the king rank. Completely amazed by the results of the lightning-fast training, the owner of the creatures murmurs softly, utterly enchanted by so much power. The veteran becomes desperate and shouts that this is impossible, recalling that family records guaranteed that these species would never reach such a high potential. Calling the old man superficial, the manager maintains his composure and reveals that the three beasts now possess the divine dragon bloodline running through their veins. The information terrifies the gray-haired man even more, who shouts back, doubting that a divine entity would leave direct hairs wandering the mortal world. Without losing his composure, the protagonist gestures, clarifying that he never called the creatures his direct descendants, explaining that they were merely dragons with a trace of impure blood. Elaborating on the explanation of his service, he details that he merely purified this small hidden essence, forcing the magical evolution that generated these new gigantic forms. The intruder sweats profusely and his eyes widen, trying to process in his own mind how a botanical and genetic miracle of this magnitude could be even remotely real. Turning his back on the unwanted customer, the shopkeeper asserts that the family's lack of imagination doesn't prevent his store from achieving great things every day. Putting together the pieces of that formidable evolution, the old man tremblingly points to his niece, realizing that she has just signed a contract with three beasts of almost divine level. Displaying contagious joy, the teacher agrees immediately and admits that she needs to thank the sales manager immensely for all the help. Changing his attitude in the blink of an eye, the veteran begins to plead pathetically, blaming her father for past abuse and begging the woman to return to the clan. Watching the little show up close, Lu Yu openly mocks, asking if that was the classic scene of recovering the discarded pawn, just because it became incredibly strong. Firm in her convictions, the instructor closes her eyes with utter contempt and coldly decrees that she will never set foot in that family again. Exuding a dark aura and pure determination in her gaze, the tamer warns that no matter how much time passes in the future, her decision to abandon will remain